Who can tell me, what on earth is happening right now? Yeming stared blankly at the dark gun muzzle not far away, his previously groggy mind jolting into sudden clarity. He had been inside the gaming pod for 20 hours. After coming out, he had been sleeping peacefully on his bed when his eyelids suddenly felt as heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to open them no matter how he tried. He did not know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself inexplicably in an utterly pitch-dark room. A sliver of moonlight poured in through the window, and he immediately noticed not far away a figure in black standing there, face obscured and impossible to discern. The man in black wore a trench coat and a bowler hat. His eyes, shrouded in shadow, faintly glinted with a chilling light. "You!" Yeming opened his mouth about to speak when, bang! With the gunshot, blood splattered. The once spotless white wall behind him was instantly stained a large patch of red, which would have been even more striking if it were not the dead of night. Yeming toppled stiffly to the floor, seemingly not yet understanding what had happened. A deep bullet hole was clearly visible at the center of his forehead, blood slowly flowing from the back of his head across the floor. Data error. NPC died prematurely. Template transfer failed. Reviving. Revival successful. Once Yeming lay completely motionless on the ground, the man in black flicked away the white smoke curling from the gun muzzle, then raised his left hand to press the communication earpiece in his left ear. Beep! After a faint chime sounded from the earpiece, a synthesized male voice entered the man in black's ear. "Is the target eliminated?" Of course. It was quite simple. Was he really supposed to be some dangerous target? He did have a pistol in his hand, but during the standoff just now he blanked out for quite a while. To lose focus at such a life-or-death moment, how laughable. The man in black spoke indifferently, his tone tinged with a hint of amusement, clearly astonished by Yeming's behavior just now. He blanked out. The male voice in the earpiece had clearly not expected such a report. After a few seconds of silence, he continued, "He's nothing more than an experimental subject with a bit of intellect. Although being armed does pose some danger, As for him blanking out, that should be a side effect of the enhancement drug previously injected into his body. In any case, the mission being completed is what matters. Fortunately, he was still in Zuayu, this ownerless city. If he had made it into another country's territory, killing him would not have been so certain. That's that. Once you've finished the task, come back early. The branch still has things for you to handle. But you must be sure he's truly dead. If a living experimental subject ends up in another country, the company will inevitably face all kinds of external pressure. That's all. I'm hanging up." When the communication ended, the man in black dropped his left hand and shifted his gaze back to Yeming's lifeless body on the floor, his eyes filled with indifferent calm. Though he inwardly dismissed the warning, he still raised his pistol again toward Yeming on the ground. Obviously dead beyond dead, could he possibly just stand up and come back to life? He was mere cannon fodder. Even with the earlier injection of enhancement serum, he was nothing but discarded trash. Still, this bit of cannon fodder had some brains, knowing he would soon be sent to die in another zone. He had deliberately defected from the company. These thoughts flashed through the man's mind in an instant. He let out a derisive chuckle, and with a series of gunshots, several more bullet holes blossomed across Yeming's body, blood spraying everywhere. "You have taken damage from cleaner, Li Guang HP 25. You have taken damage from cleaner, Li Guang HP 30. You have taken damage from cleaner, Li Guang HP 15. Warning. Current HP is only 30. Mission accomplished. Time to head back early." After firing a few casual shots, he slipped the pistol back into his pocket, turned around, and was about to leave. However, at that very moment, Yeming, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. He raised the pistol in his right hand and fired repeatedly at the back of the man in black's head. He had been playing dead. Bang, bang, bang. With sharp cracks through the air, bullets streaked from the muzzle one after another. What? The man in black's reaction was swift and his judgment superb. His first response was not to look back, but to hurl himself violently to the side. Squelch. His reaction was indeed fast, but unfortunately not faster than bullets. One after another the rounds punched straight through his body, flesh and blood bursting in an instant. Yet the man in black was clearly no ordinary person. His movements were astonishingly agile. Even after being shot, he quickly adjusted his posture, yanked the pistol from his pocket and turned, intending to fire at Gu Yeming. Whoosh! Another bullet sliced through the air, suddenly appearing in his line of sight. Thud! The bullet struck him squarely between the brows. The man in black stared in disbelief at Gu Yeming, who was bracing himself to sit upright on the floor, and his body slowly toppled backward. In the final second before death, one thought flashed through his mind: hadn't he already died? How did he suddenly come back to life? Thump! With the dull sound of his body hitting the floor, the man in black died completely. You have killed Cleaner, Li Guang, gaining 237 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3. Current level 3, you have obtained 6 free attribute points. Gasping for breath, Gu Yeming stared, still shaken, at the corpse of the man in black lying on the floor. Still not feeling entirely at ease, he fired several more shots into the corpse, only stopping when the bullets were completely spent. Clatter! He casually tossed the now empty pistol aside. Supporting his blood-soaked body with both hands, Gu Yeming shakily leaned against the wall that had been dyed red with blood. Huff! Huff! Grimacing in pain as he looked at the bullet wounds on his body, Gu Yeming nonetheless did not dwell on them. In his field of vision, a rectangular blue fluorescent screen was floating motionlessly before his eyes. Displayed on it were the words "Template importing 1. 35. 78. 100 NPC template import successful. Current status: seriously injured, critical, commencing treatment for host, healing in progress. The next second, streams of green light suddenly surged across Gu Yeming's body. In less than a minute, all of his injuries were completely healed, though his body was still drenched in blood. After letting his gaze rest on his body for a moment, Gu Yeming lifted his eyes back to the blue screen floating before him. The contents at the top of the blue screen had changed markedly. It now displayed NPC template name: Gu Yeming, age 21, sex male, level 3, EXP 3793, erase human, main class none, secondary class none, active skills none, passive skills: brawling mastery LV1, driving expert LV3, firearms grandmaster LV1, swordsmanship grandmaster LV2, blade master LV2, movement master LV1, rank order beginner, proficient, expert, mastery, master, grandmaster, each tier divided into levels 1, 2, and 3. Talent: gun and sword master, you are practically born to wield gun and blade, and no one is more suited to this vocation than you. Attribute panel: strength 6, the higher this attribute the greater the damage dealt. Agility 5, the higher this attribute the faster your speed. Spirit 10, the higher this attribute the stronger your resistance to negative effects. Stamina 7, the higher this attribute the higher your maximum HP. Note the stats of a normal person: average 5. Current free attribute points 6, current grade G, current status healthy, HP 120120, overall evaluation: your 4 primary attributes and your skills are on completely opposite extremes. Lu Bu riding a dog. As Gu Yeming stared at the screen in a brief daze, it suddenly popped up a new prompt box which read: time until game open beta version 1. 0, and player arrival 11 days. NPC. Players. I've actually crossed over into the game world. Gu Yeming's reaction was swift. In an instant he understood his current predicament. Within just a few brief seconds, Gu Yeming immediately understood his current predicament. He had become an NPC. This was a game world. No, wait, that was not the most pressing issue. The gunshot just now had been far too loud. It would definitely attract nearby people. With no time to think further, Gu Yeming hurriedly got to his feet, strode to the corpse of the man in black, and slipped the dark pistol from the dead man's hand into his own pocket. Just as he was about to flee the scene, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He snapped his head around, staring at the pistol he had casually tossed aside a moment ago. My fingerprints are on it. The thought streaked through his mind like lightning. Gu Yeming swiftly scooped up the pistol from the floor as well, then raised the silenced weapon taken from the man in black and fired another round straight into the corpse's skull. Just in case. A wet muffled thud rang out. Seeing the man in black's head completely burst open, Gu Yeming hurried over to the window and cast his gaze downward. Directly beneath the window stood a large garbage dumpster. The moment he saw it, Gu Yeming flung the window open and jumped without the slightest hesitation. He hit with a dull splash inside the trash, landing safely. Exhaling in relief, Gu Yeming quickly scanned his surroundings, then casually pulled 2 plastic bags out of the dumpster. With practiced ease, he slipped the 2 bags over his shoes, which were already soaked with blood. After confirming that no one else was nearby for the moment, Gu Yeming allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly, though he did not dare slow his pace in the slightest. Under cover of night, he soon vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, back at the corpse of the man in black, a faint beeping sounded from the communication earpiece in the man's left ear. All vital signs have completely vanished. Looks like he botched the job. A man's voice sounded. I told him to be more careful. How many times have I said it? Always make sure to finish the target off. Always. Suddenly the man's voice grew louder through the earpiece. I know you're nearby, number 1145. I may not know how you managed to kill the cleaner, but I'm certain you took heavy damage as well, didn't you? His voice reverberated throughout the entire room. After a few seconds, the man continued nonchalantly, staying silent won't fool me. Number 1145, the fate of betraying the company is exceedingly cruel. You'd best come back obediently and don't force the company to waste too many resources hunting you down. Yet the room remained utterly empty, not a single response to be heard. The man behind the voice had no idea that Gu Yeming had already slipped out of the room and fled far away. Humph, what a cautious fellow. After a few moments, as if finally realizing Gu Yeming had long since escaped, the man gave a cold snort. With a final electronic beep, the communication cut off completely. Zueyu. Night draped itself over the city, yet lights blazed from countless buildings rising in dense clusters. Strangely, there were very few pedestrians on the streets, and piles of garbage lay scattered in many corners. In a dark, narrow alley, Gu Yeming hid warily beside a garbage bin, keeping himself out of any passerby's line of sight. It seemed he was safe, for the moment. Gu Yeming let out a long breath and leaned against the wall. He took from his pocket the silenced pistol he had looted from the corpse of the man in black. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. P27 silenced pistol, quality excellent, common excellent, fine, epic, legendary, immortal, mythic, attack 1027, remaining durability 75, ammo 315, level requirement 2, origin Morede Company, evaluation, a finely crafted pistol, the standard issue weapon of cleaners. Staring at the familiar panel of floating text, Gu Yeming's expression grew solemn as he muttered under his breath, Morede Company? Did I transmigrate into the game Infinite Planes? And it seemed he had even returned to the very beginning of the version's timeline. Gu Yeming had been a regular fixture in Infinite Planes' PvP scene, a professional gatekeeper who practically lived in the game pod every day. Naturally, he was intimately familiar with this game. Infinite Planes was not the product of any company or industry. One day it had simply descended upon Blue Star without warning. No one knew who had created this game. From the moment it arrived, people immediately discovered a new title in their gaming helmets, its name Infinite Planes. Unlike any game on the market, its freedom was astonishingly high and its NPCs were indistinguishable from real humans, allowing every player to revel in the exhilaration of a true second world. Gu Yeming had naturally been one of those players. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time immersed within, tireless and obsessed. The game world of Infinite Planes was vast beyond measure, endless planar worlds with endless possibilities. Each plane possessed its own professions, races, events, and factions, and new players were randomly dropped into one of these planes when they first entered the game. The plane Gu Yeming currently inhabited was Blue Technology. It did not differ much from the real world he had once lived in, with one crucial exception. In the Blue Technology plane there existed espers and the eerie legendary monsters of rumor. Within the Blue Technology plane there were 4 nations and 1 corporation: the Kongmeng Empire, the Xingqian Empire, the Hongshu Empire, the Yeming Empire, and the Morede Company. As for Morede Company, he could not have been more familiar with it. In the Blue Technology plane, this corporation was the primary final boss, spanning versions 1.0 to 2.0. Any novice player who had ever set foot in the blue technology plane would instantly recall the nightmarish gameplay experiences tied to it. On the surface, Morede Company was a world-renowned top-tier corporation, yet in the shadows it conducted all manner of research and experimentation. Cloning, hybridization, development of extremely high-risk weapons, viral experimentation, there was almost nothing this company did not dabble in. Whenever a new player entered infinite planes, they would spawn at a random location. Appearing elsewhere might be manageable, but if one unlucky soul spawned inside Morede Company itself. Because players possessed the trait of infinite resurrection, once Morede Company discovered this fact, those unfortunate players would be forced to join the company's faction and treated as undying test subjects for every imaginable experiment. At the time, the game forums were a carnival of dark humor. A casual browse would reveal one miserable player after another transformed by Morede Company into unspeakably grotesque unknown creatures. The area where Gu Yeming was currently located was called Zueyu, a lawless zone situated at the exact center of the 4 nations and 1 corporation. Zueyu belonged to no faction. It was a paradise for criminals and those who rejected all law. Experiments. At that thought, Gu Yeming could only shake his head in helpless frustration. How had he ended up entangled with such a colossal behemoth? As someone who had personally lived through that version's era, he knew better than anyone how terrifying Morede Company truly was. Still, there was one thing he found rather satisfying. This body's appearance and build differed little from his original one, almost identical. Thick black hair, a sturdy Welton frame, sharply defined features. Not exactly handsome, but exceedingly easy on the eyes. After all, wearing someone else's face would always feel a bit disconcerting. Suddenly the panel before his eyes flickered and a brief line of text appeared in his vision. You have a mission awaiting acceptance. Gu Yeming frowned slightly and tapped it with his finger. The panel shifted again, now displaying escape from Zueyu mission details. As former experimental subject number 1145 of the company, you have not only broken away from its control but have even slain one of its cleaners. The tension between you and the company has escalated sharply. Mission objective: evade Morede Company's pursuit. Mission time limit: 5 days. Exceeding the time limit or dying will be deemed mission failure. Mission rewards: free attribute points 4, triggers a class change quest. Mission failure penalties: strength 5, experience gain, speed 50. Accept decline number 1145. Ha, what a peculiar number. Seeing those digits, Gu Yeming couldn't help but think of a certain loud long-ago acquaintance. He shook his head, sweeping away the stray thoughts in his mind, and accepted the mission without hesitation. From his previous status panel, he already knew he had been modified by the company. Since he had escaped its control as a test subject and even killed one of its cleaners, his relationship with the company had already reached the level of mortal enemies. Whether he accepted the mission or not made little difference. As for the modifications, nothing obvious was apparent for now. Since his body hadn't sprouted any strange new parts, he figured they had likely only injected him with some sort of enhancement serum. His luck was remarkably good. You have accepted the mission. Countdown has begun. 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Please escape Morede Company's pursuit. After accepting the task of the job change mission, Gu Yeming's gaze was fixed on the task rewards, his eyes slightly squinting. In infinite dimensions, there is a vast array of professions, each of which can advance to a certain level and complete a promotion task, even offering sub-branches for players to choose from. Professions such as mage, gunner, martial artist, mechanic, swordsman, and dagger user are merely the most basic ones. The game even provides racial profession branches for players. Almost every conceivable profession can be found in infinite dimensions, which is why this game has become so popular. Everyone can play their favorite profession. Gu Yeming's previous profession was naturally the T1 class of infinite dimensions, the Gunblade Master. A Gunblade Master, as the name suggests, is a profession skilled in both firearms and bladed weapons. This profession holds a significant position among players due to its moderate operational difficulty and high rewards. Moreover, the most important aspect is that this profession looks incredibly cool. It was this very trait that drew Gu Yeming to play as a Gunblade Master. Leaning against the wall, Gu Yeming's mind flashed with various memories of the Gunblade Master. This explains why he has talents like Gunblade Master on his panel, which stem from his unique understanding of the Gunblade Master and his high-intensity duels in the arena every day. It was entirely honed through practice. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose the Gunblade Master profession again. After all, the Gunblade Master is the profession he is most familiar with, and he knows the pros and cons of each sub-branch after promotion. However, the issue is that as an NPC entering infinite dimensions in advance, he lacks the ability to respawn infinitely as players do, so his life safety is undoubtedly not guaranteed. Moreover, the Gunblade Master's strength in the later stages will certainly not match that of T0 strength professions. However, the Gunblade Master is still the profession he is most familiar with. Switching to another profession might not be as smooth. He would see how things unfold. Several profession names flashed through Gu Yeming's mind, and he couldn't help but nod. As for whether he can complete this prerequisite task, he is not worried. It's just about escaping a pursuit, not a direct confrontation with the company. He hasn't reached such a foolish point. With his current level strength, if he were to face the cleaner, Li Guang, in an unknown duel, he would still be at a disadvantage even with the enhancement from his profession as a gatekeeper. The significant difference in attribute data cannot be compensated for by mere skill. At that time it was truly perilous. Initially he only wanted to play dead to evade subsequent attacks after respawning. Unexpectedly, the cleaner named Li Guang was so cautious, continuing to fire at him. If luck had been against him and he was hit in a vital area, he might have truly died. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Speaking of which, he has indeed died once. Recalling that sensation not long ago, Gu Yeming couldn't help but clench his fists. Death in normal gameplay is completely different. If it weren't for the NPC template failing to load properly, he might have died without understanding why. This also confirmed that he is different from regular players. He is an NPC. He can die. In the truest sense. Speaking of which, there are still 6 attribute points left to allocate. After opening the attribute panel, Gu Yeming began to allocate his points. Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2. He exhaled, feeling the growing power within him, and relaxed his breath. Da-da. Just as Gu Yeming relaxed his guard, suddenly a sound of footsteps echoed in the alley. This instantly tensed Gu Yeming's entire body, his eyes filled with vigilance. Is it possible? Has the pursuers arrived so quickly? Damn it. He tightly gripped his silenced pistol, aiming the muzzle at the edge of the trash can. Should anything go awry, he would immediately pull the trigger. Thud, a sound suddenly rang out above him. Gu Yeming quickly looked up, his body adopting a stance of readiness. No. The sound came from inside the trash can. Is this person merely throwing away some garbage? Gu Yeming dared not make a sound, not even daring to breathe. A few seconds later, the footsteps next to the trash can sounded again, but the noise faded away. Gu Yeming suddenly exhaled, but at that moment, a large hand covered in white fur suddenly reached for the top of Gu Yeming's head. Startled, Gu Yeming quickly ducked down, narrowly avoiding the grasp of the white-furred hand. Gu Yeming reacted swiftly, rolling onto the ground before suddenly looking up, his eyes meeting a monster covered in white fur. The creature was entirely white-furred, standing like a human with elongated claws at the tips of its fingers, sharp teeth exposed to the air, and a pair of blood-red eyes intently fixed on Gu Yeming. I guessed correctly. Seeing the white-furred monster before him, Gu Yeming showed no signs of fear, but rather a hint of excitement. An experienced monster? Gu Yeming gazed fervently at the white-furred creature before him, his eyes brimming with excitement. In the blue technological dimension there exists such a peculiar monster which, despite its terrifying appearance, is beloved by many players. That's right, it's the white-furred monster standing before Gu Yeming. In the early stages of the game, the white-furred monster possesses a unique characteristic not found in other monsters, which is a large amount of experience. As long as it is killed, players' experience points will surge, accelerating their leveling progress. This is why Gu Yeming was so excited upon seeing the white-furred monster. The white-furred monster contains a substantial amount of experience points, which also leads to its extremely rare occurrence. Very few players have encountered it. However, shortly after the game's launch, many players discovered that the white-furred monster likes to hide in dark environments. It is precisely because of this factor that Gu Yeming chose to hide in the virtually deserted dark alley in hopes of evading the chase while also testing his luck. And now the experienced monster he longed for finally appeared before his eyes. As long as he kills it, Gu Yeming's leveling speed will undoubtedly increase. Thus the success rate of completing the escape task will undoubtedly rise significantly. How fortunate to stumble upon such an opportunity without any effort. Special level white-haired monster. Level 7. Health points 274. Strength 13. Agility 6. Mental 3. Stamina 13. Skills Frenzied Hammer Strike Last Ditch Counterattack. Current level F. Current status Healthy. Assessment Dangerous. Evaluation Experience Monster. This is the mouth of the Experience Monster. Seeing the panel before him, Gu Yeming's eyes flickered with a glint of light. Oh. I remember that when there is a significant level difference it should only display minimal information. I never expected it to have fully investigated everything. Could it be? My detection skills can ignore level differences. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming couldn't help but nod secretly. Roar. Watching Gu Yeming with fiery eyes, the white-haired monster let out a furious roar and rushed towards him with claws bared. I can't confront it, Heaton. Gu Yeming's pupils constricted. With no time to think, he suppressed his excitement and quickly darted to the side. Boom. The white-haired monster's strength was immense. With a swipe of its claw it left a deep scratch on the wall. Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming felt as if he had been doused in cold water, waking him up considerably. This guy's attributes are clearly superior to mine. Aside from mental stats, I am inferior to it in every other aspect. The only consolation is, this guy's intelligence is evidently low. In almost an instant, Gu Yeming analyzed the strengths and weaknesses between them. Fortunately, there are still 3 bullets left in the silenced pistol looted from the previous cleaner. Without bullets he would have to run outside, which would only greatly increase the risk of exposure. In the face of an absolute disparity in attributes, only a fool would confront it, Heaton. But having a firearm changes everything. Gu Yeming made a decisive decision, keeping his eyes firmly on the white-haired monster while retreating deeper into the alley. With only 3 bullets he must ensure they all hit vital spots. Seeing Gu Yeming continually distancing himself, the white-haired monster let out a roar and charged at him furiously. Bang! In the darkness, a flicker of orange-yellow energy flashed, accompanied by the sound of breaking air as a bullet rushed towards the white-haired monster's right eye. Critical hit. Blinding Effect 1. You have dealt 57 damage to Special Level White-haired Monster. Special Level White-haired Monster, remaining health 217274. Roar. The white-haired monster abruptly halted, clutching its right eye in pain, howling continuously as blood flowed slowly from the wound. Its defenses are incredibly formidable. If the bullet did not directly damage its brain but was embedded firmly within its skull, neither deep nor shallow. Stiff. Gu Yeming's reaction was swift. Upon realizing this, he seemed to transform into a different person, quickly stopping in his tracks as a subtle yet fierce aura enveloped him. He fixed his gaze on the white-haired monster's head, swiftly raising his right hand, and in the next second, bang, bang, the gun muzzle erupted with energy as he fired the last 2 bullets. It must be known that if these 2 bullets missed the vital spots or were fired into the air, the impending onslaught of the white-haired monster would be waiting for him. With his attributes, he had no power to resist against the terrifying 13 strength of the white-haired monster. The monster's left eye was struck by a bullet and blood splattered instantly. The other bullet struck the white-haired monster's neck, creating a catastrophic injury as flesh and blood flew, with blood gushing forth continuously. Blinding Effect 1. Critical hit. You have dealt 47 damage to Special Level White-haired Monster. You have dealt 53 damage to Special Level White-haired Monster. Blinding Effect triggered. Bleeding Effect triggered. Special Level White-haired Monster, remaining health 117274. Warning. Special Level White-haired Monster is about to trigger passive skill Last Ditch Counterattack. 2 blood red damage numbers appeared above the white-haired monster's head, and Gu Yeming watched closely as the monster was about to go berserk, feeling a slight relaxation in his heart. As an experienced player who had developed in the blue technology dimension since the newbie phase, he was extremely familiar with most of the bizarre monsters in this dimension, especially the white-haired monster, a special creature with high popularity in the early stages. Last-ditch counterattack, a passive skill of the white-haired monster that triggers automatically when its health drops to a certain level. During this skill's effect, the white-haired monster will ignore all pain from attacks with its consciousness completely replaced by madness. Knowing this, Yeming prioritized shooting out the eyes of the white-haired monster. Only after achieving the blinding effect could the white-haired monster, even in a state of rage, become a mere furious being unable to see anything. Of course, if that were all, it would still be far from enough for Yeming. The bullets were completely exhausted, and without the powerful support of firearms, even the blinded and heavily injured white-haired monster was beyond the level Yeming could contend with. Thus, Special Level White-haired monster suffers from negative effect bleeding. Special Level White-haired monster Health 1. Special Level White-haired monster Health 3. Watching the damage numbers jumping above the white-haired monster's head, Yeming slowly began to retreat. As long as he continued to evade the white-haired monster's attacks, the bleeding effect alone would eventually wear it down completely. This is the victory of attrition. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed in. The white-haired monster's fist covered in white fur lunged towards Yeming's face. Yeming reacted quickly, ducking down swiftly to evade this heavy blow. The alley was still too narrow, he must maintain distance. After dodging several attacks, Yeming seized the gap after the white-haired monster's strike, rolling past it to get behind the monster. The white-haired monster continued to attack wildly, completely consumed by madness, unable to perceive anything, even the sound of Yeming's retreating footsteps behind it. Roar! Seemingly sensing its impending doom, the white-haired monster's attacks became even more ferocious, its roars echoing continuously as it pounded the walls into several dents, breaking several claws in the process. Special Level White-haired monster is bleeding continuously. Special Level White-haired monster Health 2. Special Level White-haired monster remaining health 47274. At this moment, Yeming stood not far behind the white-haired monster, his thoughts slowly drifting. This guy's roar would eventually attract others, it's better to leave early. After all, he had already established a hatred connection with it. Once it died, even from miles away, the system would still recognize the kill of the white-haired monster. Experience rewards are guaranteed. Boss, it seems there's a sound here. Let's check it out. There should be someone inside to extort a little. Hearing these conversations, Yeming's expression suddenly changed. He had already guessed when he discovered the white-haired monster. Although the silenced pistol could conceal his presence, he had no way to muffle the monster's roar, and being discovered was only a matter of time. But he never expected it would happen so quickly. Now it was too late to just walk out and leave. Damn it! Yeming frowned, his mind racing in a frenzy. Calm down. Calm down. He had a good habit. Whenever the situation became extremely dire, he could always calm himself down quickly to devise a countermeasure. After all, in high-intensity confrontations, only by remaining calm could one better analyze the overall situation. Pretending to be a passerby attacked by a monster. No, that's not feasible. The Sin Domain is an ungoverned city located between the borders of various nations, filled with mixed influences and spies from the Morede Company lurking everywhere. Not long ago, while searching for a hideout, he discovered that his wanted posters were plastered everywhere. If he were truly found, the assassins dispatched by the Morede Company would arrive in no time. Wait. A city? Yes, a city. Since it's a city, there must be sewers. With this thought, Yeming quickly looked down at the ground. Damn it. It's too dark to see anything. He couldn't spot any manhole covers. There's no time. Who are you? Who's there? Hearing voices from behind, Yeming frowned and slowly turned around. Outside the alley, three scruffy middle-aged men raised their eyebrows, staring at Yeming. Big brother. He has blood on him. One of the shorter middle-aged men whispered to another. I'm not blind. The other man, clearly the leader, weighed the iron rod in his hand, staring at Yeming. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly trembled as if realizing something. From his perspective it was clear that he noticed the firearm in Gu Yeming's hand and the white-haired monster behind him that was going berserk. He's holding a firearm. And what's that white-haired creature behind him? Wait. That guy's face, I saw it before on a wanted poster on a telephone pole. A wanted criminal from the Morede Company? Watching this bizarre scene unfold, the leader swallowed hard and involuntarily stepped back. The two other lackeys clearly realized this too, and they all tacitly followed the leader, retreating cautiously, fearful of alarming the infamous wanted criminal before them. Hey! Gu Yeming looked coldly at the pale-faced trio, his tone icy as he commanded, "Stand still and don't move." Okay. After confirming that the person before them was indeed a wanted criminal, the leader and his men raised their hands, obediently standing still. They knew this was the Sin domain where anything goes, truly a lawless zone. The wanted criminal before them could easily decide to shoot them dead. What they didn't know was that Gu Yeming's firearm was completely out of bullets. "Don't kill us, we can do anything for you." The leader had also calmed down, assuring Gu Yeming, "Just spare our lives, and that's enough. Do you have a knife?" Gu Yeming ignored the leader's words and asked for himself. "Huh. Yes, I have one." The leader was taken aback, then quickly reacted, nodding as he tossed aside the iron rod and pulled a small iron knife out of his pocket. "Throw it over here." "Okay." The leader dared not disobey. He gently tossed the knife to the ground at Gu Yeming's feet. While pointing his gun at the three leaders, Gu Yeming leisurely picked up the knife from the ground. Small iron knife, quality ordinary, attack power 59, remaining durability 98, level restriction 0, evaluation and unremarkable, little knife favored by thugs. Turn around, stand still and don't move. Don't worry, if you obediently do as told you won't be harmed. Gu Yeming raised the silenced pistol in his hand and ordered the three. Yes. The three leaders nervously turned around, breaking out in cold sweat. Gu Yeming slightly tilted his head, sneaking a glance at the nearly unconscious white-haired monster behind him. After a few seconds, a system notification sounded in his ears. "You have killed a special level, white-haired monster, damage contribution 100. You have received all rewards: 2,387 experience points, 10 permanent extra experience gain, white fur armor. Congratulations on leveling up continuously. Current level 11, free attribute points awarded 16. Yes." Gu Yeming thought to himself as he opened his inventory. He saw a pitch-black firearm and a piece of white fur armor quietly lying inside. White fur armor, quality excellent, provides extra health 80, defense 20, 47, remaining durability 100, level restriction 5, evaluation, a decent piece of armor that can withstand normal impact damage and moderately reduce damage from firearms. Very good. Gu Yeming nodded in satisfaction and then switched to the attribute panel. Attribute panel: Strength 8, Agility 7, Spirit 10, Stamina 9, free attribute points 16, leveling up grants 2 free attribute points, and with 16 points I can easily get through my current weak phase. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Gu Yeming's thoughts began to drift. After a brief moment of contemplation, he started to allocate points. Strength 6, Agility 5, Stamina 5. In the next moment, Gu Yeming's body suddenly trembled as a surge of immense power continuously flowed into him. 1 minute later. Huh. Gu Yeming let out a long sigh, once again focusing his gaze on the attribute panel. Strength 14, Agility 12, Spirit 10, Stamina 14. This way his four main attributes were all more or less balanced. His health points also increased significantly. It seems he still needed to allocate some points to stamina. Then Gu Yeming put on the newly acquired white fur armor. In the next moment, a white fluffy fur coat appeared on his upper body. Each point of stamina corresponded to 20 health points, and with the white fur armor, Gu Yeming's maximum health had now reached 360 points. At last he possessed a sliver of self-preservation. Staring at the newly refreshed attribute panel before him, Gu Yeming could not help but exhale slowly with relief. "Big brother. What are you doing? Tell us what you want, just spare our lives." The gang leader outside the alley broke out in cold sweat and stammered tremblingly. Only then did Gu Yeming fix his gaze on the three figures not far away. Sensing his stare, they swallowed hard and dared not so much as twitch. Perfect timing. A little test. Gu Yeming murmured. The leader shuddered and blurted out, "WH." The next instant a sudden sickening sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The leader trembled all over as his vision began to blur. He looked down slowly and saw a small knife lodged in his chest, blood seeping steadily from the wound. He coughed up blood, lost consciousness, and collapsed to the ground, his eyes still open in final refusal. "Boss!" Two of the men cried out, but before they could react, Gu Yeming suddenly materialized between them. He swept a punch at the man on the left, accompanied by a gust of wind. The man was slammed against the wall, the back of his head shattered, and he fell unconscious to the ground. "Help!" The last man finally regained his wits and shouted. In a heartbeat, Gu Yeming altered his posture, clamped the man's throat, and lifted him into the air. With his throat gripped tight, the man could only emit hoarse, pitiable gasps. "Don't make a sound or your fate will be the same as theirs." Gu Yeming stared calmly into the man's eyes and said softly, "I have some questions. I hope you will cooperate." He eased his grip slightly and the man gulped in air as if resurfacing from drowning. "I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." "Lower your voice." "Oh, okay." Seeing him comply, Gu Yeming asked evenly, "How many years have you lived in Zuayu?" 10. 10 years. "So you were exiled here?" "Yes." "When you came, were there any other people active nearby?" "No. This place is rarely visited. We were just taking a walk, trying our luck, seeing if there were any lone stragglers." At that his heart sank. If they had known a wanted man was here, they would never have come. This was pure suicide. This place is Zuayu, a lawless district. Its residents are either exiles or criminals, and those wanted by Morede Company are the last people you want to cross. One last demand: hand over your entry-exit pass. Gu Yeming continued, his gaze locked on the man's eyes. "Don't try to fool me. Those passes belong only to exiles. Ordinary criminals don't receive such treatment." In Zuayu, exiles were usually guilty of less grievous offenses. Either they had offended someone powerful or committed minor crimes. In civilized cities, with no redemption fees, they were banished here. Exiles enjoyed a privilege ordinary criminals did not: a weekly chance to return home briefly to buy supplies or rest. By surrendering the entry-exit pass to the Zuayu guards, they could leave temporarily. I have one, but it's not on me, it's at home." The man's eyes drifted away. He dared not look Gu Yeming in the face. Gu Yeming nodded as if accepting the explanation. The man was about to continue when his expression froze. In the next instant his sight began to dim. As realization dawned, he glared at Gu Yeming and hissed through clenched teeth, "You traitor!" Looking down revealed Gu Yeming's left arm driven through the man's chest. Gu Yeming paid him no heed and abruptly withdrew his arm. With the obstruction removed, blood gushed from the pierced wound in great crimson sheets. Blood spilled rapidly, the light drained from the man's eyes, and after several seconds his body went limp. Gu Yeming released his right hand and the corpse slumped to the ground. He shook the remaining blood from his hands and looked unmoved at the three bodies on the ground. Their fates had been sealed the moment they spotted him. The leader had clearly recognized his identity, one could tell from the change in the man's eyes. Letting them live would only invite a cascade of troubles. For example, informants. As for being called untrustworthy, Gu Yeming gave a short, mirthless laugh and shook his head, clearly scornful of the accusation. This was Zuayu, a place where trusting words alone was a grave folly. Empty promises carried no weight. These three were no novices. They had lived here for 10 years or even decades. They could not have been ignorant of this truth. They had simply lacked other options. The deterrent of a firearm is powerful even if it is in reality empty of bullets. Had they discovered the pistol was unloaded and charged him together given his previous less advanced attribute panel, although Gu Yeming could still have handled them on 3, it surely would not have been so effortless. Clearly the dramatic boost from the attribute panel had granted him a measure of self-defense in this city. At the very least, dealing with these men posed no problem. His strength had risen markedly. Gu Yeming clenched his fist and felt power coursing through him, and the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease. If he were to face the white-haired creature now, he was confident he could finish the fight quickly, perhaps without even resorting to a firearm. He would not need to rely on protracted bleeding tactics. As for the previous cleaner who wielded a gun, although not invincible, he could be handled with some ease. Of course, that assumed the presence of a firearm. With his current panel, he was not yet at the point of being able to disregard guns entirely. Didn't Li Guang the cleaner die filled with hatred after being hit by bullets? As for the man's claim about an entry-exit pass, Gu Yeming did not believe it. Even if it were true, he would never foolishly follow the man back to his home. Who knew what lay there? Perhaps a dozen people lying in wait. He would not take that risk. By the way, the access pass. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming regained his focus and began to search the 3 corpses on the ground while retrieving the fine iron dagger embedded in the leader's body. In the absence of bullets or other weapons, even the most ordinary knife undoubtedly becomes the first choice. 1 minute later, aside from some money, he found nothing. Sin domain coins 697. Gu Yeming shook his head, his thoughts slowly drifting. It seems what he said was true. However, this does not matter. If there are no changes, there are still other plans. When he was a player before, he had spent a long time in the Sin domain due to some quests. Since the access pass plan isn't feasible, then you'll smuggle in. A few hours later, Gu Yeming, with his face covered by a black cloth, arrived at the wooden door of a grocery store. This is it. Gu Yeming glanced at the sign in front of the grocery store and carefully observed his surroundings. After noticing that there weren't many pedestrians, he slowly opened the wooden door and walked in alone. Creak, after entering the wooden door behind him gradually closed, emitting an unpleasant creaking sound. An old man sitting behind a wooden table noticed and hurriedly stood up, rubbing his calloused hands, and slowly walked towards Gu Yeming, smiling as he said, "Ah, welcome. A customer has arrived. I wonder what you wish to purchase." Gu Yeming stared at the old man, who slowly replied, "I want to escape." Upon hearing this, the old man's previously smiling expression instantly stiffened. A few seconds later, his brows furrowed slightly and the wrinkles on his face deepened, appearing rather unfriendly. He asked Gu Yeming, "Who are you? I have no impression of you. Are you from another gang?" Gu Yeming shook his head and responded lightly, "Of course not. By the way, is this how you treat your guests?" After saying this, he pointed at the gun in the old man's hand, aimed at himself. "Humph." The old man snorted coldly, his expression unfriendly as he said, "Who knows how you learned our signal? Without a referral or recommendation letter, you seem quite suspicious. And covering your face. Could it be that you are a wanted criminal? Old man, I suggest you put down the gun." Gu Yeming's gaze showed no fluctuations as he said calmly, "I will count to 3. Ha!" The old man chuckled coldly and said fiercely, "I will also count to 3. State your origins and purpose or I will shoot." However, the next second, Gu Yeming suddenly moved. He directly grabbed the old man's gun-holding hand. The old man clearly did not expect Gu Yeming to act so unexpectedly, not counting down before taking action. Moreover, his speed was so fast that the old man hadn't even reacted. Seeking death. The old man's eyes narrowed as he was about to pull the trigger when, crack. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the old man's hand was brutally crushed by Gu Yeming, separating bone from flesh. What a grip strength! Ah! The old man screamed in agony. Not having time to pick up the fallen handgun on the ground, he quickly drew a small knife from his waist with his only remaining hand and stabbed directly at Gu Yeming. Gu Yeming, quick on his feet, grabbed the old man's knife-wielding hand. He glanced at the old man, then pressed his thumb against the blade. He applied slight force, crack. The blade instantly shattered. Such monstrous strength. Watching the scene before him, the old man's heart raced and he couldn't help but swallow hard. What to do? What to do? Am I really going to die here? Old man. At this moment, Gu Yeming spoke, his tone cold. "Last chance, take me to see your boss." Upon hearing this, the old man's pupils constricted and he pleaded, I understand, I'll take you to see our boss, just let go." After witnessing what had just happened, he no longer dared to act recklessly in front of Gu Yeming. Such strength! Could it be that he is some kind of superhuman? Thinking of this, the old man no longer dared to act out, becoming increasingly fearful of Gu Yeming. Seeing him agree, Gu Yeming slowly released his grip. Ah! Hiss! The old man quickly drew back his arm, tightly clutching his bleeding wrist, letting out occasional cries of pain. Seeing his cooperation, Gu Yeming continued, "Take care of your wound. First take me to see your boss." "All right. Okay." The old man dared not say anything more. He tore a piece of gray cloth from the table, quickly bandaged his hand, and walked towards the curtain at the back of the grocery store, turning back to Gu Yeming and quietly saying, "Follow me. This gentleman." "Wait a moment." At this point Gu Yeming suddenly said, then walked over to the severed hand on the ground. He picked it up, stored the handgun, and tossed the severed hand to the old man not far away. The old man hurriedly caught the severed hand. After stowing it away, he turned to Gu Yeming and forced a few smiles before turning to pull aside the curtain and walking inside. As for the handgun, he chose to ignore it. Inferior handgun quality, ordinary attack power 715, remaining durability 47 bullets, 77 level limit 1, source rough craftsmanship, evaluation trash that does not even meet basic standards, suitable only for dealing with ordinary people. Gu Yeming merely glanced at the weapon panel, then lost interest and placed it into his item inventory. Tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard. However, it was still much better than the fine iron dagger. He shook his head and followed the old man into the curtain. Inside was a long underground passage with some dusty pendant lights hanging above, the yellowish light flickering intermittently, clearly having been neglected for years. Before long the two arrived at a large wooden door. "This is it." The old man tightly clutched his severed hand, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead, clearly struggling with the pain. Gu Yeming made no move but simply pointed at the door and said, "Open it." "All right." The old man sighed, adding another label to Gu Yeming. Cautiously, creak, the old man slowly opened the door and a splash of colorful light gradually seeped through the crack. The wooden door was fully opened, revealing a bar filled with bright lights and enticing drinks, or perhaps a dance hall. The intense music constantly pounded against their eardrums, with a cacophony of voices ringing out. In the center was a densely packed crowd, moving their bodies in sync with the music. Watching the scenes before him, Gu Yeming felt no surprise. Because long ago, when he was still a player, he had been here before. At that time he was merely completing a side quest, hunting down a fugitive hidden here and killing him. Returning to this place now, his identity was entirely different from before. Now he was a former test subject of the Morede Company, a wanted criminal in the Sin domain, and a soon-to-be smuggled free man. "Hey old Wong, what brings you over here? Shouldn't you be minding your gait?" A tattooed man in flashy attire approached from a distance, a beautiful woman clinging to his arm, her eyes languid and alluring. The tattooed man had barely opened his mouth to tease the old man when in the next instant he froze mid-step, his gaze sharpening with sudden gravity. For he had just seen the old man's severed palm. His brows knitted tight as he began to speak, then abruptly cut himself off. He snapped his mouth shut, feigning ignorance of both the old man and Gu Yeming standing behind him, and calmly steered the woman away. Better to avoid trouble than invite it. "Humph, a cowardly wretch," muttered old Wang, casting a disdainful glance after the retreating figure before shuffling toward a small partitioned booth in the corner. Gu Yeming followed closely, and simultaneously summoned his backpack, readying himself for combat. Upon opening the booth's narrow door, they were met with several broad-shouldered tattooed men, bare-chested, lounging on the sofa, laughing and drinking heartily. One burly man with a slick oil-sheened pompadour spotted them at once. His eyes first lingered sharply on Gu Yeming behind the old man, then narrowed as he addressed the elder. "Old man, just who is this person behind you? And who severed your hand?" At those words the old man seemed to have found his long-awaited confidant. Tears welled instantly in his eyes as he hurried to the pompadour man's side and pointed fiercely toward Gu Yeming at the doorway. "Boss, it's him. He cut off my hand. And, worse still, he had the audacity to tell me to bring him here to see you, claiming he wanted to test his mettle against you." Hearing this, Gu Yeming cast a cold, expressionless glance at the old man, utterly devoid of emotion. That single look sent a jolt through the old man. He swallowed hard, then glanced nervously at the boss seated nearby. Only then did he breathe slightly easier. "What? Though the Pompadour man remained silent, several underlings sprang to their feet, glaring furiously at Gu Yeming. Yet the boss issued no command, and so they merely stood there seething but motionless. After absorbing the old man's account, the Pompadour man frowned deeply and fixed his gaze upon Gu Yeming. "A guest is always welcome, please sit." Suddenly he spoke. The old man opened his mouth to interject, but one sharp glance from the boss silenced him instantly. "Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble." Gu Yeming casually dragged over a stool, sat directly across from the Pompadour man, crossed his legs, steepled his fingers, and gazed calmly into the man's eyes. "I have a proposition, one I'm certain you won't refuse." "Oh." Rather than taking offense, the Pompadour man regarded him with intrigued curiosity. "A proposition?" With that he flicked a subtle gesture toward one of his underlings. The underling understood instantly, stepped outside the booth and gently closed the door behind him. The boss continued, "Might I ask your name, brother? You've come masked, surely you have your reasons." Gu Yeming shook his head, then swiftly yanked off the black cloth concealing his face, revealing his true features, and offered the boss a faint knowing smile. He knew this man was profoundly cautious. Without revealing his identity, no serious discussion of business would ever begin. Worst case, the negotiation would collapse before a single word was spoken, and the boss would turn hostile on the spot. Under current circumstances, lowering the man's guard was the first prerequisite for any deal. Witnessing this, the Pompadour man's brow furrowed deeper, thoughts churning slowly. So young. What could possibly back such boldness? Daring to stir trouble on my own turf. Wait, that face. I've seen it somewhere before. As realization dawned, he leaned close and murmured something into his underling's ear. The underling nodded and promptly left the booth. Gu Yeming needed no explanation. He guessed immediately they'll be cross-referencing me with a bounty notice. 1 minute later, the underling returned clutching a portrait in his hand. Gu Yeming glanced at it, his own face stared back with unnerving fidelity. The Pompadour man accepted the portrait, studied it intently for several seconds, then laid it flat on the table and slid it slowly across to Gu Yeming. His voice was low, deliberate. "This man is you, isn't it?" "Yes," Gu Yeming admitted plainly, no need to deny it. "A wanted fugitive who walks brazenly onto my territory. Don't you think that's rather arrogant?" The boss lowered his eyelids, glinting malice flashing in his gaze, while a small knife spun deftly between his fingers. "Bear in mind, I could report you to the corporation right now and claim the reward." "Oh, and what if I simply seize you myself and deliver you to them? Might they offer me even more?" With that he suddenly jabbed the knife's tip toward Gu Yeming. Click! Instantly every other man drew their firearms, aiming in unison at Gu Yeming seated at the center. Most would have crumbled in terror at such a display, but Gu Yeming merely chuckled softly. "If you truly intended to act, you have done so already. You're still talking because you're genuinely interested in my proposal, am I right?" The boss gave no reply, but raised a hand signaling his men to lower their weapons. Then he said, calm and measured, "Go on then. Tell me about this proposition. But know this, if it fails to meet my expectations, you won't be leaving this room." "Hold on a moment." In a blur, Gu Yeming produced a finely forged iron dagger from nowhere, and hurled it straight at the old man across the room. The entire motion lasted less than half a second. Augmented by 14 points of raw strength, the dagger shot forth with such velocity that no one present could react in time. "Boss, save me." The old man couldn't evade. He watched paralyzed as the blade streaked toward his forehead. Thwip! The iron dagger pierced clean through his brow and exited the base of his skull. His face remained locked in abject horror as he collapsed rigidly onto the floor. "You're dead meat." The Pompadour man finally snapped, roaring as he surged to his feet, hand diving for his holster, only to find Gu Yeming already aiming a pistol squarely at his chest. The boss froze, every muscle locked, breath held, utterly immobile. Now, calm down, Boss Huang. We're still negotiating, aren't we?" Gu Yeming held the pistol steady, offering a serene faint smile. At the name Boss Huang's pupils contracted violently. "What did he say? Huang boss? He knows my real name?" The bald, broad-shouldered man's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Gu Yeming, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. In the Sin Zone, he was one of the local underworld bosses who controlled smuggling routes and ran a bar, known only by the alias Brother Long. Yet this was not his true identity. His real name was Huang Kenshin, registered in the Stellar Empire, a native-born citizen of that realm. His operations in the Sin Zone were merely a front. Behind the scenes, he secretly conducted human trafficking with the local branch of the Morede Corporation. Human trafficking was taboo everywhere, except within corporate jurisdiction. To the other 4 empires, it was an unforgivable crime, utterly intolerable under any circumstance. If word leaked that a stellar citizen was clandestinely engaged in such illicit trade within the Sin Zone, so-called concerned citizens would descend upon him within hours, no need to wait until the next day, to assassinate him in cold blood. That was precisely why Huang Kenshin reacted so violently when Gu Yeming uttered his true name. As for how Gu Yeming knew his real identity, that was because during his time as a player, Gu Yeming had spent an extended period in the Sin Zone, long enough to know its underworld figures intimately down to their darkest secrets and hidden dealings. Thus he walked boldly into this den to confront Huang Kenshin hidden. Without the intelligence and experience gathered during his prior life as a player, he would never have risked his life so recklessly. After all, his current stats still rendered him vulnerable. Even ordinary firearms posed a genuine threat. But he understood Huang Kenshin uttering his name would instantly sow hesitation. And indeed, just as Gu Yeming anticipated, Huang Kenshin now found himself deeply unsettled, his mind racing, calculating, probing for answers. Only the corporation, his direct contacts, and perhaps no one else knew his true name, not even his own underlings present here. If this bounty hunter knew his real name, then the odds were nearly 80% that he also knew about those covert, unspeakable transactions. If this man exposed those deeds. At the thought, a chilling sharpness deepened in Huang Kenshin's eyes. He must not leave here alive. Yet despite this conviction, Huang Kenshin dared not move a muscle, not with that pistol leveled directly at his temple. By now the others had already drawn their pistols and aimed them at Gu Yeming, but held their fire restrained solely by their fear of endangering Huang Kenshin. The air grew thick, heavy with tension. For now, calm him down. Put your guns down, Huang Kenshin suddenly commanded. His men exchanged glances before slowly lowering their weapons. Gu Yeming kept his pistol trained steadily on Huang Kenshin, silent, unmoving. Seeing this, Huang Kenshin said nothing, merely settled back into the sofa behind him with feigned nonchalance, then spoke coldly, "Young man, you disarmed one of my men right here in my territory, and killed him outright. Don't you think that's gone too far?" Gu Yeming merely shrugged, then pointed toward the partition door behind him. "Have them all leave." Huang Kenshin's brows knotted as he scrutinized Gu Yeming's eyes, searching for a tell for weakness, but found only absolute stillness, utterly unreadable. "All of you, leave." He shook his head slightly and gestured dismissively to his men. "Boss, but..." "Do as I say." They exchanged hesitant glances, then filed silently toward the partition door. Before exiting, each made a swift, throat-slitting gesture toward Gu Yeming, a silent, venomous threat. Within moments the entire chamber stood empty, save for Gu Yeming and Huang Kenshin alone. "There, we've done as you asked. Everyone's gone. So tell me, what do you intend to do?" Huang Kenshin spoke icily, visibly ill at ease beneath the pistol's unwavering aim. Now that they were alone, Gu Yeming casually holstered the shoddy pistol he'd taken from the old man, then tossed it aside. It vanished midair as if erased by sleight of hand. Huang Kenshin froze, his expression rigid, his inner composure shaken. Again, just like before, the weapon moved as though part of him, appearing and vanishing at will. Could he be a metahuman? At that thought, Huang Kenshin elevated Gu Yeming's threat level yet another tier. In truth, he was overthinking it entirely. Gu Yeming had simply stowed the pistol into his system's inventory. But Huang Kenshin could never fathom such a thing. To him, this was irrefutable proof of metahuman ability. TCH. If he is a metahuman, then none of this is surprising. No wonder the corporation issued a warrant for him, and no wonder the old man fell so easily. Just as Huang Kansheng spiraled deeper into speculation, Gu Yeming spoke calmly, "All right, Mr. Huang, now that the bystanders are gone, let's discuss business properly." "You know my name?" Huang Kansheng snapped back to attention, brow furrowed in wary confirmation. "Of course. Mr. Huang, if I truly meant you harm, I wouldn't have come here at all. I could simply report you to the Stellar Empire authorities. Coming here unarmed, unguarded, like walking straight into a tiger's den, is hardly the act of someone seeking trouble." A faint knowing smile played across Gu Yeming's lips, as if every thread of the situation lay perfectly within his grasp. Hearing those words, Huang Kansheng finally understood. So he does know about the trades. And he doesn't seek open confrontation, otherwise he'd have used my real name outright, not this polite mocking Mr. Huang. This is both a warning and a threat. Realizing it, Huang Kansheng exhaled imperceptibly, his shoulders relaxing almost instantly. If there's room for negotiation, then all is well. Huang Kansheng flashed his practiced insincere grin and addressed Gu Yeming warmly, "Ha, so it was all a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Since you've shown such goodwill, this deal is certainly worth discussing in depth. Now that everyone's gone, why don't you tell me exactly what kind of business you have in mind?" "It's quite simple," Gu Yeming directly cut to the chase. "You are aware of my identity, so I need to smuggle myself to another country to escape the Sin domain." Upon hearing this, Huang Kansheng raised an eyebrow. He initially thought the other party would propose some remarkable business, but it turned out to be just smuggling. This immediately drained his interest. "Oh, smuggling? I happen to have a few orders for that as well. Since you already know what I do, you must be aware of the fees required for smuggling. You should know, right?" Huang Kansheng completely relaxed and his tone became casual. He wasn't afraid that the other party would actually shoot him. After all, they had just let others leave, which indicated that despite likely being an ability user, they still feared firearms. And since the other party had this need for smuggling, it was clear they wanted to survive, so he was confident that the other party would not take any reckless actions. Regarding the fact that the other party knew his identity, that would need further investigation later. As for the fees, of course I know. Gu Yeming showed no reaction, still smiling lightly. 500,000 Sin domain coins, right? However, I don't have any money. Upon hearing this, Huang Kansheng furrowed his brows tightly, momentarily unclear about what the other party was trying to convey. No money? Then what was there to discuss? Is he trying to threaten me? Just when he was getting impatient, Gu Yeming's next sentence made him completely uneasy. "But I possess a wealth of information related to the Morede Corporation. For example, hidden secret experiment locations and trading information scattered across various places. And most importantly, human experimentation." Hearing this, Huang Kansheng suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Yeming, speaking with a grave tone. "Are you sure? Don't make such jokes to deceive me." "Of course not." Gu Yeming waved his hand and continued, "Although Boss Huang has cooperated with the company many times, you wouldn't mind selling such secret information to other countries, would you? After all, part of the experimental subjects were sent over by you, Boss Huang. You should be more aware of this. You should understand better than I do the wisdom of not putting all your eggs in one basket." Hearing these words, Huang Kansheng let out a cold laugh, saying, "I don't believe that you, this so-called bounty criminal, actually possess the information you claimed. The company's confidentiality is extremely strict. One could say it's among the best in the world. Based on what you just said, don't you find it amusing? Moreover, on what grounds do you think I would sell information about the company to other countries? You should know that the company has zero tolerance for traitors. Do you think I would take that risk? I am absolutely loyal to the company. How could I possibly do such a thing?" Huang Kansheng spoke with conviction. If it were anyone else, they might have been intimidated. But Gu Yeming merely smiled. According to the current version's progress, Huang Kansheng before him would become a key character in the upcoming 1.2 version. The reason is, naturally, that he would defect. So everything the other party just said, Gu Yeming simply regarded as a joke. Just a fence-sitter, yet here he is claiming loyalty. Looking at the smiling Gu Yeming, Huang Kansheng couldn't help but feel a chill rising within. What is he smiling about? Damn it, could it be that he truly thinks he has me under control? A true starborn person claims to be loyal to the company, what would others think? Gu Yeming's shocking words completely threw Huang Kansheng off balance. Damn it. This guy is indeed threatening me. Huang Kansheng's pupils suddenly constricted, but he quickly adjusted himself and coldly said, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave today? Sorry, but I really can. This was a thought Gu Yeming did not vocalize, only reflecting inwardly. If the previous individuals were still inside the compartment surrounded by dense gunfire, it would undoubtedly be difficult to ensure their safety. However, currently there were only him and Huang Kansheng. He could very well directly shoot the other party and slip away before the others even reacted. Although he could not completely disregard the attacks from firearms with his current panel and the white fur armor on him, along with being a master of agility. Not to mention returning with only light injuries would be more than enough. Of course, he was also certain that the other party would compromise, otherwise they wouldn't have taken such a risky action. Just not sure if this action of mine will accelerate the version's progress. Huang Kansheng looked at the calm Gu Yeming and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy is so calm. Isn't he the least bit concerned about his life? Or does he really have some means to ensure his safety? With this thought, Huang Kansheng frowned and his mind made a decision. Currently it's just the two of us here. No matter what, I must keep him stable for now. Listening to the so-called intelligence he has wouldn't hurt. Huang Kansheng pretended to cough and said seriously, in that case, why don't you tell me about this so-called intelligence of yours? If it's indeed accurate, then helping you leave the Sin domain is only right. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yeming suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, revealing it was densely covered with black characters. In the next moment, Gu Yeming slowly pushed the paper across the table towards Huang Kansheng, then gazed at the other man with a faint smile. Seeing this, Huang Kansheng became even more convinced of his earlier suspicions about Gu Yeming. This preparation is so thorough. It seems this guy knew I would relent. TSK. It's truly unpleasant. Huang Kansheng grabbed the paper and began to scrutinize it closely. A few minutes later, cold sweat slowly trickled down Huang Kansheng's forehead as he looked at the intelligence in his hand, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Yeming with a look of suspicion. This. Huang Kansheng couldn't help but click his tongue. The contents of the intelligence far exceeded his expectations. He had carefully analyzed it. He still understood some intelligence about the company, and the information documented on this paper was almost identical to what he had in mind. No, it was exactly the same. He was merely one of the leaders of a small gang in the Sin domain, so his understanding of the company was naturally very shallow, with only a pitiful amount of intelligence in hand. Yet he could still discern some truth from it. After this comparison, it seems that the intelligence recorded on this paper was indeed all true. With this thought, Huang Kansheng's mouth slightly opened. Gu Yeming naturally noticed this. A fleeting glint of unfathomable light flashed in his eyes, already feeling confident. It's done. The intelligence he provided to Huang Kansheng was indeed real, but among the vast information he currently possessed regarding the company, these pieces of intelligence were of moderate importance, enough to allow Huang Kansheng to compare, but also serve as a means of intimidation. Given Huang Kansheng's position as a local tyrant, this intelligence was precisely tailored to satisfy his appetite without exceeding his psychological threshold, thereby significantly increasing the success rate of his agreement. If he were to provide some extremely confidential intelligence to Huang Kansheng. With this thought, Gu Yeming's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze towards Huang Kansheng now bore a hint of murderous intent. Although it wasn't time to turn against each other yet, this local tyrant would certainly report him to the company in secret later. The intelligence was too important, crucial enough that he couldn't dare to have even a hint of concealment or overstepping with the company. This was why Gu Yeming chose to sort the intelligence in this manner, constantly manipulating Huang Kansheng's psychological defenses. Huang Kansheng swallowed hard and suspiciously asked Gu Yeming, is this intelligence all true? Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming merely smiled and said, on this matter, boss Huang, you know better than I do. Hearing this, Huang Kansheng tightened his grip on the intelligence, crumpling it into a ball. This was not a sign of turning against each other, but rather excitement. If the intelligence in his hand were true. With this thought, Huang Qiansheng couldn't help but feel excited. He could fully handle this intelligence. And even sell it to other forces or even countries. By then he could completely achieve a cross-class transformation. As long as he had a substantial amount of assets, he could leave the Sin domain. After paying the ransom, he might even have an abundance of wealth. Doing all these miscellaneous businesses in this hellish place of the Sin domain isn't the goal, just to leave this wretched place. He had completely had enough of living in the Sin domain. Even if he had money here, he could only bow and scrape before those big shots. He wasn't some formidable figure, and he had no intention of continuing to develop in the Sin domain. As long as he could leave the Sin domain based on the assets acquired from selling intelligence, he could directly leap over the ordinary class and even squeeze into the ranks of the wealthy. By then making money would be a breeze. The excitement in Huang Qiansheng's eyes was almost overflowing. So what do you think, Boss Huang? Gu Yeming smiled lightly and said, is this sufficient? It's more than enough, completely enough. Huang Qiansheng almost burst into laughter, already imagining the beautiful life ahead. Suddenly, as if realizing he had lost composure, Huang Qiansheng coughed seriously and quickly adjusted himself before speaking to Gu Yeming. Well, if the intelligence you provided is accurate, I can certainly guarantee to help you smuggle out of the Sin domain. With that, he suddenly changed the topic and continued, however. If you choose to leave the Sin domain through non-standard channels, young brother, you must be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming nodded and replied, I understand the rules. Gu Yeming naturally understood the implications of Huang Qiansheng's words. In the Sin domain, if one leaves through illegal means, the subsequent life will be exceedingly difficult. No country or force would welcome you. You would have no legal identity, and even basic needs like eating and sleeping would be a problem, not to mention constant vigilance against identity checks. However, Gu Yeming was quite indifferent to all this. He had already thought about where he would go after leaving the Sin domain. If it weren't for the company's pursuit, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave the Sin domain, would he? Why not just secretly develop? With 11 days left until the game's public beta, he needed to develop well during this time, as he still had to reap the players' profits later. Very well, I will take this deal. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Huang Qiansheng chuckled heartily, stroking his slick back hair, revealing a set of relatively healthy yellow teeth. He did not show any signs of discomfort, as if the previous statement about not betraying the company had never been uttered. Gu Yeming also did not expose it. The two merely shared an unspoken understanding. This is just a part of the information. Once I successfully smuggle myself out, I will have the final part for you. At this moment, Gu Yeming added. The purpose of saying this was naturally to whet the appetite of the fence-sitter before him, to avoid any subsequent issues. Oh. All right. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiansheng nodded with a smile. He opened a nearby drawer and took out a receiver, tossing it to Gu Yeming casually, then continued, I won't escort you any further. In 2 days I will contact you with this receiver, and you can just come over then. Gu Yeming nodded, weighing the receiver in his hand. In the next moment, the receiver suddenly vanished from sight. Naturally, it had been placed into his system backpack. This action was also a covert warning to Huang Qiansheng not to entertain any improper thoughts. Huang Qiansheng seemed oblivious, smilingly gesturing for Gu Yeming to leave. Gu Yeming stood up, turned and opened the door to the compartment behind him, ignoring the fierce gaze of the guard nearby, and walked back towards the wooden door he had come through. After he left, Huang Qiansheng also exited the compartment, gripping the piece of information tightly in his hand as if afraid it would be snatched away. Boss. Is everything all right? Your little brother stepped forward and asked with concern. It's fine. Huang Qiansheng shook his head, replying casually before falling silent as if lost in thought. The little brother seemed to notice this, so he cleverly summoned others to enter the compartment, dragging out the old man's body while also checking around the compartment. After confirming there were no issues, the little brothers dragged the old man's body and greeted Huang Qiansheng before going back to their own tasks. Huang Qiansheng didn't even glance at the old man's body. Nothing was more important than the future in his hand. Originally I wanted to deal with him directly, but now that I think about it, perhaps it's better to let it go. Huang Qiansheng recalled the earlier scenes and the intense killing intent within him diminished significantly. With so much information, coupled with the opponent's remarkable abilities, it seems he is undoubtedly an ability user. Even if I forcibly detained him, it would likely cost me a significant price. The other party probably just wants to leave here. The question is whether they will reveal the details of the transaction afterwards. Thinking of this, Huang Qiansheng's brow furrowed again. He licked his lips and a conjecture suddenly surged into his mind. What if I report secretly to the company? Having this part of the information would be enough. Being too greedy is not good. That guy's bounty is quite substantial, it's hard not to be tempted. Moreover, I can't deal with an ability user, but the company can. For a colossal entity like the company, dealing with a mere ability user should be a breeze. Besides, that guy is a wanted criminal that the company has no reason not to deal with him. Thus both the information and the potential risk of leakage would be firmly in my control. Huang Qiansheng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cunning look in his eyes. After exiting the tunnel and leaving the grocery store, Gu Yeming first vigilantly observed the surroundings for a moment. Seeing nothing amiss, he then concealed his identity again and walked slowly down the stinking street. In this way, the channel to leave the crime domain has finally been opened. Next, as long as he is careful not to be discovered, everything should be smooth sailing. But the problem is, one must always play it safe. I do not possess the function of player revival. If I die, that's it, there will be no chance for recovery. At this moment, Gu Yeming suddenly stopped in his tracks, stroking his chin as if he had thought of something. He seemed to have made a mistake. No, indeed, I must play it safe. That Huang Qiansheng guy claimed to be loyal to the company one moment, then clutched the written information tightly the next. Dealing with him requires utmost caution. With this in mind, Gu Yeming made a decision. He turned his steps towards a clearly defined destination. The Red Blood Agency, the Crime Domain, Company Branch, Executor's Office. A tall man with thick messy black hair dressed in a flashy suit was currently leaning against a soft leather sofa wearing a sleep mask, seemingly asleep. Ding ding, suddenly the communicator in his ear rang. He jolted awake, reluctantly lifted the eye mask, revealing his handsome face with long eyelashes framing emerald-like eyes. Really, I can't believe it. I was sleeping soundly and you woke me up. The suited man exhaled heavily, then pressed a finger on the communicator lazily, saying, "What is it? Is it another boring task to clean up the gangs? Or are we going to hunt those bizarre monsters?" "Yang Qingli, the company's affairs are your responsibilities." The male voice from the communicator hadn't finished speaking before Yang Qingli interrupted him, responding with evident impatience, I know, the company's affairs are our mission, right? That's such an old cliché, can't you change it? TCH. Yang Qingli snapped with displeasure, then continued to ask, "So what troublesome matter do you want me to handle this time?" The male voice fell silent for a moment, then said, "You should know that experimental subject number 1145 has escaped, right?" "I don't know." Yang Qingli denied with a deadpan expression. The male voice seemed baffled by his reaction, remaining silent for a moment before continuing, "Our branch has an experimental subject that has escaped and we can't report to the headquarters. So I want to ask you to settle this matter quickly. Is this it?" Yang Qingli frowned and said impatiently, "Isn't this something the cleaners should handle? Why involve me? The cleaner, Li Guang, is dead." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yang Qingli raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Although those cleaners are mediocre, they are not something ordinary people or experimental subjects can mess with. They cost quite a bit. Are you sure this Li Guang guy died at the hands of that experimental subject?" "Of course. He hasn't responded since, so he probably met with an accident. I miscalculated the combat power of that experimental subject. To be able to take down a cleaner, his strength is definitely beyond level. He should have reached level. So you want me, an executor, to kill that experimental subject? Isn't that overkill? Just in case that experimental subject is not as simple as we imagine. Moreover, we already know his location provided by Huang Sancheng, one of our many cooperative gang leaders. So please resolve this matter quickly. The other branches are watching us and laughing at us. To avoid alerting the snake, we will take action in 2 days. If you really can't wait, you can go now, but you wouldn't, would you? After all, with your temperament, I'm afraid. Got it, in 2 days. Just consider it a walk outside. I'm hanging up. Ignoring the male voice's subsequent words, Yang Qingli decisively disconnected the call, quickly put on the eye mask, and lay back on the sofa, drifting off to sleep within moments. In the communication headset, the male voice fell silent, seemingly accustomed to Yang Qingli's style. Forget it, it's good enough, that he agreed. Dealing with an experimental subject is a piece of cake. The male voice clearly had great confidence in Yang Qingli's abilities, and soon after he disconnected the call. 2 days later. Nighttime on the crossroad. Gu Yeming strolled down the street holding a rather disgusting bug cake. He showed no signs of disgust as he forced it into his mouth, quickly chewing a few times before swallowing, fearing the taste would linger too long in his mouth. Tisk, there really isn't anything good in the Sin domain. Those good things are probably all in the hands of the big shots. Gu Yeming forced himself not to vomit, his face paling significantly. He had lived in the Sin domain for a while as a player and had eaten plenty of bug cakes. However, at that time he could adjust his senses and lower his taste sensitivity to ignore the taste of the bug cake. Some curious players were different. They not only did not lower their taste sensitivity but even cranked it up, reportedly enjoying the stimulating flavors immensely. As for those curious players, Gu Yeming could only say he respected them but could not understand them. Time was almost up. Gu Yeming wiped the crumbs off the corner of his mouth, a strange glimmer flashing in his dark eyes. Beep beep, sure enough, the radio suddenly received a message. Summoning the radio from his system backpack, Gu Yeming pressed the button and Huang Kenshin's voice came through. Little brother, time's up. Come to the grocery store and don't let anyone see you. Once finished, the radio fell silent. Gu Yeming paused for a moment, confirming that no further sounds came from the radio before tossing it back into the system backpack and heading toward the grocery store. A few minutes later, Gu Yeming, his face covered, arrived at the door of the grocery store. A little brother from the guild hurriedly approached and whispered the code. Get away. Gu Yeming replied. The little brother nodded, then opened the door behind him, stepping aside. Gu Yeming slowly walked in, and before his eyes was Huang Kenshin sitting at a table not far away, smoking. You're here? Upon seeing Gu Yeming, Huang Kenshin casually tossed away his cigarette butt and pointed to a few people nearby, saying nonchalantly, they are like you, preparing to smuggle out of the Sin domain. Gu Yeming turned to look. In the corner, a plump man was vigilantly scanning the surroundings, showing a strong sense of caution. Another was a heavily made-up woman holding a mirror and continuously touching up her makeup. Unfamiliar. There shouldn't be any problems, but still it's better to be cautious. After sizing them up from head to toe, Gu Yeming shifted his focus to the last person. Very different from the other two, this individual seemed to lack any insecurity. Dressed in a clean and tidy suit, tall and lean with tousled black hair, his emerald-like eyes were curiously fixed on Gu Yeming. Gu Yeming's pupils suddenly contracted. He did not expect this person to appear here. One of the company's executors, Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli. Back when he was still a player, he had naturally heard of this executor's name on the player forum. A dangerously combative figure, a remarkably strong combat personnel in the Sin domain company branch. His ability was exceedingly simple: extreme physique with physical strength unmatched among all executors. Compared to him, the previous sweeper Li Guang was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The moment he saw Yang Qingli, Gu Yeming immediately realized Huang Kenshin had indeed betrayed him. BOS level unit, Sleeping Lion Yang Qingli, gender male, age 29, race human, level 51, ability extreme physique, active skills heavy artillery strike, powerful punch, overload operation, physical liberation. Passive skills: mastery of combat level 3, mastery of kicking level 3, mastery of movement level 1, mastery of firearm level 1, proficient in knife skills level 2, proficient in sword skills level 1. Attribute panel: strength 58, agility 47, spirit 20, stamina 50, current level C, current status healthy, current affinity 10, hostile health points 29, 80, overall evaluation an extreme physical monster, advisable to run fast or you won't even know how you died. This panel is a one-sided crushing defeat for me. Despite the shock inside, Gu Yeming did not show it. After sizing up Yang Qingli for a moment, he asked Huang Kenshin, how much longer until we leave? In half an hour a vehicle will come to pick you up. We will handle the subsequent process, just don't speak. Huang Kenshin replied calmly. Damn it. He really is playing the part well. After cursing Huang Kenshin inwardly, Gu Yeming continued, I see, then we still have some time. I'll step outside for some fresh air, it's a bit stuffy in here. Now is the hot season and the grocery store has no ventilation, so it is indeed somewhat stuffy. Gu Yeming's statement was not unreasonable. After saying this, without waiting for Huang Kenshin to respond, he slowly turned around and walked towards the door. Just as he thought he could leave successfully, Yang Qingli suddenly spoke up from a distance, I heard you killed a sweeper. 11:45, how did you do it? Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming showed no hesitation. He suddenly slammed open the wooden door and fled at the fastest speed. The moment he moved, Yang Qingli vanished from his seat. Whoosh! With a whoosh, Yang Qingli's figure appeared right in front of Gu Yeming. Without hesitation, Gu Yeming swiftly summoned a firearm from his system backpack and quickly pulled the trigger at Yang Qingli before him. Bang! The tranquility of the night was instantly shattered by the gunshot, and many windows of nearby buildings lit up. Sparks erupted from the muzzle, and with a sound of breaking air, the bullet rushed straight towards Yang Qingli. However, from Gu Yeming's perspective, Yang Qingli suddenly swayed, seemingly pinching something between two fingers. Gu Yeming focused and realized that the bullet he had just shot was being held between those two fingers. Hoo! Yang Qingli blew on the white smoke emanating from the bullet, then with a slight exertion, crack! The bullet was actually crushed in half by him. With the sound of bullet fragments falling to the ground, Gu Yeming wasted no time and turned to run in the opposite direction. Useless! Yang Qingli chuckled nonchalantly, and his figure instantly vanished from sight. In his view, Gu Yeming's speed was slowed down several times. He quickly dashed to a position parallel to Gu Yeming's right and raised his left fist to strike at Gu Yeming. Just as he thought this punch could directly smash Gu Yeming's head, the next second, Gu Yeming seemed to have predicted his movement, quickly bending down to evade before he could throw the punch. The punch swung empty. What? Yang Qingli's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected Gu Yeming to dodge this punch. The speed of this attack was incredibly fast. He should not have been able to react in time. No way, let's try again. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yang Qingli accelerated, and in an instant he was back in front of Gu Yeming, swinging his right fist heavily towards him. Crack! The anticipated scene of blood and flesh splattering did not occur. Instead, a blue barrier suddenly appeared around Gu Yeming, firmly blocking this attack. However, Yang Qingli's power was extremely great. If the blue barrier only held for a moment before shattering. 707 model defense shield has blocked this attack. 707 model defense shield has shattered. This is. Yang Qingli narrowed his eyes, recognizing the blue barrier in an instant. This is the 707 model defense shield. This kid has been in contact with the red blood people? Wait, there's more. Yang Qingli's observational skills were outstanding, and within a fraction of a second he recalled the previous scene. Though it was just a moment, he still noticed it. Just as he swung his right fist, the subject number 1145 had actually made a motion to dodge to the side. This is prediction. Upon realizing this, Yang Qingli's gaze towards Gu Yeming changed instantly. This guy, despite his poor physical attributes, has a remarkably strong combat awareness. And he seems to understand my habits well. Just as Yang Qingli was surprised, Gu Yeming moved. He turned his body, flipped his palm, and a long knife suddenly appeared. Pooh! With the sound of air friction, Gu Yeming swung the long knife towards Yang Qingli's neck. Yang Qingli reacted quickly. In an instant he used his left hand to block the long knife, then pressed down lightly. Crack! The long knife shattered with a sound. Seeing this, Gu Yeming's eyelids twitched violently. He retreated rapidly, creating a safe distance from Yang Qingli. Noticing Yang Qingli had no intention of pursuing, Gu Yeming gradually exhaled, his mind racing with thoughts. Though he knew what his next move would be, the gap in their attribute panels was still too large for him to react. Fortunately, the defense shield blocked that punch earlier, otherwise he would have been severely injured or even dead. The long knife and shield were naturally obtained from the red blood people the day before. In addition to these, he also acquired some grenades and a sniper rifle, making his preparations quite comprehensive. From the very beginning he knew he could not trust Huang Kenshin completely. Therefore, to be cautious, he exchanged company intelligence for weapons, defensive means, and personal safety at the Red Blood Affairs Office, which also had a branch in the Sin domain. Looking back now, he was glad he had such a precautionary thought, otherwise he would have just fallen. However, what he did not expect was that he thought he was well prepared. Even facing several sweepers, he felt he could handle it with ease. Yet a mere escaping experimental subject managed to provoke the company executor to act personally. This is too absurd. He thought there would at most be a few more sweepers. Yang Qingli frowned slightly, carefully observing Gu Yeming not far away, his thoughts gradually swirling. Strange, how could a mere experimental subject possess such strong combat awareness? If he were on the same physical level, he would never have been able to block that knife so easily. Could it be that the enhancement potion has the effect of increasing combat experience? With this thought, Yang Qingli nodded. It's also possible that the enhancement potion has another unknown aspect. In any case, this experimental subject before him is a successful case. Originally intending to kill him directly, it now seems better to capture him alive for further study. Yang Qingli casually shook his head, and just as he was about to make a move, "Sleeping Lion, I advise you not to act." A voice suddenly rang out from the side. Hearing this, Yang Qingli frowned and slowly turned to look at the source of the voice. Before him stood a stern-looking middle-aged man dressed in a black leather coat, his arms tightly covered with mechanical enhancements, gripping a narrow blade gleaming coldly. Gu Yeming glanced at the newcomer, and a property panel suddenly appeared before him. BOS level, Iron Arm, Wei Jianshuan, gender male, age 47, race human, mechanical level 59, ability mechanical modification, active skills small bomb, medium bomb, large bomb, electronic pulse cannon, laser sweep, fire coverage, ion electric / full power state. Passive skills, Master of Combat level 1, Master of Mechanical Manufacturing level 1, Mastery of Movement level 3, Mastery of Firearm level 3, Master of Knife skills level 2, Mastery of Sword skills level 2. Attribute panel, Strength 48, Agility 40, Spirit 61, Stamina 37, Current level C, Current status Healthy, Current affinity 10, Neutral health points 3589, Overall evaluation, a typical skill-based output type, but not someone you can recklessly provoke. Seeing that the newcomer was Wei Jianshuan, Gu Yeming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The day before, when he visited the Red Blood Affairs Office to propose a deal, it was Wei Jianshuan who received him. According to some NPC intelligence compiled by previous players, Wei Jianshuan was a person with a strong sense of justice, deeply detesting the various experiments conducted by the company. Therefore, when he proposed to exchange company intelligence for some weapons, defensive measures, and personal safety, Wei Jianshuan agreed without hesitation. However, he was likely already exposed to the gaze of other factions, right? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fully trust Huang Kenshin, he certainly wouldn't have sought out other factions during a vulnerable period. At that time, it was highly likely that he would be inexplicably labeled with various accusations, forced to cooperate with investigations within other factions' territories. "It's you." Yang Qingli raised an eyebrow in surprise and calmly asked, "Are you here to back that guy? What exactly does he have that makes you Red Blood people take action?" Huang Kenshin had merely informed Gu Yeming of his location and did not disclose anything about the deal or company intelligence. Naturally, Yang Qingli was unaware, which is why he found it strange that the Red Blood people would help a mere experimental subject. "You don't need to know that. Just go back, Sleeping Lion, to avoid losing face here." The middle-aged man did not answer Yang Qingli's question, only responding indifferently. "Ha!" Yang Qingli chuckled lightly, a surge of fighting spirit emanating from him as he smiled and said, "I have long heard of the renowned Iron Arm, one of the Red Blood inspectors. I have always wanted to have a match with you. Now that I have this opportunity, it couldn't be better. I've heard your knife skills are extraordinarily refined. I wonder if they match the rumors." Yang Qingli slowly faced Iron Arm, the veins on his forehead gradually bulging. "I have never failed a mission. If you have the ability Iron Arm, then come and stop me." The moment his words fell, Yang Qingli instantly vanished from sight, turning into a shadow as he rushed towards Gu Yeming. So fast. Gu Yeming's pupils shrank, not willing to sit still. He pushed off with his legs and retreated. Whoosh, the sound of air friction erupted as a narrow blade suddenly flew past Yang Qingli. Yang Qingli abruptly stopped, the force so great that he shattered the ground beneath him. Iron Arm slowly walked in front of Yang Qingli, raising his right hand, and the narrow blade embedded in the building was drawn back to him, gripped firmly in his hand. I told you, Sleeping Lion, it's best to leave now. Otherwise prepare to lose your life. Iron Arm's attitude was extremely resolute, his gaze flashing coldly as he locked eyes with Yang Qingli. Very well. Daring to snatch someone from the company. Yang Qingli smiled slightly, the veins on his arms rapidly protruding like azure dragons coiling around his limbs. Not far away, Gu Yiming noticed the intense atmosphere between the two, his thoughts slowly drifting. Upon realizing this, Gu Yiming's gaze turned cold. It was time to settle the score. Inside the grocery store, Huang Kenshin sat back in his chair, leisurely lighting a cigarette. He could now rest easy knowing the company was taking action. The brat is doomed. Nearby, the fat man and the woman exchanged glances, then the fat man asked Huang Kenshin what happened. Why did that person run? This is a private matter of the company, best not to pry. The car will arrive in 15 minutes, so just wait patiently. Huang Kenshin had no intention of explaining. He merely brushed the question aside. Though still puzzled, the fat man wisely kept his mouth shut. The secrets involved were clearly significant, and it was better not to stir up trouble. Suddenly a scream pierced through from outside. Hearing the scream, Huang Kenshin quickly stood up, pulling out his pistol from his pocket, aiming it straight at the door, ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. The fat man and the woman sensed trouble approaching and slowly retreated into the shadows, fearing for their own safety. What could cause such a scream outside? It sounded like it was right by the door. Could it be that brat? Impossible. Didn't the company take care of him? Just as Huang Kenshin was lost in thought, the main door suddenly creaked open and a round object rolled in. Huang Kenshin quickly aimed his gun at the ground, and as he focused, he realized it was a grenade. His pupils constricted in shock as he instinctively tried to duck for cover, but it was already too late. Boom! The grocery store was instantly engulfed in flames, the tremendous shockwave obliterating the surrounding walls. Seeing this, Gu Yiming retrieved a pistol from his system backpack and calmly walked forward. That grenade was naturally thrown by him, obtained from the Red Blood Agency earlier. The former grocery store had turned into a wasteland, flames raging as various severed limbs lay scattered across the charred ground. Just when Gu Yiming thought Huang Kenshin had been obliterated, a pile of rubble nearby suddenly shifted. Gu Yiming noticed this, avoiding the flames as he approached, clearing away the stones to reveal Huang Kenshin. Huang Kenshin was now missing limbs, his body severely burned, emanating a horrid stench. At this moment he was barely clinging to life, his remaining eye blankly staring at Gu Yiming. He opened his mouth devoid of skin, looking painfully pained as he weakly murmured, "Save. Save me. This guy really has a strong will to live." Gu Yiming looked down at Huang Kenshin with no emotion, slowly aiming his gun at his head. Bang! After the gunshot, Huang Kenshin's head exploded, a mixture of white and red splattering everywhere. His body lay still, he was completely dead. You have killed the ordinary level. Huang Kenshin experience gained 89 points. You have killed the ordinary level. He lay experience gained 50 points. You have killed the ordinary level. Wang Huanhui experience gained 56 points. The system's voice echoed, but Gu Yiming merely glanced at the screen before shifting his gaze away. A pitiful amount of experience. Gu Yiming shook his head and turned to walk in another direction. That direction was precisely where Yang Qingli and Wei Jiankun were battling. Two figures darted back and forth across the street, the sounds of their clashes echoing intermittently. The surrounding buildings had sustained significant damage, and some residents were hiding in the shadows, watching the fight with fear in their eyes. Yang Qingli moved swiftly around Wei Jiankun, hurling massive stones towards him. Wei Jiankun naturally would not be hit by these so-called stones. He raised his mechanical arm palm facing the stones. Boom! With a loud sound, a laser shot out from his palm, obliterating the stones in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, this played right into Yang Qingli's hands. Using the smoke as cover, he instantly appeared before Wei Jiankun. He raised both fists, grinning savagely as he struck towards Wei Jiankun. Crack! With a sharp sound, the blue barrier surrounding Wei Jiankun shattered. This thing again? Yang Qingli clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing his attack had failed, and quickly retreated to a safe distance, coldly asking Wei Jiankun, "So it seems that Brat's 707 defensive shield was provided by you?" Wei Jiankun remained silent, simply aiming his palm at Yang Qingli. "I must not be hit." Yang Qingli's heart raced. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time as a narrow laser shot past his side, the heat wave washing over him. At this moment, Yang Qingli maintained his evasive posture, a cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. He turned to look. A row of buildings nearby had been completely destroyed. Ha! What terrifying destructive power! Witnessing this, Yang Qingli's eyelids twitched violently and he instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, Yang Qingli's figure suddenly appeared at Wei Jiankun's side, his right arm transforming into an afterimage as he struck fiercely at Wei Jiankun's side. However, Wei Jiankun's reaction was equally swift. His right mechanical arm flipped in a way almost impossible for a human, the slender blade blocking Yang Qingli's punch. Boom! At the moment of impact between fist and blade, a massive shockwave reverberated around them, the wind howling. Wei Jiankun furrowed his brow, his right mechanical arm trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, he is a physical monster. This strength is exceptionally outrageous. What's the matter? It seems you can't hold out much longer. Yang Qingli chuckled lightly, then increased his strength. In an instant, Wei Jiankun felt an immense force crashing against his right arm. In the next second, whoosh! Wei Jiankun was directly sent flying by that punch. His reaction was swift. As he was launched, he immediately summoned a blue barrier around himself. Sure enough, Yang Qingli's figure appeared behind him at an incomprehensible speed, and then both fists slammed down. Boom! Wei Jiankun's figure crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sending dust and debris flying. But it wasn't over yet. Yang Qingli's figure instantly appeared before Wei Jiankun, again raising his right arm to prepare for another strike. However, at that moment, bang! A violent gunshot rang out from a distance, followed by a bullet hurtling through the air. PFF. The bullet struck his heart. Yet the physical strength of Yang Qingli was extraordinarily outrageous. This bullet was actually clamped tightly by flesh, showing no sign of penetrating. Cough. Yang Qingli's movement was interrupted as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then glared fiercely at the source of the gunfire. In the distance, Yeming was crouched atop a building holding a large-caliber sniper rifle with white smoke slowly rising from the muzzle. You have dealt 256 damage to BOS level, Yang Qingli BOS level, Yang Qingli's remaining health 2724. Yeming glanced at the screen, refreshing his understanding of Yang Qingli's physical strength. Indeed, it was quite outrageous. The sniper rifle he held was of a quality surpassing all his current weapons combined, a true lethal weapon, yet it only inflicted such little damage. Model 20 large caliber sniper rifle, quality excellent, attack power 150350, remaining durability 99 bullets, 78 level restriction 10, source red blood agency, prosecutor, iron arm, Wei Jianshuan, manufactured. Evaluation crafted by the mechanical manufacturing master Wei Jianshuan. There's no doubt about its quality, just shoot and that's it. Dare to ambush me? Yang Qingli bared his blood-stained teeth, his face turning extremely ferocious. His vision was exceptionally sharp, and even from afar he could clearly see that it was Yeming. Subject 1145, I didn't expect you to have such audacity. Yang Qingli let out an angry laugh, and just as he moved, whoosh, accompanied by the sound of air friction, a long sharp blade suddenly slashed towards his neck. Yang Qingli was startled. He quickly raised his right arm to block it, and the next second the blade embedded itself in his arm, blood splattering everywhere. The attacker was of course Wei Jianshuan. At this moment he was covered in dust, with a large tear in his leather coat and mechanical parts occasionally sparking, evidently damaged from Yang Qingli's previous strike. At this moment Wei Jianchuan was also filled with confusion. That kid actually dared to come. Isn't he afraid that Yang Qingli will really catch him? In fact, Gu Yeming's current attributes could not withstand a direct confrontation with Yang Qingli. Even if he could hold on for several seconds, the final outcome would surely be a complete crushing by Yang Qingli. However, with Wei Jianchuan, another clever powerhouse present, the situation was different. With him restraining Yang Qingli face-to-face, Gu Yeming now had a significant advantage in output. He could simply choose to leave and quietly wait for the two to finish fighting. But he was not willing to. What if he could kill Yang Qingli? At this moment a crazy thought inexplicably surged into Gu Yeming's mind. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with fervor. With Wei Jianken's restraint and relying on his mastery of marksmanship, he could definitely seize the opportunity to strike accurately at Yang Qingli. In other words, the cooperation between him and Wei Jianchuan might just keep Yang Qingli here. And if he really managed to kill Yang Qingli, thoughts flashed in his mind, and Gu Yeming couldn't help but smile. The experience gained from killing someone several levels above him would undoubtedly be substantial. It could even allow him to directly overcome his current weak phase and gain an advantage in battles against other ability users. Unlike Gu Yeming, who was deep in thought, Wei Jianchuan, who was firmly restraining Yang Qingli, was also constantly contemplating. That shot just now was very accurate. I didn't expect that wanted criminal to possess such exquisite marksmanship. Judging by the wounds on Sleeping Lion, he must have used the Model 20 large-caliber sniper rifle I gave him. Even though it couldn't kill in one hit, it could still inflict effective damage on Sleeping Lion. My attacking methods are numerous, but the prerequisite is that I must hit the target. At Sleeping Lion's speed, I can only restrain him at most. I cannot inflict effective strikes. Based on the current cooperation, perhaps I really could keep Sleeping Lion here? Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Wei Jianken's eyes. He originally intended to only restrain Sleeping Lion, as that was the content of their previous deal. But now, he changed his mind. He had never liked the company. After all, in the Red Blood Empire, human experimentation was the most intolerable thing. Every year there are cases of missing persons, and a significant likelihood is that they were sold to the company as lab rats. Not only in the Red Blood Empire, but the other 3 countries are also well aware of what the company is secretly doing, but they are hindered by the lack of evidence. Therefore, the attitude of each country towards the company is quite displeased. Once there is an opportunity, they will unite to attack, as the company's actions are far too excessive. As for why the company hasn't been completely annihilated yet, that is naturally because the company has a vast base of ability users supporting it, making it very strong, and its influence is widespread. Almost every country has company personnel. If war were truly declared against the company, then the entire world would plunge into chaos. Of course, everyone knows the company is conducting these experiments, but is there a possibility that other countries are secretly doing the same? It is precisely because of such suspicions that the peace between countries is merely superficial, while they are actually engaged in mutual competition behind the scenes. And someone like Wei Jianchuan, who possesses a strong sense of justice, would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity to weaken the company's power. As for the earlier damage to buildings and the potential harm to people, this is the sin domain. There are no good people. Thus Wei Jianchuan naturally unleashed his full strength. If it were in a normal area with his lethal weaponry, it was uncertain how many people would be harmed. As for Gu Yeming, for him in this dangerous world, living and becoming stronger was his only goal. As for the lives of others, sorry, he didn't care. At this moment Yang Qingli was firmly held back by Wei Jianchuan, unable to break free. His gaze was fixed on Gu Yeming, who was aiming from afar, his heart calm. This won't do. Sooner or later they will drag him to his death here. How strange, how did these two unrelated people come to conspire together? Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Yeming seized the opportunity and fired again. Bang! The roar of the sniper rifle echoed throughout the area, accompanied by the sound of a bullet tearing through the air, striking Yang Qingli in the neck, blood and flesh splattering. You have dealt 487 points of damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. BOS level Yang Qingli is now bleeding, lasting for 30 seconds. BOS level Yang Qingli is now in a stunned state lasting for 1 second. BOS level Yang Qingli is currently bleeding. In the instant he was hit by the bullet, Yang Qingli felt his vision suddenly turn pitch black, his consciousness growing hazy. A great opportunity. Ignoring the blood splattered on his face, Wei Jianquan's eyes narrowed, raising his left palm to shoot a laser at Yang Qingli's head. However, the next second, Yang Qingli's dazed pupils suddenly regained focus. As if by reflex, he turned his head to evade. The laser grazed his right cheek, the extreme heat burning his right face entirely. At this moment there was no intact skin left on his right face, blood vessels intermingled with charred blood, looking utterly tragic. Get lost. Yang Qingli's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot as he raised his right foot and fiercely kicked toward Wei Jianquan's stomach. Boom! His kick was immensely powerful, sending Wei Jianquan flying backward. The opportunity had arrived. Yang Qingli's eyes glinted with ferocity. Seeing he had momentarily escaped Wei Jianquan's grasp, he dashed toward Gu Yeming without looking back. His speed was astonishing. In just 5 seconds he flew from a kilometer away to the rooftop where Gu Yeming was located. His body crashed onto the rooftop like a missile, shattering it completely. However, to his surprise, Gu Yeming was not there, nowhere to be found. Where is he? A chilling light flashed in Yang Qingli's eyes as he scanned his surroundings, failing to locate Gu Yeming's trace. Ding! At that moment a crisp sound rang out and Yang Qingli froze for a moment. He quickly reacted, wanting to jump down, but it was already too late. Boom! A violent explosion echoed throughout the building. Fiery flames surged into the sky, shining brightly in the night. You have dealt 538 points of damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. From the thick smoke a figure flew out, and it was none other than Yang Qingli. At this moment he looked utterly disheveled, his body riddled with wounds, almost no intact skin left. His once pristine suit was now torn and tattered as he was blasted into the air, disbelief filling his eyes. That experiment. Could it be that he had already calculated this step? How is this possible? Such combat awareness. Even those monsters do not possess it. At this moment Yang Qingli realized he had been completely outmaneuvered by that experiment. Damn! Yang Qingli's bloodshot eyes flared with an overwhelming rage, a surge of fury erupting from his heart. He no longer cared about capturing him alive. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would immediately kill Gu Yeming on the spot. Bang! Just as Yang Qingli was consumed by rage, another gunshot rang out. Thud! The bullet struck his head. You have dealt 589 points of damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. Stun effect. BOS level Yang Qingli is now in a stunned state lasting for 8 seconds. BOS level Yang Qingli is severely injured. Target's attack power 30, speed 20. BOS level Yang Qingli is now briefly unconscious. Yang Qingli's gaze gradually became unfocused and he rapidly fell to the ground, creating a small crater. At this moment Gu Yeming was hiding in a small corner not far away, observing Yang Qingli's condition through the cracks in the walls. The timed grenade that exploded was naturally left behind by him before he changed positions, perfectly timed to coincide with Yang Qingli's arrival on the rooftop. This confirmed Gu Yeming's thoughts. When Yang Qingli discovered he was not at the original location, he would definitely be eager to find his position, thus overlooking the hidden timed grenade. Sure enough, after the explosion and the subsequent shot, Yang Qingli's condition had deteriorated to the extreme. Unfortunately, Wei Jianquan would not be able to reach here in just a few seconds. Otherwise they could have taken advantage of Yang Qingli's dazed state to finish him off. Thinking of this, a hint of regret flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes. As for going up to finish him off, what a joke! Yang Qingli is heavily injured, not on the verge of death. With his current stats, going up to finish off would be seeking death and would completely expose his position. If he were to be discovered by Yang Qingli, after the earlier attempts to ambush and toy with him, Yang Qingli would probably be eager to kill him at the moment. With this in mind, Gu Yeming slightly shook his head. Thus his plan remained to stay put, avoiding any loud movements to prevent being discovered by Yang Qingli, quietly waiting for Wei Jianquan to arrive. Huh! After a few seconds, Yang Qingli's gaze gradually became clearer. Cough cough. He propped himself up violently, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, looking somewhat dazed. His head felt so dizzy he wanted to vomit. Yang Qingli was covered in blood, almost turning into a blood-soaked figure. He supported his forehead with one hand, feeling his vision sway and distort. Gu Yeming, hiding in the shadows, narrowed his eyes, slowly placing his finger on the trigger, once again aiming at Yang Qingli's head. However, he suddenly frowned. His finger that was tightly gripping the trigger relaxed. He summoned the system screen and glanced upwards. BOS level Yang Qingli's maximum health is only 1307 points. Your damage dealt to boss Yang Qingli accounts for 79. Forget it. It's better to wait for Wei Jianxuan to come. Yang Qingli still has over 1,000 health points. Even if this bullet hits Yang Qingli's head again, it wouldn't be able to kill him completely, but would instead expose his position. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yeming ultimately decided to remain still for the time being. After a dozen seconds, Wei Jianken's figure gradually appeared in the distance. Before long, he had come to stand not far from Yang Qingli. That is the sleeping lion. How did he come to be in such a pitiable state? Wei Jianxuan noticed Yang Qingli's condition and felt a deep perplexity stir within him. And where did that wanted man go? Was he killed by the sleeping lion? Or is the sleeping lion's current miserable condition the result of that man's doing? Wei Jianxuan did not hurry to attack Yang Qingli. Instead, he glanced around and failed to spot Gu Yeming's silhouette. Could he have escaped? The thought flashed and vanished. Wei Jianxuan shook his head, abandoned further speculation, and shifted his gaze back to Yang Qingli. Yang Qingli had largely recovered now. Gasping for breath, he looked toward Wei Jianxuan not far away and rasped, "Where is that man? Where did he run off to?" Wei Jianxuan did not answer the question. He merely said coolly, "Sleeping lion, you truly look bedraggled now. Ha! Do you think you did this?" Yang Qingli sneered and taunted, "If it were only you and me, the outcome would surely be my victory. If not for that man interfering at the side, do you really suppose you would still be standing now?" But the problem is, Wei Jianxuan did not take offense. He slowly raised an arm and aimed his palm toward Yang Qingli a short distance away. There are no ifs. No sooner had the words fallen than a beam of laser erupted from his palm. Yang Qingli's eyes bulged. He sprang to his feet to dodge, but at that moment a violent gunshot rang out again. However, Yang Qingli had been prepared. With lightning speed he leapt, and the bullet that had been aimed at his head struck his rib instead. You dealt 219 points of damage to BOS level Yang Qingli. Ugh! Yang Qingli cried out in pain, but his movements were not hindered. Instead, he darted across the rooftops with extreme speed, attempting to flee the scene. Damn test subject. He really was hiding in the dark. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. Had that shot hit the head again, I might truly have fallen here. At present, my condition is not fit to continue the fight. Withdraw for now. It will not be too late to take revenge later. Yang Qingli no longer wished to linger. He pushed his speed to the utmost, became a blur, and within seconds had left Wei Jianxuan far behind. Wei Jianxuan did not pursue. He stood quietly where he was, watching Yang Qingli's silhouette vanish. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Yeming also exhaled a helpless sigh. With Yang Qingli's consummate physique, it would be exceedingly difficult for either Gu Yeming or Wei Jianxuan to catch him. Therefore, the plan to cross levels and kill Yang Qingli had inevitably failed. Nevertheless, overall, at least I survived the executor's onslaught. Had Wei Jianxuan not held him at bay, he would likely have died here in Yang Qingli's hands, filled only with hatred. The disparity in attributes was simply too great. The damage we inflicted on Yang Qingli owed much to the weapons Wei Jianxuan provided, and to my own skill and combat awareness. Come out, little brother. Wei Jianken's voice sounded nearby. He stared intently at a narrow crevice in the corner of the wall. Judging by the earlier gunshot, the wanted man was likely concealed within. Gu Yeming made no move. He remained prone on the ground, his thoughts drifting slowly. Two choices lay before him. First, according to the terms of the deal, Wei Jianxuan would only guarantee his personal safety and nothing more. However, now that Huang Kansheng had been killed by him, there was temporarily no alternate channel of escape. Yet he could add more intelligence to the agreement to barter for a method of leaving the crime zone, and with Wei Jianquan's protection the subsequent tasks would doubtless fall into place. But by doing so he could not be sure whether Wei Jianquan would truly let him go or whether he would be captured and sent to Hongshu Empire for interrogation. Though he knew Wei Jianquan's character and information well, he would not gamble on such a small chance. Second, he could slip away on his own and search for other routes out of the crime zone. But that would return him to square one, and Yang Qingli, having fled, would soon regroup and strike again, perhaps with many men at his back. By that time he might no longer be as fortunate as he was today. After a moment's reflection, Gu Yeming suddenly sighed. He rose, stowed the sniper rifle into his system bag, and then slowly emerged from the shadows. He had made his choice. Wei Jianquan watched Gu Yeming approach and asked in a calm tone, "Were those wounds on the sleeping lion you're doing just now?" Gu Yeming walked up without hurry. He had no reason to conceal it. He nodded and replied coolly, "Indeed it was me." Wei Jianquan heard this and did not press further. He sized Gu Yeming up, then remarked plainly, "Impressive. Given your strength, achieving that was no small feat. Your marksmanship and combat awareness honestly surprised me." "Thanks for the compliment." Gu Yeming did not feign modesty, the fact spoke for itself. He nodded and answered politely, According to our earlier agreement, I provided you with the proper weapons and protection, and in return you give me the company's intelligence. You need not worry about the intelligence. Give me paper and pen or a phone and I can provide it right now." Gu Yeming shrugged. "Very well." Wei Jianquan nodded, then shifted his tone. "To be frank, although your raw strength is comparatively weak, I admire your combat awareness and marksmanship." "Oh." Gu Yeming raised an eyebrow. From that remark he had already guessed what Wei Jianquan might say next. Wei Jianquan paused, then added, "Although I do not know why the company's executors would hunt you so fiercely, even if you are a test subject it would not ordinarily prompt the sleeping lion to act personally. But I will not press you about that. What I mean is, now that the company pursues you, even if you escape the crime zone you could fall into danger at any moment. So, given that, why not join us directly?" A few hours later at dawn. At this moment Gu Yeming sat in a truck gazing blankly out the window, lost in thought. Several hours ago he had naturally rejected Wei Jianquan's invitation. Despite having some understanding of Wei Jianquan's character and believing he would likely not force him into anything, those who joined them might not think the same. A test subject who escaped from the company and possesses crucial information must be controlled first. There were only the driver and him in the truck, which had already left the territory of the Sin domain. His destination was naturally the out-of-control zone, a place rarely visited by humans teeming with bizarre monsters. It would be extremely difficult for the company to hunt him down there. Finding a single person in the out-of-control zone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. His system backpack still contained plenty of food and weapons. Living alone outside would sustain him for a month. He had also obtained a legal identity for life outside, albeit as a stateless individual unable to enjoy local policies in various countries. These items were naturally provided by Wei Jianquan, perhaps out of a fondness for talent, as he still offered him some things even after his rejection. Moreover, Wei Jianquan kept the option of recruitment open. If he ever had a change of heart, he could find him at the Red Blood Affairs office. For this Gu Yeming was quite grateful, as the information he provided about the company was mixed with a fair amount of crucial private intel. It was likely that the company would suffer some losses soon. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming suddenly sighed in relief. The pressure of life in the Sin domain had made him feel on edge to the extreme. Now that he had left the Sin domain he felt considerably more relaxed. Beep! Suddenly a system notification sounded and Gu Yeming glanced over to see a blue screen prominently appear in his line of sight. Escape from the Sin domain, task completion progress. 100 task completed. Congratulations, you have escaped the company's pursuit. Freedom attribute points 4. Class change task has been activated. Finally, the class change task has appeared. A spark of excitement gradually emerged in Gu Yeming's otherwise indifferent eyes. If he did not change classes to a gun sword master, his passive skills would only provide some basic effects at best, such as more accurate shooting and better handling of blades. However, once he changed to a Sword Master, the benefits from these passive skills would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. They could even provide a massive increase in damage. As long as he succeeds in changing classes even with his current attributes, he would no longer be in such a passive position when facing the previous executor Yang Qingli. Though he still couldn't win in a direct confrontation, at least he wouldn't be so constrained. With this thought, Gu Yeming's eyes flickered slightly as he raised his finger and clicked on the class change task. Class change task details your experiences in the Sin domain have made you eager to grow stronger, and now this opportunity has arrived. Task objective: kill 10 strange monsters, white-skinned, kill 10 otherworldly terror wolves, kill 1 devourer. Task reward: class selection unlocked, corresponding class set 1. Task difficulty: hard. Upon seeing this, the spark of excitement in Gu Yeming's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deep confusion. What's going on? Why is the task difficulty so much higher? When he was a player before, his first class change task only required killing a few wild monsters, so how come there are so many more tasks now, even requiring him to defeat a high-risk creature? Gu Yeming furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the word devourer. The image of a bizarre monster slowly emerged in his mind. It was a pitch-black monster standing 4 meters tall, extremely obese, with well-developed limbs, no eyes, and only a foul-smelling, rotting mouth on its face. According to the monster's intel, the devourer was classified as high-risk, strange monster levels: low-risk, medium-risk, high-risk, malevolent, abnormal, destructive, cataclysmic. The devourer's defense was exceptionally high. Ordinary firearms could not harm it at all. Only the 20-type large-caliber sniper rifle quietly resting in Gu Yeming's system backpack could truly inflict damage, and it must hit a vital spot. For instance, the head. Handguns would be utterly useless. Gu Yeming's thoughts gradually floated. If there was anything that could truly inflict damage on the devourer from the outside, it would probably be the 4 high-damage timed grenades in his system backpack. These 4 timed grenades were naturally newly provided by Wei Jianxuan, if the 2 he had before had already been used against the grocery store and the company's executor Yang Qingli. If used properly, killing the devourer was not impossible. He hadn't used his attribute points yet. Strength 2, agility 2. A surge of power suddenly welled up within him. Gu Yeming closed his eyes and carefully felt it. After allocating the points, he opened his attribute panel. NPC template: name Gu Yeming, age 21, gender male, level 11, race human, main profession none, secondary profession none, active skills none, passive skills: mastery of combat level 1, vehicle expert level 3, gun master level 1, sword master level 2, blade master level 2, movement master level 1. Entry: proficient, expert, master, grandmaster, sage talent, Sword Master. You are simply a born Sword Master, and no one is more suited for this profession than you. Attribute panel: strength 16, the higher this attribute the more damage dealt. Agility 14, the higher this attribute the faster the speed. Spirit 10, the higher this attribute the higher the resistance to negative effects. Stamina 14, the higher this attribute the higher the maximum health. Current free attribute distribution points 0. Current level F. Current status healthy, health 360. Overall evaluation much stronger, but still an unhealthy panel. Sir, we've arrived. Just as Gu Yeming was lost in thought, the driver turned to him and said, however, Sir, are you sure you don't want to go to a safe area? This is the out-of-control zone where all kinds of monsters are almost constantly appearing. If I may say, you might want to consider accepting Commander Wei Jianken's suggestion. Gu Yeming came back to his senses and shook his head in response, saying, no need, I'll get off here, thank you. The driver sighed helplessly and unlocked the car. Gu Yeming opened the car door, and before his eyes lay a vast cityscape overgrown with greenery and dust. The entire city had already fallen into ruin. This is as far as I dare to drive, if this area counts as the entrance to the out-of-control zone. Going deeper may lead to uncontrollable dangers. The driver also got out of the car at this time, walking over to Gu Yeming's side. He pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, offered him one, then lit one for himself, taking a deep drag and exhaling white smoke in relaxation. He slowly asked, Sir, are you sure you want to enter the out-of-control zone? Don't blame me for not warning you. Even if you possess some equipment given by Commander Wei Jianxuan, the odds of survival are still quite slim. Even Commander Wei Jianchuan would find it difficult to ensure his safety if he entered the out-of-control zone alone. You still have time to reconsider. I can take you to a safe city and arrange for all basic procedures. Gu Yeming did not smoke. He casually tossed the offered cigarette into his system backpack and replied calmly, please thank Wei Jianchuan for me. His kindness is appreciated. With that he slowly walked towards the nearby buildings. He understood the driver's concern. The out-of-control zone was indeed a place of unimaginable danger. But the thing was, he was just taking a stroll on the outskirts. Who would think of going deeper to seek death? The driver quickly reached out as if to persuade him, but then hesitated in midair, slowly retracting his hand. He sighed helplessly and shook his head, feeling regretful. What a pity to lose such a talent. Why would he choose to seek death? It should be known that it was the out-of-control zone where even level ability users could encounter danger. The morning sunlight slowly cast its glow upon the desolate streets, where an insect landed on a withered branch on the ground. Creak! At that moment a shoe stomped down hard, crushing the insect into the ground, rendering it motionless. The person was naturally Gu Yeming. He walked cautiously along the street holding a cold iron blade, his gaze alert as he surveyed his surroundings. The area was deserted, eerily quiet. No wonder it's the out-of-control zone. Seeing no immediate danger, Gu Yeming let out a slight sigh of relief and then headed towards a nearby house. As he opened the door, a chaotic scene of furniture greeted his eyes, with green plants overgrowing amidst the mess, clearly indicating that the place had been abandoned for quite some time. On the weathered wall hung a dusty picture frame which Gu Yeming approached to wipe clean. The frame contained a striking image of a couple in love. Gu Yeming merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze to the floor. Not far away, two skeletal remains lay scattered on the ground, unrecognizable as human. Other than these remnants, there were no other monsters present in the house. Moreover, the walls were relatively intact, providing some concealment from the outside. This can serve as a temporary stronghold. After brushing off the dust from the sofa, Gu Yeming sat down and summoned the system menu, carefully examining the details of his tasks. White-skinned people and otherworldly terror wolves. These two are not hard to find, as they can easily be spotted in dark corners. Although these two strange monsters are unrelated, they share one common trait. That is, they prefer to hide in the shadows. As for the glutton, Gu Yeming's brow furrowed tightly, unsure of how to proceed. Compared to the other two gregarious monsters, the glutton is relatively rare. To encounter it, one can only rely on luck. Regardless, let's start with the simplest approach. Gu Yeming shook his head helplessly, slowly rising to his feet, a strange intent flickering in his calm gaze. Meanwhile, in the Sin domain at the Red Blood Affairs office, Wei Jian-kun looked at the company information displayed on his phone, his eyes narrowing as his thoughts began to drift. The information provided by the fugitive turned out to be true. Although he had suspected it beforehand, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. Not long ago he had acted upon the information on his phone and dismantled a hidden human trafficking den in the Sin domain, rescuing several children who had been abducted. If that's the case, then the other information is likely true as well. For example, this. Wei Jian-kun focused on one piece of text which read: the company is conducting experiments on the transplantation of strange monster limbs into human subjects. At the office branch of the Sin domain, the empowered individual executing the orders was Yang Qingli, along with the human monster Lu Long, who was a successful case of the limb transplantation experiments. Upon reading this, veins bulged on Wei Jian-kun's forehead, his left mechanical hand clenched tightly, occasionally sparking with electricity. Damn company! They actually dared to conduct such experiments. Wei Jian-kun's gaze turned icy. If someone from the company stood before him at that moment, he would undoubtedly kill them on the spot. Ding ding! At this moment the phone screen suddenly switched to an incoming call. Huff! Wei Jian-kun slowly exhaled, suppressing the indescribable rage before answering the call. Hello? Wei Jian-kun's voice was low, as if ready to explode at any moment. Sir, that person still insists on going into the out-of-control zone. They have already entered. The caller turned out to be the driver who had previously accompanied Gu Yeming. Upon hearing this, Wei Jian-kun's brow furrowed deeper, pondering for a moment before asking. He really went in. Did you not talk to him about the dangers of the out-of-control zone? I did. The driver replied helplessly. He continued, I clearly told him about the dangers of the out-of-control zone and even used your example, but for some reason he seems determined to enter the out-of-control zone. To be honest, sir, you might as well give up on persuading him. It's likely that he has already ended up in the belly of some monster. Wei Jian-kun was silent for a moment before replying, based on previous experiences. He doesn't seem like the reckless type, rather he possesses an inexplicable sense of mystery. Although I don't understand why he chose to enter the out-of-control zone, it could be for some purpose, or perhaps he is backed by some organization. At this point, Wei Jian-kun recalled the information that ordinary people could never know. How could a mere experimental subject and fugitive know so much about the company? Is it possible that he is connected to some undisclosed organization? Wei Jian-kun furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Sir. Please continue. Wei Jian-kun was interrupted from his thoughts by the driver's voice. He regained his focus and said, Sir, should I return now or should I wait here? The driver's voice revealed a hint of fear as he said, although I am quite far from the out-of-control zone now, there's still a chance of encountering other dangers. You should come back for now. Wei Jian-kun shook his head and said, that person won't recklessly seek death, just relax and return early to avoid any unforeseen accidents. Understood, sir. After the driver responded, he hung up the call as if afraid to stay there for another second. In the Sing domain inside the executive's office, the door suddenly swung open with a bang and Yang Qingli stumbled in, leaning against the wall as though he could no longer hold himself up. Cough, cough. Yang Qingli's condition was at its lowest point. Not only was there hardly a part of him that was unharmed, but the ceaseless bleeding also tormented him greatly. Outside the office, someone seemed to notice something was amiss. An employee cautiously entered and immediately spotted Yang Qingli leaning against the side. Heavens, the employee exclaimed, Lord Yang Qingli. What happened here? His reaction was swift as he hurried out of the office, shouting towards the outside. Not long after, 2 medical-type ability users arrived, placing their hands on Yang Qingli. In the next moment, a green light emanated from them. After a few minutes, Yang Qingli's injuries began to improve and his hazy consciousness gradually became clearer. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit hurriedly walked in his tall and robust frame, casting a glance at the pitiful Yang Qingli. Furrowing his brows, he asked in a deep voice, Yang Qingli, what happened here? Could it be that you were attacked by people from another faction? Not quite an attack, but there was indeed a bloody prosecutor involved. Yang Qingli's breathing gradually steadied as he helplessly replied, originally capturing the subject 1145 was supposed to be an easy task, but that iron arm suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked me without a word. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's frown deepened as he questioned curiously, Iron arm? That mechanical master? How could he possibly attack you? Even though we are at odds with them, there should be no reason for him to attack you directly without cause. Who knows? Yang Qingli shook his head, gritting his teeth as he said, that subject must have made some sort of deal with Iron Arm, otherwise how could Iron Arm have inexplicably helped him? So, the middle-aged man hesitated before asking, are your injuries caused by Iron Arm? Him. Ha! Yang Qingli scoffed as if he had heard a joke, disdainfully stating, even if he is fully armed and deadly with his speed, he couldn't touch a hair on my body. There should only be you, Iron Arm, and the subject present, right? The middle-aged man speculated upon hearing this. Yes. So, the middle-aged man's expression gradually changed. That's right. Yang Qingli understood what the middle-aged man was about to say and darkly replied, most of my injuries were indeed caused by that subject. The middle-aged man's expression changed completely, his mouth agape with disbelief. How is that possible? The middle-aged man did not question the truth of Yang Qingli's words. After all, despite his usual laziness, he never lied in critical matters, so he naturally believed Yang Qingli's claims without a doubt. What shocked him the most was that Yang Qingli, renowned for his physical strength among all executives, had actually fallen to a mere experimental subject's hands. It's outrageous. Isn't it? Yang Qingli snorted coldly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. That subject seemed to have undergone some change. His combat awareness and marksmanship were incredibly formidable. Although his raw strength was somewhat lacking, he truly managed to outmaneuver me completely. As he spoke, he expressed his lingering fear. If I hadn't anticipated that his last shot was aimed at my head, I would have already fallen there and wouldn't be here speaking now. The middle-aged man was speechless. He never expected that the proud executor, usually so confident, would actually hold a so-called experimental subject in such high regard. At this point, Yang Qingli's injuries had mostly healed, and he slowly stood up, walking in front of the middle-aged man, gazing at him as he said, "Mo Wenson, you belong to the experimental department. What exactly did you inject into that subject? I suspect that the agent caused some mutation within him, otherwise how could he have changed so drastically?" Mo Wenson frowned tightly and replied without hesitation, "It's just an ordinary enhancement agent. We intended to use him as cannon fodder. There was no way we would invest more resources into training an experimental subject with such poor viability." "Are you sure? Then how does he have such a strong combat awareness?" Yang Qingli, feeling quite unwilling, pressed on. "The previous cleaner Li Guang was dispatched by you, so it seems that the subject's change must have occurred during his encounter with Li Guang." He paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, then continued to inquire, "I want to access all the files on experimental subject 1145. "Of course, that's possible." Mo Wenson readily agreed to this request. Based on Yang Qingli's current words, it seemed that something truly significant had happened to that subject, something they were completely unaware of. After this exchange, he was also very curious about what had caused such a transformation in experimental subject 1145. He raised his left arm, tapping the screen of the watch on his wrist, and in the next moment a holographic screen appeared before the two. Mo Wenson leisurely flipped through the screen, and soon the file of Gu Yeming appeared before them. File: experimental subject 1145, name none, age 21, gender male, origin found in a cardboard box in the Sin domain during infancy. Growth record: the subject was placed in a cultivation tank and injected with an accelerated growth agent, reaching adulthood in just 2 months. The most basic thought patterns were instilled, and the subject was brainwashed. After releasing the subject from the cultivation tank, a full-body viability test confirmed a 0 chance of becoming a special ability user, marking it a failure. Usage recommendation: cannon fodder, injected agent, cell activity enhancement, current status escaped. At the bottom of the file was a clear front photo of Gu Yeming. Yang Qingli fixed his gaze on the file, meticulously checking every word. After finishing, he uncertainly said, "So what you're saying is, this experimental subject 1145 has no social experience, having had no opportunity to learn any other skills from infancy to adulthood?" Mo Wenson nodded, responding, "It seems that way." "Then how does he have thoughts of defecting from the company?" Yang Qingli's confusion deepened as he murmured, "Having undergone the brainwashing process, logically he should never entertain any thoughts of defecting from the company, right?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wenson frowned tightly. He turned to an employee nearby and said calmly, "Go bring me the person responsible for brainwashing experimental subject 1145. "Yes." The employee nodded and then left. A while later, a researcher in a white lab coat timidly walked into the office. He quickly bowed to Mo Wenson and cautiously said, "Sir, is there something you need me to do?" "You were responsible for brainwashing experimental subject 1145, right?" Mo Wenson glanced at the researcher before coldly stating, "Then explain to me, how did that subject come to have thoughts of defecting from the company?" As he spoke, Mo Wenson's gaze fixed intently on the researcher. The researcher swallowed hard, stuttering, "Sir, I confess I was indeed responsible for Project 1145, but I did not brainwash him. Instead, I transmitted the basic thought patterns a normal person should have." "Why?" Mo Wenson's expression suddenly turned cold, a strange chill radiating from him. The researcher opened his mouth, seeming to sense his impending doom. With a newfound resolve, his previously terrified eyes gradually calmed. "Sir, just kill me," the researcher said calmly. "What?" Mo Wenson's surprise deepened, prompting him to ask, "Why?" "It's nothing, sir. I just believe I did the right thing." The researcher replied quietly, I saved a subject who was about to become cannon fodder. I gave him the right to become a person. To be honest, sir, I no longer wish to engage in these monstrous acts. Hearing this, Mo Wenson finally understood. So it was a matter of conscience. Mo Wenson scoffed disdainfully, saying, ridiculous. Do you know that your decision has caused the company to lose a cleaner and has wasted a significant amount of the executor's time? These offenses are enough to get you executed multiple times. I certainly understand that. The researcher replied flatly, so just kill me, sir. I have no regrets. Mo Wenson was infuriated, chuckling coldly. Just as he was about to act, Yang Qingli interjected, in that case, did you give him that combat awareness? Upon hearing this, the researcher was momentarily stunned, then replied, no. I merely transmitted normal human thought patterns and did not do anything else. Moreover, Sir Mo should know better than I do. Aside from modifications in thinking, things like combat experience and awareness can only be accumulated and understood by the individual themselves and cannot be directly transmitted in. What he said is correct. Mo Wenson nodded to Yang Qingli, agreeing with this viewpoint. Yang Qingli furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently into the researcher's eyes as he enunciated, then how does he possess such advanced combat skills and experience? What exactly happened to him? I'm really not clear on that. The researcher shook his head, and just as he was about to say something else, boom, Yang Qingli's eyes flashed with ferocity as he threw a punch. With great force, the researcher's upper body was instantly obliterated, turning into a pool of blood, while the lower half trembled and collapsed to the ground. Hiss! An employee nearby gasped in terror, swiftly lowering his head, afraid to make any noise. Mo Wenson glanced indifferently at the blood on the floor, feeling no discomfort at all. He simply turned to Yang Qingli and said, you shouldn't have acted. It was too easy for him to die like this. I know. Yang Qingli sighed, seemingly more relaxed. He replied lightly, I was just a bit frustrated. To think I would fall at the hands of an experimental subject is truly a disgrace. However, there needs to be a restructuring of the division. It's absurd that there are still benevolent people among us, haha. Yang Qingli said, I've figured out how experimental subject 1145 defected from the company. However, his combat awareness still requires investigation. Mo Wenson shook his head and continued, if even you fell to his hands, it seems his threat level has risen sharply. Ordinary cleaners can no longer pose any threat to him. Sending those cleaners after him would only be sentencing them to death. Yang Qingli agreed firmly, pausing before adding, I wonder if that experimental subject is still in the Sin domain, but there's a good chance that guy Iron Arm is protecting him. This matter cannot just end here, Mo Wenson said, his eyes glinting coldly. There's something else you might not know, right? What? A significant number of the trading channels we managed in the Sin domain have been destroyed, and the attacker is that Iron Arm. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingli was taken aback, clenching his fists as the veins on his forehead bulged, clearly enraged. He dares to provoke us. Is this a declaration of war? However, Mo Wenson shook his head, saying lightly, if the trading channels are destroyed, then so be it. There are plenty of gangs in the Sin domain. We can just find more partners later. What confounds me is, he shifted his tone, speaking deliberately, how did Iron Arm know about our secret trading channels? Did someone leak information to him? Could it be this guy just now? Yang Qingli frowned, shifting his gaze to the pool of blood on the ground. Impossible. Every matter in the company is compartmentalized. Trading is handled separately from experiments. There's simply no possibility of collusion. He shouldn't know any information about the trading channels. Mo Wenson dismissed this speculation with a sigh, murmuring, it seems we have a mole within our ranks. In the out-of-control zone, Gu Yeming was unaware that the company had already uncovered the reason for his original bonus defection. At that moment, he was crouching in a corner of a ruin, holding a cold iron blade, seemingly hiding from something. If one were to look to the other side of the cover, they would find several Tunderlong otherworldly terror wolves sniffing around with their keen sense of smell. It's getting closer. Gu Yeming gripped the blade tightly, sensing the footsteps approaching closer. In the next moment, whoosh, cold light flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes as he agilely vaulted over the cover, then swung down with all his might. The nearest otherworldly terror wolf was instantly decapitated, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The other terror wolves sensed the anomaly, quickly turning their heads to look, their vertical pupils clearly reflecting Gu Yeming's silhouette. Roar! The speed of the terror wolves was extraordinary. Their limbs were as thick as an adult's thighs, and their powerful musculature allowed them to sprint swiftly in any environment. The moment they spotted Gu Yeming, they charged at him from all directions as if coordinated. Most people would be in a frenzy in such a situation, but Gu Yeming remained remarkably calm. He slightly opened his left hand and a timed grenade appeared in his palm. After calculating the timing of the encircling terror wolves, Gu Yeming casually tossed the grenade at his feet and swiftly dashed in one direction. Beep, boom. A violent explosion echoed throughout the ruins, startling the birds in the trees, which scattered in all directions. Seeing there were no pursuers behind him, Gu Yeming finally slowed his pace. You have killed a mid-level crisis, otherworldly terror wolf earning 387 experience points. You have killed a mid-level crisis, otherworldly terror wolf earning 429 experience points. PS The additional 10 experience has been calculated and will not appear again to avoid suspicion of padding. Congratulations, you leveled up. Gained free attribute allocation points 2, strength 1, agility 1. After allocating points, Gu Yeming opened the task panel. Promotion task details. Your experiences in the Sin domain have made you eager to become stronger, and now the opportunity has arrived. Task objectives: kill 10 strange monsters, white-skinned beings. 010 kill 10 otherworldly terror wolves. 510 kill 1 glutton. 01 task rewards: career choice unlocked, corresponding career outfit. X1 task difficulty hard. 5 more terror wolves are needed, while the white-skinned beings are quite common. As for the glutton, looking at the task panel before him, Gu Yeming couldn't help but sigh. He could only try his luck. A few hours later. Noon. Covered in blood, Gu Yeming walked slowly into his temporary shelter, then sat down on the sofa looking quite exhausted. Promotion task details. Your experiences in the Sin domain have made you eager to become stronger, and now the opportunity has arrived. Task objectives: kill 10 strange monsters, white-skinned beings. 1010 kill 10 otherworldly terror wolves. 1010 kill 1 glutton. 01 task rewards: career choice unlocked, corresponding career outfit. X1 task difficulty hard. Finally completed most of the task. After closing the task panel, Gu Yeming opened the attribute panel. Attribute panel: strength 19, agility 16, spirit 10, stamina 15. Current free attribute allocation points 0. Current level F. After previous hunts his level had reached 14. Next. Only the glutton remains. As a thought crossed his mind, Gu Yeming frowned slightly, raising the cold iron blade and looking at the bloodied blade. He couldn't help but shake his head. Cold iron blade quality: excellent, attack power 30, 48, remaining durability 28, level requirement 5, source red blood agency, iron arm, Wei Jinshuan manufactured. Evaluation: a decent long sword suitable for dealing with weaker monsters. The durability has dropped to 28, and if used for a while longer it is likely to become completely unusable. There are still 2 timed grenades left, and as for the bullets for the pistol and sniper rifle, there are still plenty. After reviewing his current offensive methods, Gu Yeming took out a piece of bread and a bottle of water from his system backpack, devouring them with great haste. His stamina had already been depleted by more than half from the previous hunts, and he urgently needed to replenish it. Beep! At that moment a beeping sound suddenly came from the system screen. Gu Yeming was taken aback, wiping the crumbs from the corner of his mouth before directing his gaze to the system screen. Countdown to game open beta version 1.0 starts in 8 days. System. Error system. Display abnormal. At this moment the system screen was garbled, flickering continuously, occasionally emitting ominous red light. Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. What's going on? Is the system malfunctioning? Gu Yeming's expression was rather grim as he silently stared at the system screen, making no move. Given the current situation, there was nothing he could do. System. Repairing. Repair successful. At this point the system screen gradually returned to normal and the red light disappeared, replaced by its original blue color. All done? What exactly happened? Yeming watched the system screen warily, and just as his thoughts were drifting, another system alert echoed in his mind. Abnormal display repair completed. Countdown to game open beta version 1.0 starts. Players will descend in 10 seconds. 10. 9. Seeing this scene, Yeming's face changed completely. What's going on? Is the game going into beta early? This sudden change caught Yeming off guard. However, the countdown continued. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. As the final system notification echoed, the system panel suddenly shifted, revealing several lines of text before Yeming. Version 1.0 is now open. Players have arrived. All functions have been unlocked for you. The player forum is now available. The trading system is now operational. Watching the scrolling lines on the screen, Yeming found his thoughts drifting. To his surprise, the game's public launch had opened ahead of schedule. He could only shake his head in resignation. Since it had arrived, he would accept it. Yet, it seemed many new features had appeared. Pondering this, Yeming turned his gaze back to the system display. Trading system, a trading system? At the sight of it, he was taken aback. Could he actually trade with players? After a moment's speculation, Yeming shifted his attention to the next feature. Player Forum HM. Yeming made a small curious sound and then clicked in. After entering the player forum, the system screen transformed into a webpage-like layout, a parade of player posts above and a promotional CG dominating the center. Yeming gaped, a spark of excitement flashing across his eyes. He had never expected that as an NPC he could access the player forum. It was astonishing. New posts refreshed constantly, each headline expressing surprise at the sudden arrival of this new game. What is this game? Why has it suddenly appeared in my game list? Suspected scam, be careful everyone. Holy, this game actually looks promising. Within seconds the final post had amassed hundreds of comments. When Yeming clicked it, he was met with a first-person live stream view overlaid with a flood of scrolling comments. The player's in-game name was Tue Mao Ning Chu Ning Shen. His camera swept across an abandoned street as he kept exclaiming in disbelief. Through that viewpoint, Yeming scrutinized the surroundings and suddenly realized that the player's spawn point lay in the same uncontrolled district where he himself stood. Noticing this, Yeming made no move and simply continued to watch. Damn brothers, this game is unbelievable. Tue Mao Ning Chu Nengshan poured out praise, glancing at his surroundings and occasionally pinching his own skin. He seemed ecstatic to the extreme. The lighting, the rendering. I've never played anything so lifelike, it's exactly like reality. Look what I found. A lump of poop. Let me try. He dabbed a bit on his finger and popped it into his mouth, making smacking noises as if savoring the taste. Ugh, in less than a second he gagged violently, then rushed to a nearby puddle and kept rinsing his mouth. Ugh, guys, this really is feces. The taste is 100% authentic, do not try this in-game. Ugh, the comment stream erupted, most mocking the player. Washirping Jiada Wang, a full tang isn't the scariest thing, it's the half tang. Chi Zhao Yesho, hearing the streamer say that. Did you actually eat it? Ni Shi Tongling Quan A, awesome, the streamer is ruthless. Mamba Chuanchi Zhouji Wang, can you elbow attack in this game? Watching the scene unfold, Yeming pressed a hand to his forehead, exasperation plain on his face. They truly were as he expected. It fit all my preconceptions about players. Tue Mao Ning Chu Nengshan rinsed his mouth for a full 3 minutes. Only when the stench had finally gone did he stop. Just as he paused, he seemed to notice something. He summoned the system bar, skipped the basic functions, and fixated on the sensory adjustment setting. Realizing this, he rued aloud, if only I'd adjusted the sensory settings earlier. I wouldn't have had to wash for so long. The barrage of comments only increased, still mocking the player. But one comment caught Yeming's attention. Ni sure igu, everyone go watch the promo CG, this is clearly a big production. Seeing that comment, Yeming exited the live stream and clicked the central promotional CG. Sure enough, the opening revealed the grand logo of Wuxian Weimian. Facing that familiar sight, Yeming allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Since he had been transmigrated into the game as an NPC, his nerves had been taut at every moment. Now confronted with something familiar, he could finally unclench a little. The promotional CG then cut together fragments from various planes, incidents, conflicts, and moments of levity. Watching those scenes, Yeming's expression remained calm and unruffled, almost unchanged from before. Then a frown creased his brow as he noticed something. He quickly paused the playback and nudged the progress bar forward a little. This is me. In the paused frame, Yeming saw himself holding a blade slashing toward young Qingli's neck. He was stunned. He had not expected that one day he might appear in the game's promotional footage. After a brief moment of reflection, he pressed play. His encounter with Yang Qingli lasted barely a second. The rest of the clip proceeded much as before. With the promo closed, Yeming returned to Tue Mao's live stream. In that view, a plant brandished a branch, apparently under attack by a monster. Yeming studied the plant closely and identified the creature a poison plant. It resembled an ordinary plant and posed low risk. The only offense it had was releasing toxin upon contact. Tue Mao Chu Nengshan clearly looked eager to test it. Yeming knew all too well that the player was about to tempt death. This plant moves. How novel. Curious, Tue Mao cast a detection skill toward the plant. Detection skill, a common player's tool. When used on any target, the system screen displays that target's information. With a soft beep, the poison plant's monster information appeared on the system display. So sneaky. Startled, Tue Mao backed away, afraid of touching it. As he tried to retreat, a vast shadow fell over him from behind. Tue Mao stared at the enormous shadow on the ground and turned his head stiffly. In the view loomed a formidable pitch-black monster, bloated, heavily limbed, eyeless, its face a single fetid gaping maw. Comments on the stream frantically urged him to run, but Yeming recognized the creature at once. This is... He sprang to his feet, eyes fixed on the black behemoth. The glutton. What kind of monster is this? A wave of indescribable dread surged through Tue Mao Chu Nengshan as he opened his mouth, his legs trembling involuntarily. Then, suddenly, he snapped back to awareness and muttered under his breath, "Wait, I'm inside a game. What on earth is there to fear?" At that realization, his terror vanished like mist at dawn, replaced instead by exhilarating curiosity toward the unknown. Without hesitation, he cast a reconnaissance skill upon the gluttonous beast looming before him. Target detected. Due to significant level disparity, only 30 of data is accessible. High-risk entity, glutton. Level. HP. Strength. Agility. Spirit 5. Stamina. Abilities: ravenous, feeding, lunge, bite, rotting saliva, corporeal regeneration, auditory perception, olfactory tracking. Current level. Status: healthy, hungry. Threat assessment: critical. Evaluation: this creature clearly lacks speed, suggest engaging it in a foot race to enhance the tenderness of your flesh. Tue Mao Chu Nengshan barely glanced at the system interface, when in the next instant a crushing gust of wind slammed into his face. It was the glutton's massive hands. The glutton seized the player in one swift motion, gripping both ends of his body with monstrous palms, and then with a sickening twist. Spurt. Tue Mao Chu Nengshan's body split cleanly in two. Crimson droplets rained down like fine mist across the glutton's grotesque form, horrifying beyond words. Roar. The glutton roared, then fell upon the corpse with frenzied, ravenous bites. The scene was savagely visceral. Yeming had already drawn near the glutton. Gazing at the now blackened live stream feed, he paused, momentarily disoriented. Judging from the terrain features just observed, they must be nearby. Just then a low guttural growl echoed from afar. Yeming followed the sound, and instantly spotted the glutton feasting. A truly grisly end. After merely glancing at the mangled remains sprawled across the ground, Yeming shifted his gaze firmly onto the glutton. He felt no concern for the player's demise. After all, players could resurrect endlessly. His sole focus now was this glutton, the pivotal key to his class transcendence quest. Fortune favors me. Gu Yeming murmured softly, then swiftly retrieved his weapons from the system inventory. 2-timed fragmentation grenades, and a Model 20 heavy-caliber sniper rifle. Setting the rifle atop a stone ledge, he crouched low, pressed the scope to his eye and locked his finger tightly around the trigger. At that very moment, Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan's live stream flickered back to life. He had successfully resurrected. Unluckily, his respawn point landed directly before the glutton, the exact location where he'd first entered the world. Phew, thank the heavens I dialed my sensory feedback to minimum. Otherwise that would have hurt like hell. Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan breathed, shuddering as he stared at the glutton before him. Seemingly alerted by the player's incessant chatter, the glutton froze. Though blind, its acute hearing unmistakably confirmed this human was the same corpse it had devoured moments earlier. Grr. It emitted a puzzled growl. In its understanding, any being swallowed was irrevocably dead, motionless, silent, gone. Yet here stood a living, wriggling creature, shattering its fundamental cognition. How could a corpse once consumed reappear whole and breathing before its very mouth? Crap, I can't beat it, so I'll bow out gracefully. Eyes twitching violently at the glutton's renewed aggression, Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan whirled and fled. Better to die at a distance than let it camp my spawn point, turning me into an Aleocania buffet. Only when the footsteps faded into the distance did the glutton react. Roaring in fury, it dropped the corpse and lunged after its prey. But then, bang! A deafening gunshot cracked the air. A bullet struck true, blasting straight into the glutton's occiput. Its stride halted abruptly, stunned by the impact. Critical hit. You have inflicted 397 damage upon high-risk entity, glutton. Glutton has entered brief stun state. Huh? Startled by the thunderous report behind him, Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan froze mid-stride, then frantically patted his limbs, relieved to find no bullet wounds. He'd assumed the shot struck him. If not him, then who? He whirled around, and saw the glutton swaying unsteadily in the distance, clearly afflicted by a torturous, disorienting condition. His pulse quickened with excitement. There was someone else here, somewhere in this desolate zone. An elusive NPC? Or another player, just like himself. Whichever it was, salvation had arrived. As he gazed upon the dazed glutton staggering in the distance, a flash of fierce anticipation ignited into a Maoneng Chu Nengshan's eyes. If he killed it, wouldn't the experience points pour in endlessly? Meanwhile, the live chat exploded, mirroring his very thoughts. Sure Shui Han, whoa, streamer, go claim that kill? That's how you play? You are my little brother, damn right, kill that head grabber, you bastard. Feels worse than Omo. What was that gunshot? Could there be another player nearby? Why are you just watching? No way, that's impossible. It's day 1 of open beta, how'd anyone get hold of firearms? Hot black tea enthusiast, this game looks incredible, I'm jumping in right now. Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan skimmed the torrent of comments, then sighed wryly, yeah, but honestly friends, I've got nothing. Not even a stick, just basic clothes. How am I supposed to land that kill? Kill me? Gu Yeming, lining up his second shot, stiffened, then narrowed his eyes darkly toward the distant figure. Kill me? Absolutely not. If someone else claimed this glutton, finding the next one might take days, or longer. A grim resolve hardened in his gaze. Slowly, deliberately, he adjusted his scope, centering it on Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan. I told you, I've got nothing, so how? Mid-sentence, as Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan bantered loudly with his viewers, a bullet tore into his thigh, shattering bone and pulp alike in a single brutal detonation. F. He shrieked in terror, then collapsed helplessly onto the blood-soaked earth. You have been attacked by an unidentified entity. Warning: maximum HP reduced to 38. Severe hemorrhaging ongoing. The bullet shot caused the live stream chat to explode with messages flooding the entire screen. What a shot! What a shot! It's tough he was shot directly. Could it be that the shooter is also a viewer? Otherwise, why would they attack the host directly? Damn! My leg! The character with the ability to bend and stretch fell to the ground clutching his broken leg and wailing loudly. If he didn't die outright, then he couldn't revive and could only wait quietly for death, which was precisely what Gu Yeming wanted to see. If he were shot dead immediately, he would revive right next to the devourer, so it was better to inflict some negative buffs on him first to prevent him from actually shooting himself. Seeing the state of the character, Gu Yeming aimed his scope at the devourer once again. At this moment the devourer was gradually recovering, reaching back to touch his bloodied and mangled head and let out a furious roar. Even the intellectually challenged devourer understood that there was a hidden attacker. The devourer's roar echoed throughout the area, causing the strange monsters hiding in the shadows to remain silent, fearing they would become the target of his wrath. Bang! However, at that moment the loud gunfire rang out again, still targeting the back of the devourer's head. The bullet pierced through the devourer's skull, leaving a trail of blood and flesh. Critical hit. You have dealt 451 points of damage to the high-risk level devourer. The high-risk level devourer is now in a stunned state. The high-risk level devourer's maximum health is reduced to 43 points. Warning. High-risk level devourer triggers skill body recovery. Body recovery. When the high-risk level devourer is in a near-death state, this skill will automatically trigger. For half a minute after the skill is activated, the devourer's health will recover at 20 points per second. Please kill it quickly. High-risk level devourer is continuously recovering. Gu Yeming had anticipated this. He swiftly put away the sniper rifle into the system's backpack, then summoned his pistol in his palm and fired rapidly at the nearby devourer. Bang bang bang! You have dealt 27 points of damage to the high-risk level devourer. You have dealt 35 points of damage to the high-risk level devourer. You have successfully killed the high-risk level devourer. Contribution to damage is 100. After several bullets, the devourer's body, which had been twitching continuously, finally stopped moving. You have received all rewards: 2,145 experience points. Devourer Destroyer 1. Congratulations on completing the job change quest. The job change is now open. Successfully changing jobs will grant you a complete set of professional gear. Gu Yeming's mood soared to new heights as he watched the system notification sound keep popping up. Finally completed the job change quest. Once the job change is done, the subsequent attribute panel and overall strength will undoubtedly see a huge boost. Gu Yeming did not check the loot in the system backpack, but immediately opened the job change page. The screen was filled with countless job titles appearing before Gu Yeming's eyes. If he continued to look through them all, who knows how long it would take. Fortunately, there was a search bar. Gu Yeming quickly typed in the words Gunblade Warrior. The crowded jobs section was instantly cleared, leaving just one job in the center. Clicking on it revealed a detailed job introduction and various skill displays. Gu Yeming did not rush to change jobs, but quickly browsed through the entire detailed introduction. This was to be cautious. Who knew if there would be any modifications to the job upon returning to it? A few minutes later, Gu Yeming sighed in relief and then unhesitatingly clicked the job change button. You have chosen the job Gunblade Warrior. Changing your job. Gu Yeming breathed a sigh of relief and quietly waited. However, at that moment, ding! Suddenly a system notification sound came from the screen and the entire screen began to flicker. System error. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming was stunned. His heart suddenly shook and a bad premonition arose. Don't let the system malfunction at this time. It can't be that I failed the job change, right? Don't mess with me. At this moment, Gu Yeming's heart was almost jumping to his throat. He stared intensely at the screen, his face revealing an unusual tension. System repairing. Repair successful. You have chosen the job aggregator. Changing your job. What is this? Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming's heart trembled wildly and he felt as if he had been splashed with cold water, feeling quite disheartened. Why did the system change his job without permission? He had never even heard of the aggregator job. Just as Gu Yeming was feeling frustrated, the job change was already complete. You have successfully changed your job to aggregator. Gunblade Warrior has become a secondary profession, huh? With the sound of two system notifications, Gu Yeming was also left stunned. Gunblade Warrior became my secondary profession. Yeming quickly opened the attribute panel and saw the following displayed at the top: NPC template name Yeming, age 21, gender male, level 14, race human, main profession aggregator, secondary profession gunblade warrior, active skills none to be learned, passive skills master of brawling level 1, vehicle expert level 3, master of firearms level 1, master of swordsmanship level 2, master of knifework level 2, master of agility level 1. Talent Gunblade Master effective increases output damage of firearms and swords by 200. Firearms and sword weapons will automatically recover durability, making them more durable. Attribute panel: Strength 19, Agility 16, Spirit 10, Stamina 15, Current free attribute points 0, Current level E, Current status Healthy, Health 360. Overall evaluation: You have already stepped out of the realm of the weak, but still need to strive. Looking at the changes on the panel, Yeming fell into deep thought. What could have gone wrong? The originally chosen profession had transformed into the so-called aggregator, while the Gunblade Master became a secondary profession. Judging by this primary and secondary relationship, could it be that this so-called aggregator refers to the ability to learn skills from other professions? After pondering for a while, Yeming finally shook his head, then opened the skill panel. Inside were various skills of the Gunblade Master. At his current level, he could only learn 2 or 3 of them, while the remaining skills required a certain level to be eligible for learning. You have learned the skill Blade Slash. You have learned the skill Damage Amplification. You have learned the skill Bullet Enchantment. After casually learning all the skills he could, Yeming opened the system bag where a sharp black pistol lay quietly. This pistol was of course the Gluttony Destroyer that had just dropped. On the other side was a set of clothing belonging to the Gunblade Master, consisting of a black trench coat and a half-dome hat. You have equipped Gunblade Master's newborn half-dome hat. You have equipped Gunblade Master's newborn trench coat. You have triggered the set effect Gunblade Newborn. The following are the effects of the Gunblade Newborn set: Strength 4, Agility 4, Spirit 4, Stamina 4, Maximum Health 400, Overall Speed 20. At this moment Yeming looked completely renewed. His original white fur armor was stored in the system bag, replaced by an exceptionally expensive-looking flowing trench coat, instantly transforming his image into one of unfathomable depth. But that was not all. Yeming took out the Gluttony Destroyer. Gluttony Destroyer. Quality excellent. Attack power 100270, Gunblade Master effect triggered. Remaining durability 100, Gunblade Master effect triggered. Bullets 2525. Level restriction 12. Source: small probability of dropping from killing the glutton. Evaluation: a highly lethal pistol. Its attack power even surpasses that of some lower quality large caliber sniper rifles. Looking at the Gluttony Destroyer in his hand, Yeming couldn't help but feel increasingly excited as he casually performed a gun technique. The feel was quite nice, and besides the long-range strike of the 20 caliber sniper rifle, the lack of damage for close-range attacks had finally been compensated. Moreover, after a series of learning and equipping following the job change, his strength had finally grown. If he were to face off against the former company executor Yang Qingli now, he would absolutely not be as embarrassed as he was back then. Of course, facing him again still seemed unlikely given the significant difference in attributes. However, if there was still the previous Wei Jianqin's restraint, then Yang Qingli would have no chance of escape. He had now completely transcended the category of the weak. Yeming exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling quite emotional. He had finally returned to the path of the Gunblade Master. After a moment of reflection, Yeming casually tossed his weapon into the system bag and then looked towards the distant players, his posture flexible. Now that the game was in open beta and players had descended as an NPC, how much profit could the players bring him? At this moment the player Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch lay on the ground with a face full of despair, feeling his vision growing increasingly blurry as blood continued to flow from him. I'm finally going to die. Hurry up and revive me. This state is too torturous. Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch gave up struggling, wishing for a monster to come and finish him off. You have died. Reviving. With 2 system notification sounds, he was fully revived at the spawn point. As soon as he was revived, he immediately ran to take cover nearby, his eyes scanning the surroundings, cautiously afraid the unknown gunman would attack him again. The monster known as the glutton was already dead. He wondered if its corpse could be made into materials, so perhaps after that person left he could still find some materials. Just as he was calculating his little schemes, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Hello. What the hell? Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch was startled and quickly ran to the side, watching the man in a black trench coat not far away with vigilance. The one who greeted him was of course Gu Yeming, who stood still as he quietly observed the lively player before him. Normal newbie player clothing, nothing noteworthy. Just this face. Looking at the grotesquely ugly face before him, Gu Yeming's eyelid twitched slightly. As expected of players. Either extremely handsome or extremely ugly. Seeing that Gu Yeming seemed to have no ill intentions, Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch casually cast the scouting skill on him. You have been scouted. Scouter Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch. Gu Yeming glanced at the system screen, visible only to him, showing no reaction. It was common to throw a scouting skill when meeting someone. He had seen it many times before when he was still a player. Scouting. Scouting successful. Due to the significant level difference, NPC Gu Yeming's system panel is only 30. Open to you. NPC Gu Yeming. Name Gu Yeming. Age. Gender male. Level. Race human. Main profession. Secondary profession Gunblade Master. Active skills. Passive skills: Mastery of Combat Level 1, Car Driving Expert Level 3, Master of Firearms Level 1, Master of Swordsmanship Level 2, Master of Blade Work Level 2, Master of Movement Level 1. Talent. Attribute panel: Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Current level. Current status: Healthy. Health points 780780. Overall evaluation: this is a very dangerous individual. Do not attempt to provoke him. Looking at the dense text of attributes and skills, Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch's gaze towards Gu Yeming gradually shifted from vigilance to excitement. At this moment the chat in the live stream room erupted into a frenzy after Gu Yeming's attribute panel appeared. Wow, the village chief of the novice village. The player Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch looked at Gu Yeming in the distance with bright eyes, appearing extremely excited. At this moment the barrage was continuously discussing Gu Yeming. Mamba Legend Elbow King. Wow, this panel, I remember the highest level of passive skills is Master, right? Why does this NPC occupy 2 spots? Howling Sky Little Tian Xiao Tian, the village chief of the novice village, can't be that outrageous. Could he be some hidden master? I was thunderstruck. Damn, that outfit is really cool. What profession is this? A Gunsword warrior. And so many question marks. Is the level difference too great to be shown? Gu Yeming naturally heard this player's exclamation. His forehead couldn't help but twitch, feeling quite helpless about it. He never expected to be mistaken for the village chief of the novice village. Chief. Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch strode over, immediately grabbing Gu Yeming's calf, pleading loudly, I want to level up, chief, give me a quest. Huh? Gu Yeming was stunned. He stared blankly at Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch, who was tightly holding onto his calf, looking utterly speechless. This scene was naturally captured by the viewers in the barrage. Poet holding, wow, is the freedom in this game really that high? Even NPCs are this intelligent now. You are one by one. Is there a possibility that the person who just killed the devourer and attacked the streamer's thigh is him? At this moment Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch did not look at the barrage but rubbed his ugly face against Gu Yeming's calf, shouting, Chief, please be kind and give me a quest. Gu Yeming kicked him away with a black face, then coughed twice and said softly, This. Brother, could you accompany me for a test? Gu Yeming has issued you a quest experiment. Do you accept? Hearing the quest prompt sound, Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch's expression brightened. Finally a quest has popped up. It's worth all his humble pleading. Accept. He accepted the quest without hesitation. You have accepted the quest trial. Please cooperate with Gu Yeming. Do not behave poorly or you may lose NPC favorability. What the hell? Losing favorability? Upon seeing this, Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch was taken aback, then immediately straightened his posture, appearing to be extremely deferential to Gu Yeming. Player leg hair can bend and stretch has accepted the quest. With the system prompt sound, Yeming nodded and began his experiment. The system panel can be opened or adjusted according to his consciousness, so Yeming was not worried that the player in front of him would discover anything amiss. First let's see if the trading function is linked with players. With this thought in mind, he took out a piece of bread from the system backpack and handed it to leg hair can bend and stretch. NPC Yeming has sent you a trade request, huh? Leg hair can bend and stretch was stunned. Trading? So you can trade with NPCs too. Although he had nothing to trade, he still accepted it gladly. Note: accepting free food may lower NPC favorability and may result in an attack. Seeing this prompt, leg hair can bend and stretch was momentarily confused, thinking, what should I do? Maybe I should give it back to him? So it's really possible to trade with players. Yeming could also see the system prompt box. He glanced at leg hair can bend and stretch in front of him and pondered silently. Leg hair can bend and stretch scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said to Yeming, sorry. I don't have anything to trade. Should I give this bread back to you? It's fine. Yeming shook his head and said, you can take this bread for free. Note: NPC Yeming has gifted you a common grade bread 1. Seeing the prompt box in front of him, leg hair can bend and stretch finally felt relieved. Although he didn't increase favorability, at least it didn't drop. So NPCs can really trade with players. Leg hair can bend and stretch looked at the bread in his hands with curiosity, hesitating to eat it, fearing it might lower favorability. The trading system experiment is complete. Now it's time for this. After closing the trading box, Yeming casually opened the favorability system with his consciousness. Favorability system: you can set favorability for any player and you can set discounts and rewards for each favorability stage. Is it like this? Yeming rubbed his chin, then mischievously pulled leg hair can bend and stretch's progress bar down to the lowest point. Warning: Yeming's favorability towards you 100 has dropped to the lowest point. Your relationship with him has turned into a life and death struggle. Leg hair can bend and stretch looked at the system prompt with a bewildered expression, appearing quite rigid. What's going on? How did it drop to the bottom so quickly? Just as he was feeling utterly confused, the next moment a series of system prompt sounds rang out. Congratulations! Yeming's favorability towards you 100 has risen to the starting point. Your relationship has turned into an acquaintance. Congratulations! Yeming's favorability towards you 100 has risen to the highest point. Your relationship has turned into a life and death friendship. Life and death friendship achievement unlocked. Your relationship with Yeming has reached an unprecedented height. You will receive his assistance at all times. Could it be that the system just malfunctioned? Happiness came too suddenly, leaving leg hair can bend and stretch utterly stunned. However, the next second, warning. Yeming's favorability towards you 90 has dropped to a low point. Your relationship has turned into indifference. Just destroy it. I'm tired. Leg hair can bend and stretch was now completely numb, looking lifeless. Let it be like this. Yeming nodded, closed the favorability system and set it to task completed. After setting it up, a prompt box suddenly appeared in front of Yeming, prominently displaying player leg hair can bend and stretch has completed the task you issued. Please set the reward. Note: rewards cannot be set arbitrarily, only what you possess is allowed to be set, so that's how it is. You can set rewards as well. Yeming nodded, casually putting the inferior pistol and some bullets from his system backpack onto the table. This inferior pistol was obtained earlier by killing that old man in the Sin Domain grocery store, and it was already useless for him now. Trial task completed. You have received all rewards. Inferior pistol, bullets 9-inch. Seeing these prompt boxes, leg hair can bend and stretch finally came back to his senses. A handgun. Tue Maoning Chu Nangshan's eyes locked onto the system inventory, disbelief flickering across his face. Had he truly acquired a firearm simply by participating in an experiment? He withdrew the handgun and cradled it reverently, running his fingers over its cool, precise contours. At last, he possessed a true means of offense. Yeming watched Tue Maoning Chu Nangshan's rapt fascination with a faint, dismissive shake of his head. The trial was concluded. It was time to depart. Hey, Village chief. Where are you going? Take me with you? Tue Maoning Chu Nengshan hurried after Gu Yeming, voice laced with eager insistence. TCH. Gu Yeming glanced back, his gaze sharp and unreadable. He had no desire to entangle himself with players, not now. His sole intent was quiet cultivation. Just as he pondered whether to break the player's leg, another voice cut through the air, drifting down from a rooftop nearby. Huh? How strange, I hadn't expected living souls to remain within the containment zone. At those words, Gu Yeming froze mid-step. A subtle furrow appeared between his brows before he turned, gaze lifting toward the source. There atop the distant rooftop stood a young man in a white checkered shirt, perched casually at the edge, while behind him loomed a bald, broad-shouldered man draped in a luxurious sable coat. Both fixed their eyes downward upon Gu Yeming and his companion. Whoa, there are others here. Are they NPCs? Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan whipped around, breathless with sudden excitement. Silence. Gu Yeming's voice was ice cold, cutting him off instantly. Ah, yes, I'll be silent, Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan murmured, quickly sealing his lips upon seeing Gu Yeming's stern expression. With one final warning glance, Gu Yeming shifted his attention fully toward the two figures in the distance. The youth smiled faintly, then without hesitation leapt from the rooftop alongside the sable-clad giant. They descended like feathers, landing soundlessly upon the ground, before turning their unwavering gazes upon the corpse of the gluttonous aberration. Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan's mouth fell open in astonishment. Those two, were they truly that formidable? Yet how would they compare to the village chief? Gu Yeming remained motionless, still as stone. His calm, unblinking eyes swept over the pair, measuring, assessing, while his thoughts flowed like deep, slow water. If his intuition served him well, these two were likely hunters who roamed the outer fringes of the containment zone. As if summoned by his thought, the system projected information into his vision. Roaming hunters, a multinational coalition, akin to bounty hunters, who venture into the containment zone to slay anomalous entities and harvest their materials for reward. Composed of diverse individuals and even non-human races, roaming hunters are not to be approached lightly. To survive such hunts demands exceptional skill, and their proximity often invites danger, including robbery. The same data shimmered across Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan's interface. He glanced first at Gu Yeming, then at the two strangers, and a chill of foreboding coiled up his spine. Is a confrontation imminent? He scratched his head, then instinctively stepped behind Gu Yeming, his right hand twisting behind his back palm, gripping the crude handgun. Should anything turn volatile, he would fire without hesitation, to aid the NPC before him. After all, this figure had appeared before him at the very outset, assigned him his first task. What else could he possibly be but the village chief of the starting settlement? Even if this same man had once fired upon him, it mattered little. With infinite resurrection, what was one life to bestow? And those two men across the way bore no semblance of virtue. How could they ever rival Chief Gu? Wait, is something off about the atmosphere? Host, consider retreating. When immortals clash, mortals perish. Ignoring Tue Maoneng Chu Nengshan entirely, Gu Yeming cast a reconnaissance skill toward the pair, first ascertain their nature. Two chimes echoed softly, and their profiles materialized before his eyes. Cream und Veer. Age 25, gender male, level 31, race human, ability wind manipulation, active skills wind gathering, razor gale, cyclonic, rend, impact bolt. Passive skill wind affinity increases active skill damage by 50, attributes strength 24, agility 30, spirit 39, vitality 22, current rank E status healthy, HP 660, assessment a classic, high damage, low durability archetype. Fire now? Veer was of course the young man. Gu Yeming shifted his focus to the second profile. Claude Annals, age 34, gender male, level 29, race human, ability iron body, active skills iron form, steel strike, iron wall defense. Passive skill minor cellular regeneration. Attributes strength 31, agility 25, spirit 29, vitality 27, current rank E status healthy, HP 820820, assessment his ability pales beside corporate enforcer Yang Qingli's, utterly insignificant. As Gu Yeming studied them, Veer spoke first, smiling faintly as he addressed the group. Say, was that gluttonous aberration slain by you? Gu Yeming stirred from his contemplation and gave a slow measured nod. I see. Veer nodded, still smiling. Excellent. We thank you for your contribution, and now we shall claim it without further delay. With that he strode forward, annals following, toward the corpse. Gu Yeming's expression darkened instantly. He held no need for the aberration's remains, let another have them if they wished. But to seize it so brazenly, without consultation, without consent. Gu Yeming summoned the glutton breaker and fired. A deafening blast tore into the pavement just before their feet. The glutton breaker's power dwarfed that of any ordinary firearm. The bullet blasted a jagged crater into the concrete where it struck. Both hunters halted instantly. Veer's smile tightened, his gaze slid to Gu Yeming, eyes glinting with cold, lethal intent, his aura sharpening, thickening, dangerous. So, you refuse to yield the corpse? Before Gu Yeming could reply, Veer raised a slender finger, tapping his temple with quiet amusement. Your aura tells me. Your strength rivals ours, but your companion is vastly inferior. Your combined threat is negligible. Are you certain you wish to provoke us? Veer spoke with effortless confidence. Even if you wield a firearm, what of it? My power bends trajectories. Hitting us? Impossible. Even as Veer chuckled, Gu Yeming fired again. Boom. Sparks erupted from the barrel, the air itself warped under the bullet's violent passage. Thwip. Veer stared stunned at the figure shielding him, annals now fully ironbound, yet the bullet had punched clean through his left arm, detonating flesh and sinew beneath the metallic shell. Annals's left arm hung ruined, shattered, mangled, a ruin of blood and torn metal. Hiss, Enlise knelt on the ground, sweat covering his face, clearly in excruciating pain. He broke his usual silence, his tone a mix of horror as he said, We're. That guy's handgun has a problem, its power is in an entirely different league, be careful. That guy actually dares to shoot at us. At this moment We're finally reacted. Veins bulged on his forehead as he felt considerable anger. However, Gu Yeming did not wait for them to react and fired relentlessly at the two. Block for me. Weir roared inwardly, extending his arms as a powerful gale erupted around them. Yet he underestimated the terrifying power of the Devourer of Destruction. The bullets broke through the gale barrier and struck the two directly. But the bullets were slowed by the wind's resistance, thus their power diminished significantly, causing no fatal injuries. Nevertheless, this still dealt Weir a considerable psychological blow. How is this possible? Weir was drenched in cold sweat. He had maximized the wind resistance but still could not withstand the impact of the bullets. Is this really a handgun? It's not some large-caliber lethal weapon. Gu Yeming stood still, expressionless, continuing to fire at the two. Damn it. Looking at the bullets embedded in his body, Weir coughed up blood and angrily shouted at Enlise, You attack him up close. As long as you stick to him, he won't have the chance to shoot. Understood. You cover me. Enlise naturally understood this principle. He let out a roar, charging toward Gu Yeming like a steel beast. Seeing this, Weir waved his hand, creating a massive wind barrier around Enlise. At the same time, he generated numerous wind blades around Gu Yeming, completely sealing off his position. Finally caught you? Enlise quickly reached Gu Yeming's front, roaring as he raised his arms and smashed down. For such an attack, Gu Yeming was naturally unfazed. He slightly flashed back, causing Enlise's fists to smash down onto the ground, sending stones flying. Boom! In the moment that Gu Yeming retreated, he raised the Devourer of Destruction again and swiftly pulled the trigger. Roar! The sound of the bullet firing was like the roar of a glutton, piercing through and hitting Enlise in the chest, instantly splattering blood and flesh. Affected by wind resistance, damage reduced. You have dealt 231 damage to elite level, Claude Enlise elite level. Claude Enlise is currently recovering health. Cough. Enlise suddenly coughed up blood, but he did not stop his advance, pressing closer to Gu Yeming. Not a bad strategy. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be flustered. Looking at the tenacious Enlise, Gu Yeming said coldly, Unfortunately, you've encountered me. As his words fell, a gust of wind surged and Enlise's right fist suddenly lunged at him. Whoosh! In an instant, Gu Yeming dodged and rolled behind Enlise, firing a shot without looking back. Pfft! The bullet struck Enlise in the back of the head. Affected by wind resistance damage reduced critical hit. You have dealt 359 damage to elite level, Claude Analyze elite level. Claude Analyze is in a state of shock lasting 1 minute. Elite level, Claude Analyze has only 89 health points left. The target is in a dying state. The moment the bullet hit Analyze felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, his consciousness becoming blurred. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Yeming adjusted his stance and aimed at his head to fire again. Pfft, this shot struck Analyze's head, a mix of white and red liquid splattering everywhere, his head completely shattered. You have killed elite level, Claude Analyze gained 2713 experience points. You have successfully leveled up. Free attribute points 2". Yeming merely glanced at the system screen before quickly shifting his focus to Weir's position not far away. However, Weir had already flown a considerable distance, seemingly having made a strategic retreat as soon as Analyze fainted. Yet before Yeming were flying midair was no different from a living target. He inserted the Devourer of Destruction into his pocket, crouched slightly to aim, and the next second a large-caliber sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Slightly to the left, that should do. Yeming aligned the scope with Weir before decisively pulling the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar resonated in this small area, and with the sound of the bullet piercing the air, it struck Weir's head. Pfft! Weir's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, the wind that had supported his flight dissipating, and his entire body fell straight to the ground. Critical hit. You have dealt 432 damage to elite level, Climb and Weir. You have killed elite level, Climb and Weir. In one fluid motion, Yeming glanced at the kill notification and then recalled his weapon into the system backpack. Strength 1. Agility 1. As Yeming busied himself with the system panel, Tomeo Yunengshun behind him stared at him in dumbfounded silence. Is he that formidable? In merely a few minutes he had dispatched those two men who looked so dangerous. A storm of astonishment churned within Tomeo Yunengshun. He realized he had gravely underestimated this NPC's true prowess. At the same time, the live chat exploded. The scene in which Yeming fought those two was undeniably explosive, and most viewers became electrified. Many attentive viewers recorded that segment of the stream and then posted it across the major forums, drawing considerable attention. Through Yeming's kill video, people gradually learned of the suddenly appearing game Infinite Realms, and hordes of players poured into it. For the native NPCs of the Blue Tech Plane, this was an inexplicable phenomenon. A great number of undocumented wanderers began to appear across the world. They varied wildly in appearance and temperament and dared nearly anything. Moreover, they possessed an ability that seemed almost legendary: resurrection. That discovery set the whole world ablaze. Many powers began to make contact with these players and even attempt to recruit them naturally because they were intensely interested in their abilities. Among those powers was of course the massive entity known as Reborn Company. To certain intelligence agencies, these newly appeared humans possessed abilities ordinary people could never attain. They were thus classified as anomalous entities and codenamed the Fourth Cataclysm. Beep! A system prompt sounded again. Yeming looked up and a block of text appeared in his field of vision. Players are flooding in and the version progress is accelerating. Due to publicity by some players, you have entered the sightlines of other factions. Triggered long-term quest vengeance. Quest details: the Reborn Company branch is furious over your escape. They have dispatched numerous personnel to find your whereabouts. Your relationship with the company has reached a point of no return. Quest objective: utterly destroy the Reborn Company branch and show them your might. Time limit permanent. Quest reward determined by individual completion. Accept or decline. What the hell? At first glance, Yeming noticed that line. Because of some players' publicity, he had already entered other factions' lines of sight. Seeing this, Yeming glanced back at Tomeo Yunengshun. Ah. Village chief, do you need me to do something? Tomeo Yunengshun froze, then asked awkwardly. Yeming did not reply. He simply fixed Tomeo with a deliberate glance, then withdrew his gaze, leaving Tomeo utterly bewildered. Never mind. Sooner or later he would enter other factions' sightlines anyway, only earlier this time. Besides, with this fellow at his side it would be hard not to gain fame. Thinking this, Yeming shook his head and accepted the quest. You have accepted quest vengeance. After all his actions, the company certainly would not let him go, accepting or not made little difference. He and the company had long been locked in a life-or-death struggle. As Gu Yeming's thoughts drifted, the sound of many footsteps approached from not far off. He looked up and saw a large number of people running toward him. Players. Gazing at the motley crowd, Gu Yeming recognized them at a glance. Yet they came on so fiercely they did not seem to be there merely to greet him. Noticing this, Gu Yeming narrowed his eyes as a bad premonition rose. Streamer, we finally found you. The first to arrive was a player named Rihongchajiang. He smiled and greeted Tomeon and Xuningshen, then turned his attention to Gu Yeming. Just as Gu Yeming assumed he was about to be greeted, a pharaoh light flashed in Rihongchajiang's eyes. He snatched up a stone and hurled it at Gu Yeming's head. Gu Yeming reacted swiftly. He leaned back slightly and then delivered a brutal kick that sent the player flying into the nearby ruins. You have killed player Rihongchajiang. Gained 20 experience. Seeing that notification, Gu Yeming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Killing players grants experience. Then why had he received no experience when Tomeon and Xuningshen had died earlier? Note: killing players with whom you maintain a friendly relation will not grant experience unless the player attacked you first. The prompt reappeared and answered Gu Yeming's question. I see. Gu Yeming nodded. Yet another question remained unresolved. Why had that player attacked him outright? Was it a momentary whim? Beside him, Tomeon and Xuningshen also replayed the incident in bewilderment, feeling wholly unprepared. Why would others attack the village chief? But in the next moment, more players had already arrived. Their aim without exception was fixed on Gu Yeming. They were like wolves scenting blood, faces alight with excitement as they surged to attack Gu Yeming. A large question mark seemed to hang above Gu Yeming's head. At that moment he could not fathom why these players were so intent on assaulting him. But Gu Yeming, ever willing to accrue mobile experience, did not refuse. Dodging the thrown stones, he summoned the cold iron blade from his system backpack. In a deadly blur, Gu Yeming transformed into a human weapon and plunged into the crowd of players. His blade carved arcs through the air, and wherever it struck, the ground was soon slick with blood and strewn with severed limbs. You have killed player Xiang Qi Jiaozi. Gained 18 experience. You have killed player Xiaoxiong Bingan. Gained 25 experience. 1 minute later, Gu Yeming stood amid a heap of corpses, his body stained with blood. Perhaps because those players were so low level, the experience earned was pitifully small. Staring at the barely increased experience bar, Gu Yeming shook his head in resignation. With such meager gains, he might as well hunt some of the anomalous creatures. As one rose in level, the experience yielded by low-tier creatures diminished even further. Oh well. Every little bit helps. Meanwhile, Tomeon and Xuningshen kept asking the viewers in the stream, are you out of your minds? Why attack the village chief? The chat no longer presented a single voice, it split into factions. Chi Xiao Yesho said, exactly, killing the village chief is courting death. Rihongchajiang fired back, don't you know? Open the quest panel and you will see a selectable mission. If you kill the NPC Gu Yeming and bring his head to the Zueyu Company branch, you can obtain vast experience and even some top-tier weaponry. One viewer exclaimed, holy shit, it's real. The rewards are this generous. Brothers, I volunteer to join the hunt for Gu Yeming. Wait for me. A diehard fan of Rihongchajiang chimed in, children, this is no joke. I hereby kick you out of Rihongchajiang's group. Streamer, quickly form the IGU fan club. I will protect our greatest village chief. What? Tomeon and Xuningshen was stunned and hurriedly opened the quest panel. Sure enough, there was a mission to kill or capture Gu Yeming, purge the traitor. Quest details: Gu Yeming, originally an experimental subject of the Zueyu Company branch, defected and killed or wounded a sweeper and an enforcer. He must now be killed or captured. Quest objective: kill or capture NPC Gu Yeming. Time limit permanent. Quest rewards: unconditional 20 level up coupons, unconditional completion of the job change quest, 1 random epic piece of equipment, and the company's favor. Accept or decline. Note: accepting this quest will place you in hostile relation to NPC Gu Yeming. Note capture rewards are doubled. Gu Yeming saw this scene in the stream and was profoundly astonished. He had never imagined he would appear on players' quest lists. And the rewards. They were outrageously generous. If he had been a player during the early resource scarce period, he would have accepted without hesitation. At last he understood why those players had attacked him directly. The answer lay here. Beside him, Tomeo Nenshin stared fixedly at the rewards, swallowing several times. Such lavish rewards. No wonder they attacked the village chief. No, wait, how could I think that way? Given the village chief's strength, clinging to that thigh was the righteous course. With that thought, he refused the quest without hesitation and turned to Gu Yeming, saying resolutely, "Village chief, rest assured I will protect you." The chat erupted at Tomeo Nenshin's declaration. A Rihong Chajiang fanatic gushed, "Oh my, such a direct declaration of devotion, I'm moved to tears. Streamer, I support you." Chi Xiao Yes Ho exclaimed, "A true tale of protection serialized?" Rihong Chajiang snapped, "If you don't want to do the quest, then don't cause trouble. Be careful or we'll camp your spawn and kill you." Gu Yeming felt exasperated and gave him a look before turning and walking away. He moved so fast that Tomeo Nenshin could not keep up and soon lost sight of him. Gu Yeming naturally did not want to entangle himself with the players. Every player carried cameras. If his movements were exposed on the forums, it could trigger endless hunts and even draw the company's formidable operatives. That was the last thing he wanted. With players assisting, his difficulty in dealing with the company would rise dramatically. Tomeo Nenshin stood where he was and watched Gu Yeming fade from view, sighing. This thigh would have to remain unclutched for now. Never mind, first level up, otherwise he would have no strength to fight later. Zueyu Company Branch Office Conference Room. Mo Wenson stood at the head of the long table and scanned the seated attendees, among them the enforcer Yang Qingli. "Let us go straight to the point, everyone," Mo Wenson said. "You are all aware of some of today's strange occurrences, are you not?" "Of course," came the reply. The black-haired young man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke without expression. "Strange individuals have been appearing for no reason, and they all seem to possess the trait of resurrection. According to my recent research, their respawn points appear to follow a pattern." This young man was Xiaoyinghe, one of the Zueyu Company branch's enforcers, codenamed the Sage. "Most of them are unruly sorts, as if fearless of anything," Xiaoyinghe observed. At that moment Yang Qingli scratched his head and said lazily, "Although they possess this god-defying ability to resurrect, their personal strength is relatively weak and they do not constitute a serious threat. Moreover," Xiaoyinghe pushed up his glasses and added, "if we can pinpoint their respawn locations, they can become endlessly revivable test subjects. Any research may be conducted on them without fear of death. I have proposed to headquarters that we capture these individuals as much as possible. It would be extremely beneficial for future research." "Indeed," Mo Wenson nodded, then asked, "Given that, Xiaoyinghe, what do you make of Taiba's destruction of our human trafficking site within Zueyu?" Xiaoyinghe furrowed his brows and then said slowly, "Based on my prior investigation, aside from the one researcher who acted on his own and is now dead, there are no other traitors within our company. I have eliminated that possibility through my ability." He tapped his temple as he spoke, radiating confidence. Mo Wenson trusted him and nodded, then continued, "After all, your ability is mind manipulation. On that point I have great confidence." "So you mean?" Xiaoyinghe spoke a name, Gu Yeming. "Oh." Yang Qingli raised an eyebrow and replied, "You mean that Gu Yeming, the escaped experimental subject, informed TB of some of our secret intelligence?" "There is indeed a strong possibility of that." Xiaoyinghe nodded and continued, "Why would the Iron Arm go to such lengths to help that experimental subject when there is clearly no connection between them? Moreover," he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "right after that experimental subject escaped, the Iron Arm very purposefully destroyed our trading channels. Don't you think that's too coincidental?" Upon hearing this statement, everyone present nodded in agreement. Xiaoying's point indeed made a lot of sense. "So that's how it is." Yang Qingli stroked his chin and murmured, "No wonder the Iron Arm chose to help that experimental subject. Considering the Iron Arm's character, it's not surprising they would make such a trade." Xiaoyinghe had the support of everyone present. He adjusted his glasses and continued, "What remains suspicious is how that experimental subject knew about this information. This is the one thing I cannot understand no matter how hard I try. Perhaps it wasn't that experimental subject but someone else." At this moment someone raised their hand to express their opinion. That is a possibility, but the most likely suspect is still that experimental subject. After all, it's just too coincidental. Xiaoyinghe shook his head, then added, "Moreover, based on the searches over the past few days, that experimental subject has either hidden within the Red Blood Affairs office or escaped from the Sin domain. However, I believe the latter possibility is quite high." "Indeed." Yang Qingli nodded and added, "According to previous intelligence, the experimental subject did not go looking for help from the Red Blood Affairs office right after escaping but was trying to smuggle out instead. From this perspective, he doesn't seem like someone who would join another force. So," Xiaoyinghe sighed and said helplessly, "that experimental subject is likely hiding in some country now. I hope he won't be found by the relevant forces, otherwise the headquarters will surely face external pressure." Mo Wenson looked at the continuously discussing crowd, shook his head, and then interrupted, "We have no way of knowing where that experimental subject is now, but there is one thing we must clarify." He paused for a moment and then said, "According to Yang Qingli's previous comments, that experimental subject seems to have undergone some kind of change, suddenly becoming a different person with strong combat awareness and marksmanship skills. Regarding this, do you have any clues?" Hearing this question, those present exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Mo Wenson then turned his gaze to Xiaoyinghe. Xiaoyinghe smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, "Don't look at me, I don't know either. Everything else can be deduced from evidence and clues, but this, I have no way of knowing." "I see." Mo Wenson sighed and then asked everyone, "Aside from the Sin domain, do we have any personnel in other countries?" Upon hearing this, the crowd focused their attention on an elderly man with white hair sitting down. This elder's name was Nelson Carter, an ordinary person who was not an ability user. However, after working for the company for several decades and possessing both a solid resume and skills, he was promoted by Mo Wenson to the position of Human Resources and Intelligence Minister. Seeing everyone looking at him, Carter knew his chance to shine had arrived. He first cleared his throat, then slowly said, "We do have personnel in other countries, however compared to the headquarters they are significantly fewer. After such a blunder, the headquarters has instructed us to resolve this ourselves," Mo Wenson stated flatly. "Carter, the subsequent search for that experimental subject will be entrusted to you. Report to me immediately if there are any developments." Of course, Carter readily agreed. As an ordinary person in a high-level environment full of ability users, he found it quite challenging. Now that he finally had a chance to prove himself, he certainly would seize it well. "Alright everyone, I hope you will take the escape of the experimental subject seriously and ensure it doesn't happen again." Mo Wenson nodded heavily, tapping his finger on the table, and said to everyone, "Consider this a lesson. The headquarters has already stated that there cannot be another incident. Alright, the meeting is adjourned." Everyone stood up, nodded at Mo Wenson, and then gradually left the room. Carter slowly walked out of the conference room. Just as he was about to showcase his capabilities in directing the search, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Carter was startled and quickly turned around to see it was Yang Qingli. Yang Qingli, holding Carter's shoulder with a slight smile, said, "Minister Carter, I'm counting on you for the search of that experimental subject." "Ah yes, I will do my utmost," Carter said with a forced smile upon realizing the person was the renowned Yang Qingli among the operatives. Yang Qingli nodded, then suddenly changed his tone, applying slight pressure with his hand as he continued, "Minister Carter, I have a personal request that I hope you can consider." Upon hearing this, Carter was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, "I wouldn't dare." "Please, Lord Yang Qingli, I will certainly do my best." Seeing his flustered expression, Yang Qingli smiled faintly and then said, "Once you find any trace of that experimental subject, please inform me immediately." Mentioning Gu Yeming, Yang Qingli couldn't help but recall the encounter from a few days ago, his forehead veins slightly bulging as his tone gradually turned cold. "I have some personal grudges with that experimental subject, and I hope Minister Carter can understand." Hearing this, Carter understood that Yang Qingli was seeking revenge. Naturally, he readily agreed, thinking that perhaps Yang Qingli would owe him a favor. Of course, Lord Yang Qingli, you can rest assured, Carter patted his chest confidently and said, as soon as I find any trace of that experimental subject I will inform you immediately. That's great. Minister Carter, with your word I feel relieved. Yang Qingli suddenly smiled brightly, clearly satisfied with Carter's attitude. He released his grip on Carter's shoulder, patted Carter on the back and said casually, since that's the case I won't disturb your work any longer. Goodbye. After that he left with an easy demeanor, as if the slightly uncontrolled expression from before was not his at all. Watching him leave, Carter wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and let out a slight sigh of relief. Dealing with these monsters really makes one feel anxious and frightened. He suddenly found himself missing the time when he was just an ordinary employee. At that time he at least didn't have to face these high-ranking ability users directly. What he did was merely basic administrative work. After a moment of reflection, Carter shook his head and walked towards his office. The search work should officially commence now. A few days later. At this moment, Gu Yeming had already left the out-of-control zone, sitting in the back seat of a certain driver's car traveling on the road to the Kongmeng Empire. After several days of hunting accompanied by his level increase, the strange monsters in the outer layer of the out-of-control zone could no longer provide him with much experience. To gain a large amount of experience he could only venture into the deeper layers of the out-of-control zone, but the strange monsters inside were not on the same level as those in the outer layer. The level difference was several dozens. Let alone him, even Wei Jinshuan, a class or higher powerhouse, would suffer greatly if he ventured into the deeper layers of the out-of-control zone. If he wanted to level up quickly in a short time, he could only go to a safe city to trigger some tasks or complete the long-term task he had received a few days ago, Vengeance. When Gu Yeming was a player, he had also completed many long-term tasks, and the experience and rewards he gained were undoubtedly substantial, but the difficulty was equally great, otherwise it wouldn't be termed as a long-term task. Gu Yeming's journey to the Kongmeng Empire naturally had an unknown purpose. As an old player of Infinite Multiverse, he knew that there were other escapees from the company besides himself. These escapees all harbored deep hatred for the company, and if Gu Yeming wanted to complete the long-term task, he naturally needed their assistance. The driver in the front seat was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and ordinary appearance, but he seemed quite amiable. Originally, Gu Yeming was walking alone on the road. With his current pace, it would take him several days to reach the Kongmeng Empire from the out-of-control zone. During the journey, the passing driver noticed Gu Yeming walking alone, so he kindly offered him a ride. After a conversation, they discovered that they were headed to the same destination. Thus the current scene unfolded. The uncle was quite familiar, smiling as he asked Gu Yeming, "Hey young man, you aren't from Kongmeng, are you?" Interrupting his thoughts, Gu Yeming replied, "No. Ha ha ha, just looking at your face it's obvious you're not. Kongmeng people generally have blonde hair and blue eyes. Looking at you, you must either be a Xingqian or a Hongxue person." Gu Yeming remained silent, merely nodding. Seeing Gu Yeming's silence, the uncle wasn't discouraged and continued, joking, "You look so young, you must be going to the Kongmeng Empire to find a job, right? I recently saw the news that it seems the employment pressure is too great over in Xingqian and Hongxue, and many young people can't find jobs and can only do the most menial tasks." Hearing this, Gu Yeming became interested and asked, "Uncle, from what you're saying it sounds like you know a lot about Xingqian and Hongxue." "Of course." The uncle nodded affirmatively, saying, "After all, I work over in Hongxue, so I'm somewhat familiar with the situation there. I'm just going back to see my family, but soon I'll have to return to work in Hongxue." "I see." Gu Yeming merely nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing Gu Yeming's lack of desire to chat, the uncle fell silent and focused on driving. As for Gu Yeming, he opened the player forum to see what events were happening. Unlike the few posts from a few days ago, today's player forum had surged to hundreds of thousands of posts. The Infinite Multiverse had evidently become a massive hit. To differentiate the news from each dimensional world, the game forum had thoughtfully separated them, with each dimensional world having its own dedicated topic channel. Naturally, Gu Yeming found the topic channel for his current dimensional world, Blue Technology. Upon entering, the first popular topic that caught his eye was NPC battle highlights. Seeing this topic, Gu Yeming clicked in with great interest. The video was over 10 minutes long, featuring several exciting clips of NPC battles, including the segment where he had killed those two hunting fanatics a few days ago. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yeming immediately guessed that this clip must have been contributed by that silly player who had the leg hair that could bend and stretch. Gu Yeming exited the video and opened the comments section, where various discussions from players filled his view. Interestingly, most were discussing topics related to him. Hot red tea sauce. Anyone who has accepted the task to capture Gu Yeming, come join this group. Let's discuss what strategies to deploy together. All game strategies can be discussed here. Welcome everyone. Leg hair can bend and stretch. Don't mind the one above. Quickly join our IGU guild. We aim to protect our beloved village chief. Gu holding on to village chief Gus thigh tightly is the way to go. Everyone, don't go astray. We've posted the group QR code inside. You can join, and discussions about game strategies are also welcome. Hot red tea fanatic. I support leg hair leader. I've joined the IGU guild. The people inside are of high quality and speak nicely. I really like it here. Feeling not as good as Oh Demon. You're right, but Infinite Multiverse is an open world game. You forget about the front, forget about the middle, and forget about the end. Are you a spirit dog? Can't even remember the formulas. Zero Twilight. The highest rated comments below were these 5, with numerous replies, but most were two-faced individuals attacking each other. Gu Yeming observed closely, noting that the comment from Hot Red Tea Sauce had received the most likes. He speculated that a large number of players had probably accepted this so-called task to eliminate traitors. Gu Yeming could understand this point. The rewards were too generous. Even he as a player couldn't resist. However, thinking of this, Gu Yeming's lips curled slightly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. According to the information he knew, if nothing unexpected happened, the novice protection period would end in 2 days. Typically, new players entering Infinite Multiverse would have a novice protection period lasting a week, during which death would incur no penalties. However, once the novice protection period ends, dying would result in a deduction of corresponding experience or levels, and could even lead to random drops of equipment from players. Don't be fooled by these players who seem fearless and loud now. Once the novice protection period is over, they will definitely regret it. After several hours of travel, the vehicle had now reached the border of the Kongmang Empire. At the border stood a checkpoint where vehicles came and went, all waiting for identity verification. The inspection proceeded swiftly. Soon it reached their car window, and an inspector tapped on the window, then said to Gu Yeming and his companion in a calm tone, "Please show your identification. Thank you for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, the uncle handed over the identification he had prepared earlier. Local resident, are you back to see family? After verifying the documents, the inspector returned them and casually inquired, "Yes, it's rare to have a holiday, thank you." The uncle replied with a smile. What about this one?" The inspector nodded and shifted his gaze to Gu Yeming, who was sitting in the back seat. Gu Yeming handed over the identification that Wei Jianxuan had helped him obtain. Not a local, huh? The inspector seemed to notice something unusual, observing carefully for a moment before addressing Gu Yeming's stateless identification. "Did you just come from the Sin domain?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming nodded. Sin domain? Hearing the inspector's words, the uncle turned back in surprise to look at Gu Yeming, clearly not expecting him to hail from that notorious Sin domain. "Is there a problem?" Noticing the awkward expressions on their faces, Gu Yeming asked. No, sorry about that, sir." The inspector regained his composure, returning the identification to Gu Yeming, and said, "I just didn't expect you to be from the Sin domain. Generally, stateless identification is only issued to those who have just escaped from there. This is the first time I've seen it. Your identities have been verified. You may proceed." With that, the inspector stepped aside and pressed a button on the remote in his hand. With a soft sound, the massive iron gate in the distance slowly opened. "Little brother, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." The uncle, after learning that Gu Yeming was from the Sin domain, had much less enthusiasm, but still asked politely to District 4 please. Gu Yeming noticed the shift in his demeanor but said nothing, simply stating a place name. "District 4, that's conveniently along the way." Hearing this, the uncle nodded and then fell silent, focusing on driving. A few more hours passed. District 4. At this moment Gu Yeming stood on a certain street watching as the uncle's vehicle grew more distant. Before getting out he had left a considerable amount of food in the car as a form of payment to the uncle. After all, he currently had no money aside from the weapons in the system's backpack, but that would likely cause trouble for the uncle, so he could only repay him in this way. Gu Yeming glanced around, taking in the tall buildings, the dense flow of people, and the clean streets, clearly contrasting with the Sin domain. This was a city where people lived. Of course, he did not come here for leisure. He had not forgotten his purpose for being here. If the information was accurate, the experiment subject should be inside. Gu Yeming's gaze pierced through the throngs of people, focusing on the bakery across the street. A blonde woman was busy introducing various bread products to the customers. Gu Yeming only glanced at her before shifting his gaze away. She was not the person he was looking for. Gu Yeming's thoughts wandered for a moment before he stepped forward towards the bakery. However, at that moment a surprised voice suddenly rang out from the side. Gu Yeming. Huh? Hearing this, Gu Yeming quickly turned his head to look, only to see a new player in beginner's clothing staring at him in delight from a short distance away. Had he been discovered? Gu Yeming fixed his gaze on the player, remaining vigilant. Player ID not eating cilantro, a player he had never seen before. He was not among those he had encountered before. Seeing that the player merely called out his name and did not make any other moves, Gu Yeming observed for a moment before turning back and continuing towards the bakery. However, this action allowed not eating cilantro, who was not far away, to breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes flickered for a moment as he muttered to himself, I didn't expect to run into this NPC here. Based on his previous combat footage, this guy is incredibly strong. He's not someone I can deal with alone. I need to quickly inform the group to bring the main force over. He was actually part of the group of players who wanted to kill Gu Yeming. As Gu Yeming entered the bakery, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. How could he not guess the intentions of the player from just now? One must always think of the worst-case scenario, so Gu Yeming naturally regarded him as one of those players wanting to kill him. However, for now they did not pose a threat to him. If he had acted directly just now, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Players could respawn, but if he were to kill someone on the street, it would surely cause panic, which would be highly detrimental to his upcoming goals. Sir, I am the owner of this bakery. May I ask what kind of bread you need? At that moment the blonde woman walked over, slowly smiling as she inquired of Gu Yeming. Hearing this, Gu Yeming returned to his senses and replied in a flat tone, No, I'm just here to find someone. Find someone? The owner paused and then asked, Who are you looking for? This lady. I remember you adopted a girl. Gu Yeming stared directly into the woman's blue eyes and said, And the person I am looking for is naturally your adopted daughter. My adopted daughter? Upon hearing this, the owner became alert and frowned slightly, saying, Sir, I did adopt a girl, but please clarify your intentions so I can feel at ease. After all, you know she is my adopted daughter. No need. At this moment Gu Yeming suddenly changed the subject. His gaze already shifted away from the owner to the black-haired girl who was slowly walking out from behind her. She has already come out. Upon hearing this, the owner was taken aback and quickly turned to see her adopted daughter standing right behind her. The black-haired girl glanced at Gu Yeming, then said to her adoptive mother, Mother, please don't worry. This gentleman means no harm. I think he just wants to have a chat with me. How can that be? The owner exclaimed quickly, saying, My goodness, letting you chat with a stranger. This is absolutely impossible. Mother, don't worry. The black-haired girl smiled slightly and said, I can protect myself, and this gentleman means no harm, so please rest assured. Seeing the black-haired girl so insistent, the owner sighed and then fixed her gaze on Gu Yeming, saying, Sir, I hope you only wish to chat, otherwise the police here will not allow you to do any harm. Gu Yeming shrugged and did not speak. The black-haired girl, seeing this, smiled at Gu Yeming and said, Sir, please follow me. Gu Yeming followed the girl into a room, and what greeted his eyes was the warm decoration typical of a normal girl. However, Gu Yeming's keen observation immediately detected numerous signs indicating the presence of men. It seems to be her. After realizing this, Gu Yeming nodded slightly. He turned to close the door only to find the landlady standing outside watching him warily. Why are you closing the door? The landlady was very vigilant. Gu Yiming's action did not seem like that of a good person. Gu Yiming frowned. Just as he was about to say something, the girl sitting in the chair spoke up, "Mother, don't worry, I will be fine." But the landlady wanted to say something, but she noticed the determination in the girl's eyes. She opened her mouth, sighed helplessly, and finally shot a warning glance at Gu Yiming before turning to leave. Clang! Gu Yiming slowly closed the door and then turned around, pulling a chair from the side and sitting down by the door. He said to the girl, "All right, the door is closed now. The content of our discussion will not reach the outside world, so you can rest assured." After saying this, he pointed to his ear, indicating that he would always be listening to the movements outside. Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl Wainer smiled and said to Gu Yiming, "Sir, I understand your thoughts, but the question is, why are you keeping such a distance from me?" Hearing this, Gu Yiming chuckled softly. His expression was calm, but he spoke with a hint of coldness. "Others may only see you as a gentle and refined girl, but I know your true nature." At this point, Gu Yiming waved his hand. "Let's skip this topic. You are not the person to discuss it. Bring your brother out." "My brother?" The black-haired girl was taken aback and pretended to be puzzled, saying, "Sir, you must be mistaken. I don't have a brother." However, Gu Yiming had lost any patience to play along with her. He suddenly summoned the gluttonous destroyer in his palm, pointing it directly at the girl's head, coldly saying, "I said to bring your brother out. Stop pretending to be deaf and mute." "But I really don't have a brother." The black-haired girl looked at Gu Yiming with pleading eyes and spoke timidly. A cold light flashed in Gu Yiming's eyes as his finger rested on the trigger, seemingly ready to shoot at any moment. At this moment, the black-haired girl suddenly sighed, and then her demeanor changed completely. She looked at Gu Yiming with indifference, saying, "How did you find out?" Her voice surprisingly turned into that of a man. Yet in the next moment, a scene that was even more shocking unfolded. The skin all over the black-haired girl's body began to twitch, seemingly transforming in some direction. Her long hair rapidly shrank to a normal length for a man. Her stature grew by several centimeters, and her previously slightly protruding chest flattened, while her facial features transformed into those of a man opposite to those of the girl. In just a few seconds, she had turned into him. He revealed a set of shark-like teeth, seemingly unfazed by being threatened with a gun, and said indifferently, "You have quite the nerve to point a gun at my sister." "No, it's just that your sister's pretentious act has made me quite uncomfortable." Gu Yiming did not show any surprise at this transformation and replied calmly, "Since you are here, we can begin." After saying this, he relaxed his grip and the gluttonous destroyer vanished into thin air. The man instantly realized this. Looking at the calm Gu Yiming, a term suddenly surged in his mind, "Ability user?" Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the man chuckled lightly, then said, "Discuss." "What is there to discuss? Besides those few, only the people from the company know my identity, so..." "You are from the company then?" At this point, he opened his vertically slit pupils, staring intently at Gu Yiming. "Although I don't know how your company found out my location, but just you alone seeking me out, don't you think that's a bit too overconfident?" Sewing man Chris, affection 50, your relationship with him has turned into a hostile one. Boss level Sewing man Chris, level 54, strength 49, agility 51, spirit 45, stamina 68, active skills deadly bite, body transformation, corporeal manifestation, monster liberation, resonant screech. Passive skills, super regeneration, strong adaptation, venom infiltration, enhanced senses. Current level CB in monster liberation state. Current status healthy assessment, extremely dangerous evaluation, a manufactured oddity from Morede Corporation, a true weapon of slaughter in the human realm. Gu Yiming glanced at the system screen without revealing his emotions, secretly astonished by Chris' panel. His expression did not change due to Chris' dangerous aura. Instead, he smiled faintly, saying, "Company? You will be disappointed. I am not from the company. On the contrary, I am someone in the same predicament as you. Moreover, if the company really knew your location, would they only send someone like me?" At this point, Gu Yiming squinted his eyes, his tone slightly cold. "For a manufactured monster of your level, it wouldn't be excessive to send several executors." "Oh." Chris did not relax his vigilance after Gu Yiming's words. He stood up and walked in front of Gu Yiming, sniffing carefully. On the surface Yeming made no move, but secretly he had already opened the system backpack, his eyes fixed on the timed grenade inside. After a dozen seconds Chris returned to his chair. The dangerous aura surrounding him had vanished. He retracted his hostility. It seems you weren't lying if the scent on you is very faint. Although it is weak, I can still detect it. Enhancement agent. Chris ruffled his black hair, his expression darkening. They injected me with this kind of agent when I was forced to undergo experiments at the company. This scent I will never forget until I die. Although I don't know what your purpose is, congratulations, you will be fine. At least you won't have any trouble here. Sewing man Chris affection 60, your relationship with him has turned neutral. As the notification of intimacy value echoed, Yeming finally relaxed his somewhat stiff body. Compared to the previous executor Yang Qingli, the creature before him exerted an even greater pressure on him. It is important to note that among the NPC information he was aware of, this fellow named Chris was a freak who had fused the abilities of several deadly and bizarre creatures, truly a weapon of slaughter. If it weren't for the fact that he learned from previous player-collected NPC information that Chris would treat those also persecuted by the company kindly, Yeming would not have sought him out. This guy is far too dangerous. Well, since you know my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Yeming. Good, now it's time to talk about you. What brings you to me? You should hurry, otherwise the boss lady will be anxious. I need to switch to my sister during this time, otherwise it could end badly. Upon learning that Yeming was also a persecuted experiment from the company, Chris' attitude softened considerably and he asked, and most importantly, how did you know my true identity? Hearing this, Yeming knew that if he didn't answer well he might face the same scene as before. Thinking of this, Yeming nodded, trying to relax his posture, and said softly, it's simple. While escaping I obtained a lot of internal information from the company, including your file. Oh. Chris raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and said, with your strength, escaping from that hellish company would be quite difficult. Did someone help you? Hearing this, Yeming naturally went along with it, even though he didn't know how his original self managed to escape. But he knew he couldn't linger on this topic for long or he might expose himself. So he slowly said, of course the chances of escaping from that place are slim. I had someone assist me, which is how I managed to get out. Chris nodded, not pressing further, and continued, when I escaped I also had help. It seems there are still some people with a conscience in that company. By the way, from which area did you escape? The Sin Domain. Oh. The Sin Domain? Hearing this, Chris seemed to become interested, saying, I escaped from the company branch in the Moonshadow Empire. Along the way I heard about the executor Yang Qingli from the Sin Domain branch. Since you escaped from there, did you meet Yang Qingli? Not only did I meet him, I even severely injured him. Of course this was under the premise of Wei Jianken's restraint. Yeming nodded in response. There was no need for lies here. He replied, when I tried to escape from the Sin Domain it was Yang Qingli who came to capture me. However, I exchanged internal company information with the Iron Arm Wei Jianshuan for protection. That's how it happened. Iron Arm? I've heard of him. Chris nodded, already believing most of what Yeming said. One last question. Chris casually grabbed a nearby juice and took a sip before asking, how did you know my sister and I were here? Answer me. At this point Chris lowered his eyelids, a hint of coldness glinting in his eyes. You should know, aside from the few people I frequently contact, no one else generally knows I am here, not even that group of bastards from the company. From what you just said, you indeed know information about me, but the information was clearly stolen from the company. The problem is even the company doesn't know my location. How do you? Chris clearly thought of this, quietly watching Yeming from a distance, waiting for a response. Yeming had long anticipated this. He chuckled lightly, leaning back in his chair, appearing very relaxed. How did I know your location? Sorry, I cannot disclose that. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chris squinted his eyes and the dangerous aura slowly radiated from him again. However, what he did not expect was that Yeming not far away appeared unaffected by his pressure, even calmly gazing at him. This caused him to regard Yeming with a higher level of respect. At this moment Gu Yeming spoke again, saying slowly, Chris, you just need to know that aside from the company many people are watching you, or rather us. Hearing this, Chris was taken aback but quickly realized Gu Yeming's meaning. Although it was common knowledge that the Morede Company conducted human experiments, no one could confront them without evidence. And those of them who escaped from the company were incredibly precious, practically living examples. When he first escaped from the company, he also thought about going to other countries to expose the company, acting as a witness. However, he was afraid. Would other countries or factions accept these monsters that had become neither human nor ghost? Or perhaps other countries were secretly conducting similar experiments, just not publicizing it. He didn't dare to gamble. Thinking of this, Chris' gaze fell on Gu Yeming, his eyes narrowing slightly. You joined some organization and my hiding place was told to you by that organization. Aside from this point, Chris couldn't fathom how the fellow experiment that had also escaped knew his location. Smart. Gu Yeming smiled, appearing confident as he pulled out a document from his pocket filled with dense information. He threw the document in front of Chris and said lightly, you think you're hiding well, but in fact you have long been exposed to the eyes of some people, just no one has made a sound. This document contains various internal information about the company. You can take a look and verify for yourself whether the contents are true or false. After all, there are many people who want to see the company fall, not just us. We are indeed on the same front, so this is why I came to find you. At this point Gu Yeming straightened his posture, smiling lightly, the company is our common enemy. Don't you want to return one day for revenge? Hearing this, Chris fell silent for a moment before saying, what you mean is, you want to recruit me? Hearing this, Chris deeply looked at Gu Yeming, then opened the file to take out the information inside. A few minutes later, Chris had finished reading the general information. Is all the information here true? Chris looked at Gu Yeming in surprise, a flash of excitement suddenly appearing in his eyes. Gu Yeming shrugged and replied lightly, you can verify it yourself. After all, your strength is evident, so confirming whether it's true should be quite simple, right? Chris remained silent for a moment, seriously putting away the information, and then said to Gu Yeming, I will verify it later, and if it's indeed correct. If you want to trouble the company later, feel free to come to me. Of course the premise is that you are confident, otherwise I won't help you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming merely nodded. On the surface he appeared calm, but inside he couldn't help but think this is going to work. As for Chris verifying the information later, he wasn't worried at all. The information he provided to Chris was undoubtedly true, and it would greatly appeal to the killing weapon before him. After all, who hates the Morede Company the most in this world? Undoubtedly, it's those suffering experimental subjects. With his help, the success rate of finding trouble with the Sin Domain Company branch in the future would undoubtedly increase significantly. Chris knew several other experimental subjects who had escaped the company, each of whom was almost a top-notch individual. As for Chris thinking he had joined some organization, it can only be described as a beautiful misunderstanding. However, Gu Yeming was not worried about this. He knew that in the near future certain branches of the company would become dungeons attacked by other faction players. And among them was certainly the Sin Domain. By then he could easily create a false impression of being part of an organization to deceive Chris and his group into helping. However, Chris suddenly changed the subject, seemingly having realized something. He looked at Gu Yeming in surprise and pointed outside, saying, I think you should worry about yourself now. Gu Yeming was taken aback, somewhat confused. You haven't offended any enemies, have you? Chris' expression grew more puzzled as he sensed that many people from the outside seemed to be rushing toward this area. Moreover, judging by their pheromones, it appeared that they were all targeting this person named Gu Yeming. Chris raised his eyebrows, looking at Gu Yeming in bewilderment, saying, there's a large group of people rushing over here and all their targets point to you. What happened? Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming finally understood. It seemed to be those players. With that thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes as he said, you can understand it as those wanting to join the company's lapdogs. What? Chris asked in surprise. The company knows your location. The company certainly doesn't know where I am. It's just that those guys want to take my head to please the company. Gu Yeming replied indifferently. So that's how it is. Chris understood and smiled slyly, revealing sharp shark-like teeth. The killing intent slowly surged from him, and he said with a somewhat sinister expression, so I can understand that they will be our enemies in the future. Of course. Ha! Chris laughed heartily, his killing intent almost impossible to suppress. He excitedly said, "That's great. Thank you for bringing so much blood food. I haven't had meat in a long time. Since you understand me, you should know that I'm not really interested in ordinary food." He continued, "And my sister and I have been hiding here, so it's hard to go out to hunt. Overall, this time has tortured me to death." As he spoke, his voice gradually became hoarse and his palms began to grow sharp claws. He scratched his face repeatedly, causing blood marks to appear, making him look extremely unhealthy. His tongue elongated, and in his vertically slit pupils the suppressed hunger seemed about to erupt. "Oh, by the way." Suddenly Chris remembered something and politely asked Gu Yeming for his opinion. "Since these people are coming for you, I can't just intervene without your permission. I can't just barge in even though I'm really starving." "It's okay," Gu Yeming replied calmly, looking into Chris' eyes. "I understand you've endured for a long time, right? You can go ahead and eat, I don't mind." The affinity of the seamless man Chris towards you has increased by 40, and your relationship has risen to friendship. Hearing this, Chris was naturally overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and in a flash hugged Gu Yeming, saying with a choked voice, "Thank you so much. My friend, I will never forget what you just said." Gu Yeming was caught off guard. His pupils nearly shrank to pinpoints, but he quickly adjusted and patted Chris' shoulder, signaling him to let go. "Sorry buddy, I got too excited." Chris then released his arms, looking a bit embarrassed. "It's fine." Gu Yeming shook his head. At this moment, after that sudden hug, he had a clearer understanding of Chris' strength. No wonder he is a killing weapon that has fused with several strange monsters. Even in his normal state, his speed could rival that of the physically supreme Yang Qingli. After Gu Yeming showed his approval, Chris returned to his most primitive state, with various strange monster features occasionally emerging from his body. Scales, claws, sharp teeth, vertical pupils, tails, fins, black fur. "Oh wait." Chris seemed to think of something and said with a pained expression, "If I go out to hunt, the owner won't see my sister, she will worry. She's a good person, I don't want to hurt her. How about just knocking her out first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chris suddenly transformed into an afterimage, dashing out of the door and quickly appearing behind the owner. He gently tapped the back of her neck, causing her to black out and be supported onto a chair. This process took less than a second, and the owner had no time to react. The bakery had no customers, and no one noticed this. As for the surveillance footage, it had long been stealthily turned off by him. Chris returned to the room and smiled at Gu Yeming, saying, "Now there's nothing to worry about. Even if someone wants to investigate me, by then I will have switched back to my sister and they won't be able to find me. Buddy, you should stay here. After all, you don't have my disguising ability and the risk of exposure is very high." Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming nodded. Chris was indeed right. If he really went out to fight players, he would likely be discovered by the company's intelligence personnel hidden in various countries. At that time, he would probably fall into extreme danger again. "Oh, by the way, can you use this knife?" Suddenly Gu Yeming took out the cold iron blade from the system backpack and handed it to Chris with a smile, saying, "Friend, I really appreciate your willingness to help me. This knife is my main weapon. Since I can't go out to handle things myself, I want you to use my weapon so I can also feel relieved." Though he said this, Gu Yeming had deeper intentions. The experience points from movement shouldn't be wasted like this. "You have bound the weapon cold iron blade. Note: only one item can be bound. Note: can be unbound at any time. When any target holds this weapon, the experience gained will be added to the binder's total." "Of course, buddy." Chris readily agreed. Holding the cold iron blade, he vowed, "I will take your share and kill those company lapdogs." "How many people have gathered now?" Hot red tea sauce stood across the street from the bakery, asking the indifferent cilantro hater. "Several hundred are around, boss. Don't worry, Gu Yeming won't be able to escape this time." Cilantro hater smiled, evidently feeling confident of victory. He said, "And it's not just this many people. I've already sent the location in the group and there are still many who haven't arrived. If that guy Gu Yeming is still inside, our people will keep coming. According to the upgrades and task rewards these days, everyone has at least a suitable weapon in hand, even though we still don't have firearms. Besides, what if that Gu Yeming is powerful? With so many of us dying still means we can respawn and we can't wear him down. What about the IGU guild? Don't they know? Hearing this, hot red tea sauce nodded and was also full of confidence for this operation. He suddenly remembered something and continued to ask. Hey, they have no clue. We're secretly doing this in our group. Those fools, instead of taking good tasks, insist on protecting the so-called NPC. Well, now that this NPC Gu Yeming is dead, their guild will be virtually non-existent. At that time we can directly criticize them fiercely on the player forum, making them lose face. Very good. Hearing this, Ri Hong Chajiang nodded in satisfaction and said next we should rush in directly to avoid any unforeseen changes. Having said that, he opened the system chat group. Just as he was about to issue commands, a scream echoed from a distance, causing Ri Hong Chajiang to pause and slowly look towards the source of the sound. There lay a player's severed corpse on the ground, while Chris stood nearby licking the blood off his cold iron blade with his long narrow tongue, looking exhilarated as if he had taken drugs. How long has it been since I tasted blood? Chris seemed ravenous, opening his mouth wide as he crazily devoured the corpse on the ground. There's a monster. Run. Seeing this scene, the other NPC bystanders were naturally terrified and fled, leaving a few hundred players standing at various spots vigilantly watching Chris as he fed. What kind of monster is that? Not eating cilantro was momentarily stunned by this sight, then quickly threw a reconnaissance skill at Chris. You have detected the target boss level, Sewing Man Chris. Due to a significant level disparity, only 20 of this NPC's information is available to you. Boss level, Sewing Man Chris. Level: Strength, Agility, Spirit, Endurance. Active skills: Passive skills: Regeneration, Strong, Adaptation, Venom, Invasion, Enhanced Senses. Current level: Current status: Healthy, Hungry, Exhilarated. Assessment: Extremely dangerous. Evaluation: Run. Seeing this panel, not eating cilantro opened his mouth in shock. Ri Hong Chajiang also noticed this panel, his face turning ashen as he stared at Chris not far away. Damn it, we were about to act and then this happens. Moreover, where did this monster come from? At this moment Chris' mouth was covered in blood and he had already consumed more than half of the corpse amid the sounds of chewing. Suddenly he seemed to sense something, slowly raising his head to look around. From his perception there were at least hundreds of people watching him. Ha! Chris stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth and scanned the surroundings with excitement. Ah! Hundreds of people, this is great, I can feast to my heart's content. Chris licked his lips, his eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Warning! Boss level, Sewing Man Chris is about to launch an attack. This system notification appeared on the screens of all players, who stared at Chris with grim expressions, momentarily frozen in place. What are you waiting for? Ri Hong Chajiang shouted angrily, yelling, this guy is clearly a boss. Don't be fooled by his outrageous stats, there are hundreds of us. And many more are on their way. We can respawn, we can definitely wear this boss down. Hearing these words, all the players present reacted. Indeed. If we can kill this boss, the rewards must be incredibly rich. The fear in the players' eyes was replaced by endless greed. Kill this boss. Ri Hong Chajiang's eyes flashed with fierce light as he swiftly charged towards Chris, wielding a long sword. As he moved, all the players present sprang into action, converging towards Chris in an overwhelming tide. Seeing this, Chris showed no fear, instead he became even more exhilarated. He swung his cold iron blade and laughed maniacally. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Chris' expression suddenly turned sinister and a piercing scream erupted from his mouth. Warning! Boss level, Sewing Man Chris has activated the skill Sonic Scream. You have lost your hearing and your perception will be greatly reduced. Ri Hong Chajiang abruptly stopped, his vision becoming shaky, and he felt a warm flow trickling from his ear. He touched his ear and blood was unmistakably on his fingers. He could no longer hear anything. Suddenly, in the next moment, he felt his vision blur and Chris' figure suddenly appeared before him. You must be their leader, right? Chris looked down at Rihong Chajiang from a height sneering and said, "As long as I kill you, the others will be like a scattered sand." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade violently at Rihong Chajiang. Thud! Rihong Chajiang was instantly split in two. Blood splattered everywhere. Ha! Chris eagerly caught the blood and gulped it down, then viciously shouted at the surrounding players, "Your leader has been killed by me, why don't you come and die?" However, to his surprise, the players around did not panic at Rihong Chajiang's death. Instead, they charged towards him fearlessly, their eyes brimming with excitement. And looking at their expressions, it's as if they are hunters and he is the prey. How is this possible? Chris noticed this and was bewildered. He never expected that there would be so many fearless people in this world. How strange. Despite his astonishment, Chris quickly adjusted, wielding his cold iron blade and slaughtering his way into the crowd of players. In the bakery in the room, Gu Yeming was sitting in a relaxed position, his hands clasped together, seemingly meditating. You have killed the player Little Bear Biscuit, gaining 89 experience points. You have killed the player Rihong Chajiang, gaining 141 experience points. You have killed the player Not Eating Cilantro, gaining 124 experience points. System notifications sounded one after another, seemingly never stopping. However, in Gu Yiming's ears, these dense notifications were like heavenly music. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing in his gaze. It seems that after a few days of play, those players' levels had clearly increased. The experience points gained from killing players were noticeably several times more than before. You have successfully leveled up. Gained 2 free attribute points. After a while, the level up notification sounded and Gu Yiming's lips curled up slightly, feeling quite pleased. At this moment, Chris, who was constantly fighting outside, had no idea that he had become Gu Yiming's free labor. Based on Gu Yiming's understanding of those players, whenever a boss appeared, they would call a large number of people to strategize and tirelessly whittle down its health. And this happened to play into Gu Yiming's hands. Their strategy to defeat the boss was essentially Gu Yiming's self-service experience machine. Gu Yiming smiled faintly as he listened to the system notifications. He knew that these players would never give up easily, they would keep coming. And he just needed to sit back and enjoy the rewards to level up effortlessly. Originally, his goal was simply to recruit Chris to increase the success rate of future tasks. He never expected that players would actively provide him with experience like this. The external battle had been raging for 15 minutes, during which neither the players nor Chris had taken a break. After casually crushing the skull of a nearby player, Chris finally found a moment to think. Strange. Although I haven't counted, I should have at least killed a couple of hundred people. But the problem is, why does it feel like the number of these people is the same as at the beginning, or even increasing? A large number of players rushed in from all directions, and upon seeing Chris, they charged at him like hungry wolves catching a whiff of blood. Brothers, this is our first encounter with a BOSS, we must take it down. The fully revived Hot Red Tea Sauce shouted towards the chat group from a short distance away. Hearing that familiar voice, Chris froze for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Hot Red Tea Sauce nearby. However, that glance startled him. What is going on? Chris stared at Hot Red Tea Sauce, feeling a surge of absurdity wash over him. He had clearly killed this leader. He remembered it distinctly. There was absolutely no doubt. Yes, the corpse, there should be a corpse. Chris quickly lowered his head, trying to find the body of Hot Red Tea Sauce, which he had already killed. But the ground was covered with the corpses of various players, blood splattered everywhere, and Hot Red Tea Sauce's body had long been obscured, and no matter how hard Chris searched, he could not find it. Damn it! Finally caught up with me? Little Bear Biscuit charged over angrily and swung an iron rod at Chris' face. Bang! Chris was hit by the blow. Momentarily stunned, he first swung the iron rod aside and then looked at the player who attacked him. This guy. The moment Chris saw that player, his pupils constricted sharply. He remembered very clearly that this was the first person he had killed. But now this person had appeared alive right in front of him again. Even Chris, the killing machine, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine upon seeing this player. Little Bear Biscuit looked at the stunned Chris and rolled his eyes, saying, "What are you looking at? Dead." Chris suddenly swept out his hand and Little Bear Biscuit's body was torn apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. After killing that player, Chris unexpectedly let out a breath. Cold sweat slowly seeped from his forehead. At that moment Chris had to admit that he sensed a strange feeling from these people. It was this feeling that made Chris inexplicably anxious, even feeling a chill down his spine. This can't go on like this. It's been so long and this boss's health has only decreased by 0.5. Hot red tea sauce furrowed his brows looking at Chris, who was already questioning life, and said worriedly, "Boss, we aren't going to be stuck with this boss for several days, are we?" Not Eating Cilantro stood nearby looking helpless and said, "My weapon's durability is almost gone and this boss's health has only dropped this much. To be honest, boss, why don't we just retreat?" "Retreat? Why should we retreat?" Hearing this, Hot Red Tea Sauce clenched his fists and said with great reluctance, "We've already spent so long on this boss, it would be too unsatisfactory to just slip away like this. Boss, this is a classic case of having come this far. Do you still remember our initial goal?" Looking at Hot Red Tea Sauce, who seemed a bit obsessed, Not Eating Cilantro helplessly said, "Our original target was Yeming. If it weren't for this boss suddenly attacking us, we might have already taken him down." Hearing this, Hot Red Tea Sauce sighed, feeling rather helpless. The plan was set so well, but I didn't expect this monster to come and mess things up. "Boss! Boss!" At that moment a player hurriedly approached and exclaimed, "Boss, our commotion is too loud. It's been reported to the player forums and the IGU guild members are already on their way." "What?" Hot Red Tea Sauce was shocked. He quickly grabbed the player's shoulder and demanded, "Who posted the news from here to the forums?" Boss, many people." The player said helplessly, "As soon as we discovered the BOSS, some of us posted to the player forums saying that we need to gather more people to wear down this boss." "Tisk." Hearing this, Hot Red Tea Sauce released the player's shoulder, sighed helplessly and said, "It's my fault, my fault. Now it's good. Not only has the boss not been worn down, but Yeming must have already run away after hearing the commotion outside. We ended up with nothing. This is really bad luck." Hot Red Tea Sauce complained several times, shook his head and said, "Let's retreat. It's a waste of time to spend on this boss. We could have leveled up several levels in these few days." After saying that, he waved his hand and slowly left with a dejected expression. Not Eating Cilantro saw this and also sent a message in the chat group, "Not Eating Cilantro, brothers, retreat. If the time needed to kill this boss is too much, the cost and gain do not match. Let's go. You are one by one. You should have said that earlier. I wanted to leave long ago, but I felt embarrassed to leave seeing you so invested. Little Bear Biscuit, wait, don't go. We've come this far. I won't feel at ease until this boss is down." Most players agreed, and after reviving they all distanced themselves from the battlefield. Only a small number of players were still holding on, and seeing the majority leave they sighed helplessly and followed suit. As the last system notification sounded after a full 10 seconds, there was no more sound. Yeming, who sensed this, sighed slightly, feeling a bit unfinished. It seemed to be over. He shifted his gaze to the system panel, and after a series of battles his level had reached a new high. Level 22. This is the current level of Yeming's panel. The experience required to leap from level 14 to level 22 is undoubtedly enormous. If Yeming were to hunt the strange monsters alone, it might take him several days without rest to reach this level. It is known that although the experience provided by a single strange monster is still more than that of a player, the sheer number of players is overwhelming. Moreover, they can respawn infinitely. Isn't this a pure self-service experience machine? Current free attribute points 16. A full 16 points of attributes are enough to significantly enhance Yeming's strength. Strength 6. Agility 7. Stamina 3. After allocating the points, Yeming felt a surge of immense power rushing into his body. After a few seconds, Yeming took a deep breath, gradually adapting to the increase in power. He then opened the attribute panel. Attribute panel: Strength 30, Agility 28, Spirit 14, Stamina 22, Current free attribute points 0, Current level D, Current status Healthy, Health 840840. After allocating the points, his overall strength finally crossed from a level to level. and his maximum health is about to break the 1,000 mark. Looking at the dramatically changed panel, Gu Yeming wore a faint smile. Who would have thought that just coming to recruit a stitched person would yield such a huge reward? Bang! At this moment the door was suddenly opened and Gu Yeming turned to see that the visitor was Chris. Chris was covered in blood and the pungent smell of blood filled the entire room. The monstrous features on him had completely vanished, clearly indicating that he had recently indulged in a killing spree. Sorry about that, buddy. Chris raised the completely broken cold iron blade in his hand, saying helplessly, I accidentally broke your weapon. It's fine. Gu Yeming naturally had no intention of blaming him. Compared to the huge level increase, he would be willing to lose several weapons of the same quality. Weapons of excellent quality can no longer keep up with his pace and can be said to be of no use at all now. Having paid such a small price for such a huge return, Gu Yeming couldn't help but smile. After taking the cold iron blade, Gu Yeming casually glanced at the system screen and as expected it showed, warning. The durability of this weapon is completely depleted and will shatter soon. You have unbound this weapon. At this point the lifespan of the cold iron blade has finally come to an end and Gu Yeming naturally had no need to bind to it anymore. Although the gun Sword Master talent can slowly restore durability, this weapon is no longer very useful. He casually tossed the weapon into the system backpack and pretended to be concerned as he asked Chris, you're covered in blood, you haven't been hurt, have you? Hearing this, Chris merely shook his head, looking somewhat fatigued as he replied, it's nothing, just a bit tired from the prolonged fighting. At this point he seemed to recall something and asked in surprise, by the way buddy, do you know what those people really are? Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming naturally understood what he meant. After prolonged slaughter, it was likely that the killing machine had already discovered the player's respawning trait. This was something he naturally had nothing to hide, as players respawning had already become common knowledge in the world except for some ordinary civilians and this rarely outgoing experimental subject. As you can see, Gu Yeming shrugged and said, they can respawn. Hearing this, Chris' pupils suddenly contracted and he murmured, so that's how it is. It seems my guess was indeed correct. Continuing, Chris asked, could they be the new experimental subjects developed by the company? But wait. This respawning trait is too overpowered, even the company might not be able to develop such a supernatural ability. Looking at Chris, who seemed to be questioning life, Gu Yeming shook his head. He slowly stood up, patted Chris on the shoulder and said lightly, friend, you are too tired, you need a good rest. As for those people, they are definitely not developed by the company but rather appeared suddenly. Well, you can consider them a type of strange monster. Their codename is the Fourth Calamity. Now these people are spread all over the world. Information about them has long been made public. It's just that you haven't been out for so long that you don't know this news. Hearing this, Chris was taken aback, mumbling in confusion, strange monsters. I never knew there were ones that looked so human. After saying this, he shook his head and stopped thinking too much. He wearily told Gu Yeming, no more thinking. After those people escaped not long ago, the people from the Empty Fog Empire came looking for me, wanting to capture me. But their speed is really slow. It didn't take long for me to slip out of their sight. Don't worry, I specifically took a long detour avoiding areas with cameras and returned here through a secret passage. They won't find me. Thank you, buddy. Now I'm completely satisfied. At this point, Chris ran his fingers through his hair, blood covering his hands. He continued, I need to rest for a while. My sister will take over this body. After all, with the commotion I've caused, the Empty Fog Empire must be searching for me everywhere. The information you gave me I will also find a time to verify. Buddy, goodbye. After saying this, Chris slowly closed his eyes and with his skin twitching and his appearance changing, he successfully transformed into her. Alright, sir. The black-haired girl no longer wore the serene smile from before. She stared at Gu Yeming with a blank expression and said, I won't see you off any longer. I still have to clean up the mess my brother left behind in the shop. As she spoke, she looked at the bloodstains on the ground, expressing her helplessness as she continued, really. Every time after venting I end up with this big mess to clean up. Gu Yeming nodded and said, you'll take my leave now. Clina, please send my regards to your brother afterwards. After saying this, he walked out of the room and politely closed the door behind him. Clina stood in place looking at the now closed door and sighed helplessly. Brother, you are too kind to this experimental subject, helping him sort out some troubles. After saying this, her right pupil suddenly turned vertical, clearly indicating Chris consciousness had emerged. It's fine, sister, every experimental subject has suffered from the company's torment and we are no exception. For experimental subjects who have had similar experiences, we are naturally born allies and it's normal to help each other. Besides, he has provided us with internal information about the company, provided that the information is accurate. Assuming the information is indeed true, then helping him with this small favor is only natural. Moreover, I have indeed been craving for a long time, urgently needing a supplement, and this is a perfect opportunity to do a favor. Next time I need to find an opportunity to take this information to seek out other allies. I think they will definitely be very interested. Yeming slowly walked out of the bakery, and what met his eyes were the severed limbs of players scattered everywhere, a testament to the brutal carnage. This small area was completely covered in blood. If one did not leave, they would think this was a hell on earth. Yeming seemed to have noticed something. He glanced off into the distance where dozens of people dressed in guard uniforms were standing on the street, engaged in some activity. Sir, verification complete. These individuals are not locals. They appear to be from the Fourth Calamity, a police officer said with a grim expression as he approached the chief. The chief nodded, looking at the blood-soaked ground littered with limbs. His eyelids twitched violently, and then he said, as long as no locals are injured, it's fine. These strange beings will revive anyway. Death is no concern. Regarding their bodies, inform the cleaning crew to come and tidy this place up afterward. The chief gazed at the corpses around him. Although he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it, his eyes remained remarkably calm, as if he had grown accustomed to such scenes. Ever since players arrived in the blue technology dimension, the crime rate around the world has skyrocketed, and it is evident that most of it is caused by players. The chief had been dealing with similar incidents for several days now and was no stranger to such situations. As long as the locals survived, he didn't care about the fate of these strange beings. Also, the chief called the officer, then asked, have we found the monster that killed those Fourth Calamity creatures? No, chief, the officer shook his head, looking helpless. That guy's speed is just too fast, we couldn't catch up. We can only search through the surveillance footage later. The chief nodded, replying earnestly, that monster is incredibly powerful. According to the report, it treats these strange beings like chickens, evidently a severe threat. It's too dangerous to let it hide in this area. We should focus our efforts on searching for that monster. I will report the situation here to the higher-ups and see how they feel about it. Sigh. Everyone go back now and let the cleaning crew handle the aftermath. Yes. The officer nodded, then shouted to the others, the chief has given orders. Everyone wrap it up and head back. You let the cleaning crew take care of this place. Let's go, let's go. Honestly, I've already handled several cases like this. These strange beings are running rampant, thinking they can do whatever they want just because they can revive. The officers all shook their heads, their words filled with disdain for the players. In just a few minutes they began to leave one after another. Yeming stood in front of the bakery watching the officers depart. He reflected on the earlier conversation and murmured, it seems that the local NPCs are increasingly resentful of the players. The signs are already starting to show. At this point he couldn't help but think back to some of the game versions he had experienced in his past life. In the subsequent version updates, as players grew more powerful, the conflicts between them and local NPCs intensified, eventually leading to a war between players and local NPCs. However, by that time most players had joined their respective factions and only a few remained as factionless wanderers. Naturally, the conflicts then transformed into disputes between player factions. Village Chief. Just as Yeming was lost in thought, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. He turned to see several players hiding in an alley, secretly watching him. Among them was the player Leg Hair, who had previously shared a good rapport with him. Is it him? Seeing that the newcomer was Leg Hair, Yeming raised an eyebrow and slowly walked over. Upon seeing Yeming approach, Leg Hair's excitement grew even more. He hurriedly said, Village Chief, I've finally found you. After saying this, he turned to the players around him and shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get the quest out." Gu Yeming looked at Like Hair with a deadpan expression, feeling helpless. He hadn't expected that the player he had met only once before would appear here. Moreover, Gu Yeming shifted his gaze behind Like Hair. He saw a large number of players crowding in the alley, all looking at Gu Yeming with surprised eyes. Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming's thoughts began to stir. Most of these players had maintained goodwill towards him. He would need their assistance for the long-term tasks ahead. Perhaps he should give them some incentives to ensure they would be more agreeable to him in the future. He had plenty of materials and equipment obtained from hunting bizarre monsters in his backpack. They were useless to him but could serve as rewards. With that thought, Gu Yeming nodded, a slight smile on his face as he addressed the eager crowd with fluent NPC intonation. "Friends, I know you are all eager to contribute your strengths. I have some tasks here. Would any of you be interested in taking them?" Upon accepting the task, the relationship with the Morede Company will turn hostile. The player Like Hair can bend and stretch glanced at the prompt box and decisively accepted the task. "You have accepted the task. Weaken the company." At the same time, Gu Yeming saw the notification of Like Hair can bend and stretch's acceptance on his system screen, and he couldn't help but not surprised that this player would accept it without hesitation. Very promising. With that thought, Gu Yeming took out a pistol from his system backpack and handed it to Like Hair can bend and stretch. This pistol, the P-27 silenced pistol, was obtained by killing a cleaner at the start. Now with the Devourer, it was of no use to him anymore. However, it could serve to invigorate the players in front of him. What the hell? Like Hair can bend and stretch was taken aback and quickly took it. NPC Gu Yeming's favorability 20. You have received a P-27 silenced pistol, bullets 30. What the hell? Holding the solid silenced pistol in his hands, Like Hair can bend and stretch fondled it for a moment and then raised it high, loudly addressing the players behind him. "Brothers, take a look at this. Huh? You can get weapons just for accepting a task." As expected, the players erupted in excitement upon seeing the silenced pistol in Like Hair can bend and stretch's hands. The players who were originally hesitant due to their hostility towards the Morede Company had now set aside their concerns and rushed to accept the task. You have accepted the task. Weaken the company. NPC Gu Yeming's favorability 10. Besides Like Hair can bend and stretch, the first player to accept the task, the others did not receive such treatment of acquiring weapons, but all gained an increase in favorability with Gu Yeming. This made most players regret deeply, wishing they had been the first to accept the task. However, it also taught those who had already accepted the task a valuable lesson. Although the reward for killing Gu Yeming was quite generous, the chances of success were extremely slim. It was more practical to take a steady approach. Moreover, if this continued long term, they might truly manage to obtain some powerful weapons from this NPC. Hadn't they seen that their leader Like Hair can bend and stretch had already obtained 2 weapons from this NPC? Seeing that almost all players had accepted the task, Gu Yeming nodded and smiled gently at the players. "Thank you for your efforts, everyone. I will await your good news. For now, let's part ways." Hearing this, Like Hair can bend and stretch was startled and quickly asked, "Village Chief, where are you going again? How will we hand over the task to you later?" In response, Gu Yeming simply smiled without saying a word and turned to leave. Like Hair can bend and stretch exchanged glances with the players, none of whom pursued after him. After a few encounters with Gu Yeming, they had come to understand his temperament and characteristics. He preferred to act alone and would appear before players when needed. Watching Gu Yeming's figure gradually disappear from view, Like Hair can bend and stretch shook his head and rallied the players behind him. "Brothers, we all know where to go next, right? Sin Domain." The players shouted in unison, raising their arms high. Gu Yeming strolled along the street, glancing at the player forum on his system screen, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Regarding the matter of obtaining weapons just for accepting tasks, the post was naturally made by Like Hair can bend and stretch. Gu Yeming clicked in to see that there were already many replies below, including some of the old acquaintances who had previously wanted to ambush him. Like Hair can bend and stretch, come take a look, everyone. What is this? Below was a screenshot of the P-27 silenced pistol's stats. This screenshot naturally caused a huge uproar. Hot red tea sauce, dude, where did you get that firearm? And it's of excellent quality? Not eating cilantro? Little bear cookie, huh? Everyone else is using cold weapons and you've jumped through time. Hot red tea fanatic, I got it from accepting a task from village chief Goo. You guys who don't know what's good for you must be regretting it now. Subsequently, there were no more replies from players like Hot Red Tea Sauce who were hostile towards Gu Yeming, seemingly having been left speechless in front of the screen. After a brief glance, Gu Yeming closed the screen, his thoughts gradually drifting. It seems that offering a little sweetness is quite beneficial. His image among the players was gradually expanding. Even neutral or newly joined players would come to know of him as a benevolent NPC. This undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for future actions. In the future, whenever he had a need, these players would rush in from all directions to assist. With that in mind, Gu Yeming slowly came to a halt. He opened his system backpack, reviewing his current offensive methods. For long-range strikes he had the Type 20 large-caliber sniper rifle, and for large-scale destruction he had timed grenades. Although the Devourer could compensate for the shortcomings of mid-range attacks, it could not compare to the effectiveness of swords. Should he face an enemy adept at close combat, the flaws of the Devourer would become apparent. His only melee weapon, the cold iron blade, had been completely ruined. Even if repaired, it could not keep up with his pace. With that thought, Gu Yeming sighed. A gunner who only uses firearms is not a good profession. Only a gunner who wields both firearms and blades can achieve optimal output damage and survival effectiveness. Now, having enhanced his abilities through previous upgrades, he had entered the D rank of strength. It seems that acquiring a higher quality melee weapon should be prioritized. Within the bounds of the Kongmang Empire, regions bearing numerical designations are for the most part safe. Those without numbers are by implication fallen cities where peculiar monsters dwell. Clearly, the out-of-control zones are not solitary phenomena but are scattered across the world. Every nation or territory harbors to some degree such zones. Kongmang Empire, an unnumbered region and out-of-control zone. After several days of rest, Gu Yeming had now reached the pinnacle of his condition. He walked slowly along a street overrun by weeds, his eyes wary as he scanned the surroundings. His purpose in coming to the unnumbered region was naturally tied to the intelligence about a peculiar monster in his mind. Hun Ghost King. Even when he had been a player, he had known the reports concerning this uncanny creature. Active in the unnumbered regions of the Kongmang Empire, it prowled at night, preying upon various peculiar monsters. Its strength exceeded that of the earlier glutton class by an entire tier. The Hun Ghost King was a Shagai-level monster. Its material fragments covered a dozen professions, and the weapons and equipment it dropped were coveted by players. This was because it had a small chance to drop epic equipment. For this reason, the Hun Ghost King was an immensely popular target among mid to early stage players. Should it drop epic gear, selling it to affluent players could fetch large amounts of real-world currency. If I am not mistaken, the Hun Ghost King must be somewhere within. Gu Yeming came to the entrance of a towering building. Its walls were already tattered and various plants pushed through the cracks. The Hun Ghost King lurked at the very top of the building. To reach it, one must slay the peculiar monsters on each floor. The tower had 25 stories, equivalent to 25 challenges. This place had not yet been discovered by players. Once unearthed, it would become one of the hottest raid dungeons. To tackle that dungeon required at least a 5-person team, and the members' levels had to be at least 15 or a rank to qualify. Now, Gu Yeming exhaled slowly. He tugged at the black round cap atop his head, summoned Baoshe Poways with his right hand, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He would solo his way to the top floor. First, the first floor. Gu Yeming stepped inside. Before him lay an empty reception hall. Gu Yeming surveyed the hall warily, on guard against danger. Something was wrong. As he studied the seemingly ordinary reception hall, a trace of puzzlement flickered through his gaze. Why was there no sign of monsters here? Wait. Suddenly he noticed something. He fixed his eyes on the floor not far off and saw abundant dried bloodstains. Bloodstains? Had someone been here? Gu Yeming knit his brows, his face shifted. Someone had beaten him to it? At that thought Gu Yeming rose and dashed for the stairs. Second floor. Third. Fourth floor. Corpses of monsters littered the ground. Damn it! Gu Yeming burned with urgency, a cold gleam erupting in his eyes. He would not surrender the Yihan Ghost King to anyone. In mere seconds he found himself on the 8th floor. Gu Yeming paused. He had heard movement down the corridor. There was the sound of combat. His thought flickered and he hurried toward the source. Soon his sight fell upon a squad of players fiercely resisting an onslaught of peculiar monsters. Players. Watching the intense skirmish, Gu Yeming stood a short distance behind the squad, stroking his chin as his thoughts drifted. Given the current version's progress, players had actually reached the 8th floor. At that thought Gu Yeming understood immediately. It seemed they had encountered skilled players. Captain. We can't hold them, should we retreat first? A shield-bearing player named Qi Wajichuang was fending off the relentless monsters, sweating as he shouted to the captain. According to the system message from a couple of days ago, our newbie protection period has ended. If we die here, even if we resurrect, we might lose experience or even levels and equipment. The captain, known as Daofeng Suaji, wielded a curved blade and hacked relentlessly at the peculiar monsters before the shield. Phew. At our level it's still difficult to clear the 8th floor. The captain wiped the blood splattered on his face and solemn asked the female player beside him, heal us quickly, our health is dropping badly. All right. The female player Xiang Yao Wan Tang promptly answered. She waved her staff and in the next moment a ring of green light appeared around each squad member. From not far away Gu Yeming narrowed his eyes at the sight. The player squad before him had already advanced their classes. Seeing their health slowly return, another player, Xiao Tianxia, exhaled in relief and urged retreat. Retreat, Captain, we can come back later after we level up. All right. Seeing his teammates urging retreat, Daofeng Suaji sighed helplessly and said, Jichuang, hold them off, well, fall back slowly. Okay. With the captain's order, Qi Wajichuang ceased desperately holding ground and began to retreat. When the group reached the stairwell, they were astonished to find a lone figure standing there. Daofeng Suaji stared at Gu Yeming for a moment before reacting. You are. A system warning chimed. Dangerous target detected, BOS level, Gu Yeming. Do not engage him in direct conflict. Gu Yeming. With the system chime they realized this man was the NPC Gu Yeming, the one who had stirred such a commotion on the player forums. Gu Yeming glanced at them, stepped before Daofeng Suaji, extended his hand and said calmly, lend me your blade. Huh? Daofeng Suaji was stunned but handed his curved blade to Gu Yeming. Yingyue Wan Dao. Quality excellent. Attack 3558. Remaining durability 57. Level requirement 10. Origin system craft. Description: a very good melee weapon capable of harming low-level peculiar monsters. Oh. Seeing the item panel, Gu Yeming's brow lifted. This was indeed an excellent quality weapon. It seemed this squad's player caliber exceeded his expectations. Note: this weapon has been bound to the player Daofeng Suaji. Bound. Gu Yeming glanced at Daofeng Suaji in surprise, then lost interest and casually tossed the saber back. Experience should not be handed to others so easily. Daofeng Suaji quickly reclaimed his saber, momentarily unsure of the NPC's intentions. Never mind, lacking a weapon was inconsequential. Bullets should not be squandered on these minor monsters. With that thought, Gu Yeming withdrew Baoshe Poways into his system inventory. He cracked his neck, stepped beside Qi Wajichuang and said coolly, stand aside. Okay. Upon hearing this, Qi Wajichuang was taken aback, then obediently stood to the side. With him no longer blocking the way, the strange monsters surged in like a flood. Be careful. Daofeng Suaji hurriedly shouted a warning. Gu Yeming's eyes flashed with a fierce light and he unexpectedly punched the nearest monster's head, causing it to explode. However, this was not the end. Gu Yeming transformed into a meat grinder, moving through the horde of strange monsters as if in an uninhabited realm, delivering punch after punch with limbs and blood splattering everywhere. You have killed a low-risk level blood demon gaining 158 experience points. You have killed a medium-risk level corpse eater gaining 291 experience points. This. Everyone stared blankly at the rampaging Gu Yeming, momentarily lost in thought. Such a brutal fighting style. In that moment Gu Yeming's image changed in everyone's minds. He must not be provoked. This thought flashed through everyone's minds and they tacitly reached a consensus. Gu Yeming casually grabbed a corpse eater's head and with a powerful grip enhanced by 30 points of strength he crushed its head. The mixture of red and white liquid splattered onto Gu Yeming, but he showed no change in expression. He simply tossed the corpse aside and began to scan his surroundings. In just 2 minutes the corpses of dozens of strange monsters lay scattered at his feet and a large pool of blood slowly flowed toward the feet of the onlookers. The little angel swallowed hard, tugged at Daofeng Suoji's sleeve and whispered, "Captain, why don't we make a run for it?" "Not yet." Daofeng Suoji, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, wiped it away and calmly said, "Let's see what this NPC intends to do." Huff. Gu Yeming wiped the blood from his face expressionless as he looked at the crowd not far away and asked in a tone that showed no change, "Aren't you guys leaving?" He had no intention of sharing experience with others. Hearing this, Daofeng Suoji shook his head and took a step forward, attempting to negotiate with Gu Yeming. "We just want to clear the monsters on this floor. You don't need to exert yourself, we can handle it ourselves." It sounded nice. Wasn't it just about gaining experience and rewards? Hearing this, Gu Yeming stared coldly at Daofeng Suoji, his tone frigid. "Leave. The monsters above are beyond your capability. Can't you see that you're already struggling against these mere monsters on this floor?" But Daofeng Suoji wanted to say something more. After all, the experience rewards from the entire floor were quite substantial and he was naturally reluctant to give up so easily. However, in the next moment a devourer of destruction suddenly appeared in Gu Yeming's hand, pointed directly at Daofeng Suoji's head, and he coldly said, "Do I need to repeat myself? Leave." As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes revealed that he seemed ready to pull the trigger at any moment. "Captain, let's go." Beside him, Chi Chuang patted the captain's shoulder and whispered, "He's right. We're struggling with this layer. If we go any higher we might really face complete annihilation. Losing experience would be minor. If we lose levels and equipment we would truly have nowhere to cry." The player named Xiang Yao Wan Tang also chimed in with advice. This. Alright. Seeing his teammates urging him, Daofeng Suoji could only reluctantly nod in agreement. What they said was indeed reasonable. In this good place, only the capable can rise. But one thing Daofeng Suoji could not understand. Why was Gu Yeming, this NPC, so keen on killing these monsters when he didn't need experience or anything? Did he have some other purpose? Thinking of this, Daofeng Suoji sighed helplessly, shook his head, and turned to walk toward the stairs down. Seeing their captain finally come to a realization, the others breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit to leave. Fortunately, they did not clash with Gu Yeming, otherwise they would have all died once. As they left, everyone recalled the earlier scene and couldn't help but feel grateful. After the player team departed, Gu Yeming slowly lowered the Devourer of Destruction. Looking at their appearance, they likely wouldn't return in a short time. Gu Yeming gazed at the empty corridor, his thoughts wandering. Based on the information about the entire building, the monsters on the 1st to 10th floors were predominantly low to medium risk. For him they posed no challenge and he could slaughter them with just his fists and feet. However, once he reached the 15th to 25th floors, the difficulty would spike dramatically, not only with numerous small monsters harassing him, but also mixed in with some high-risk strange monsters. And on the 25th floor, of course, lay Gu Yeming's target, the sinister grade strange monster, the Soul Demon King. Gu Yeming's earlier words to the player team were not lies. Given their overall strength, let alone the 25th floor, even the 9th floor would be a struggle. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming shook his head, opened his system backpack and began to review his limited offensive capabilities. The dozens of strange monsters he had just killed had dropped several melee weapons, but most were of ordinary quality, with only one being of excellent grade. Corpse Demon Fang Quality Excellent Attack Power 40-55 Additional Effect. When attacking the enemy target has a 10 chance to trigger a negative effect. Poison Remaining Durability 100 Level Restriction 10 Source Rare Drop from Killing Corpse Eaters. Evaluation. A weapon made from the teeth of a corpse eater, sharp and possesses a certain toxic effect. Among excellent quality weapons there were naturally distinctions. For example, this Corpse Demon Fang had an additional effect making its overall quality superior to his previous cold iron blade. Of course, for Gu Yeming's current level it still held little significance. However, it was quite good for clearing small monsters. Holding the Corpse Demon Fang in his hand, Gu Yeming swung it at the air a few times and nodded. This way he wouldn't have to rely solely on his fists and feet. Gu Yeming took a deep breath, adjusted his state to the best, and then wielding the Corpse Demon Fang ascended the stairs. The strategy begins. Captain, are we really just going to let this pass? The group had reached the building's front door and Xiao Tianzhi asked with some reluctance. Daofeng Suoji shook his head helplessly and said, after all, our name is not written on this building, it is not private property, naturally the capable take possession. But what I cannot fathom is why Gu Yeming would come here. Sigh, all that experience wasted. He sighed with a touch of regret. Captain, why don't we quietly tell that group where Gu Yeming is? At that, Xiangyao Wantang suddenly said, yeah, Captain. Hearing that, Qi Wuzhichuang tapped his forehead and eagerly agreed, hasn't that group led by Ri Hong Chajiang always wanted Gu Yeming's head? Why not reveal Gu Yeming's location and then pick up the kill Gu Yeming task? That would be killing two birds with one stone. Daofeng Suoji shook his head and vetoed, no. Why? Xiao Tianzhi asked in puzzlement, isn't that a good idea? Do as you like, in any case I will never do that, he said firmly. Daofeng Suoji explained, I chose the same class as Gu Yeming, the gunswordsman. In principle I could learn the class skills from him, strictly speaking he is my class instructor. In short, I absolutely will not do anything to provoke him. As far as I know, he is the only gunswordsman class NPC, I still need to study that class knowledge. After saying this, Daofeng Suoji shook his head and walked off. The others exchanged glances and sighed. Xiao Tianzhi said helplessly, all right, if the captain refuses, so be it. We are a team, we still have to grind monsters together later. Very well. Qi Wuzhichuang also shook his head and followed Daofeng Suoji forward. Hey, wait for me. Xiangyao Wantang had no objection and hurried after the party. A few minutes later, among the thick bushes beside the building, three players suddenly peered out and watched the direction in which Daofeng Suoji's party had departed. They're gone, said a player named Shuren Wochi. Did you catch what they just said? Gu Yeming is inside that building, added Hao Shuijiao. In this building seems to hide a large number of monsters, a true grinding dungeon, said Qixing Yul, his eyes gleaming. Humph. What they dare not do we shall do. Shuren Wochi snorted coldly. Daofeng Suoji's team is among the best of all players, I didn't expect them to be so timid. Exactly. Alone Gu Yeming cannot possibly withstand so many of us. Hao Shuijiao nodded excitedly, if we kill Gu Yeming each of us will gain abundant rewards and we might even increase our standing with Morede Company. I've already sent the location to the group. Qixing Yul chuckled, Ri Hong Chajiang the boss is gathering a large number of players and heading this way. With no other interfering elements, Gu Yeming will have nowhere to flee. Now we wait quietly. Without interference from the IGU Guild, let's see how Gu Yeming can escape. Inside the building on the 19th floor at the center of the hall, Gu Yeming, unaware of the situation outside, was beset by grotesque creatures that howled and charged, their eyes ravenous for flesh. Gu Yeming casually severed the pale-faced creature's head behind him, and before he could draw a breath, several alien terror wolves leapt at him. Damage amplification blade slash. Gu Yeming's gaze hardened. Wielding Shigoi Jiafang of the Corpse Demon, he spun swiftly. A fierce blade aura radiated from him, cleaving the surrounding grotesque monsters in twain. You have slain medium risk. Pale-faced creature gained 239 XP. You have slain medium risk. Alien Terror Wolf gained 255 XP. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level 24. Free attribute points for few. Pant. Pant. After slaughtering the creatures on that floor, Gu Yeming wiped the blood from the corner of his eye and gasped that the continuous fighting had consumed the bulk of his strength. The gains were great, however. After cutting down the grotesque monsters from floors 9 through 19, Gu Yeming had reached level 24, rising 2 levels in succession. Agility 2, Stamina 2. After allocating the points, Gu Yeming's strength and agility were now formally even. Attribute panel: Strength 30, Agility 30, Spirit 14, Stamina 24. Free attribute points 0. Current level D status: Lightly wounded, exhausted, hungry. Max HP 671880. Gu Yeming glanced at the panel's HP, sat casually on a monster's corpse, and his breathing slowly steadied. He then took some provisions from his system backpack and began to replenish his energy. You consumed common grade bread, recovered 10 HP. You consumed common grade mineral water, recovered 5 HP. After a series of restorations, Gu Yeming's condition had somewhat recovered. Current HP 811880. Phew. Gu Yeming exhaled heavily, moved his limbs slightly, and gripping Shigueijia once more proceeded toward the upper floors. In front of the tall building's entrance, Ri Hong Chajiang stood on the steps, watching the swelling tide of players with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Finally, he had seized the opportunity at last. Let's see where Gu Yeming can flee now. Boss, the three of us did well this time, right? Shuren Wochi strolled to Ri Hong Chajiang's side, beaming. Very good, 50,000 has already been transferred to your cards. Remember to check it in the real world. Ri Hong Chajiang nodded with satisfaction and patted Shuren Wochi's shoulder. Thanks, boss, the three of them hurriedly replied, eyes bright with excitement. As befits boss Ri Hong Chajiang, a true master of cash power. All right, everyone, follow me in. Ri Hong Chajiang laughed, waved his hand, and charged into the building's interior. A vast multitude of players surged in after him. 6th floor. 9th floor. 13th floor. Ri Hot Red Tea Sauce sprinted all the way to the 13th floor, yet still found no trace of Gu Yeming, only the grotesque corpses of slain monsters littering the ground. Are you absolutely certain Gu Yeming is inside? Ri Hot Red Tea Sauce's eyelid twitched violently as he gazed upon the dense carpet of corpses. It wasn't fear that stirred him, but sorrow. So much experience. Utterly wasted. Absolutely certain. Boss, if Gu Yeming isn't here, he must be on one of the upper floors. The poet hastily nodded in affirmation. Very well, onward we go. With a sigh, Ri Hot Red Tea Sauce dismissed his misgivings and dashed up the staircase once more. 24th floor. Huff. Huff. Gu Yeming slumped against the wall, drenched in blood, staring at the sea of grotesque corpses sprawled across the floor. He gasped for breath, his palm gripping the severed head of a monstrous aberration. Thus far he had slain over 100 such creatures on the 24th floor, including 3 high-hazard class monstrosities. Maximum HP remaining 522. Current status: injured, exhausted. Even Gu Yeming could not clear this floor unscathed, facing 3 high-hazard abominations backed by over 100 low and mid-hazard variants, all while operating on severely depleted stamina. No. I must rest, immediately. Gu Yeming heaved ragged breaths, overwhelmed by sudden crushing fatigue. Having fought his way from the 9th floor straight to the 24th, his stamina had plummeted at an alarming rate. To rush onward to the 25th floor and confront the Abyssal Soul Demon King without recovery would leave him unable to last even a minute. After all, a vast chasm separated high-hazard entities from slaughtergastier beings. Engaging the Abyssal Soul Demon King at full strength would already demand immense effort. With that thought, Gu Yeming slowly sank into a seated position, seizing every second to restore his vitality. As he rested, he opened his system inventory. Equipment of varying rarities lay quietly within, among them a newly acquired rare grade item, if the rest were merely uncommon or common grade. Materials dropped from slain aberrations spilled forth in abundance. Gu Yeming summoned the rare grade piece and necklace, its pendant a translucent crimson gem. As he held it aloft, his system interface shimmered with glowing text. The Blood Tears of Wrath. Rarity rare. Attack bonus 50,100. Additional effect: 8 chance to inflict hallucination on struck targets. Negative side effect: wearer endures 20 of the rampant blood ghoul's rage-induced mental affliction, ignored if spirit stat 20. Durability 100. Level requirement 18. Source: rare drop from high hazard, rampant blood ghoul. Description: a manifestation of the rampant blood ghoul's ultimate fury, its wrath palpable the moment it touches your skin. Clearly an amplification artifact, granting tremendous power yet exacting a steep psychological toll. Without hesitation, Yeming fastened the necklace around his neck. You have equipped rare grade, the Blood Tears of Wrath. Performing spirit stat check. Check failed. Regrettably, your spirit stat is 14, insufficient to suppress this artifact's adverse effect. Spirit threshold required for neutral were 20. Instantly a torrent of seething wrath surged from deep within his soul. Blood vessels wiped across his eyes, his expression twisted, contorted by raw fury. A minute later, Yeming gradually acclimated to the affliction. His features relaxed and he exhaled deeply, determined to keep this volatile emotion from clouding his judgment. 20%. Bearable. Just as Yeming released a quiet, relieved breath. Thud. 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 A torrent of footsteps erupted from the distant stairwell. At the sound, Yeming froze, then instantly snapped alert. Someone's coming. That earlier player's squad? No, the density of those steps is far beyond a handful of individuals. Hot red tea sauce stepped onto the 24th floor first, scanning wildly, past the mounds of monster carcasses, his gaze locked instantly onto Yeming slumped against the wall in exhausted repose. Ha! The moment Hot red tea sauce spotted Yeming, a triumphant grin split his face. Yeming. Finally found you? Before the words faded, he cast his recon skill upon Yeming. You have used recon on Bastier, Yeming. Scanning. Scan successful. Due to significant level disparity, only 30 of Bastier, Yeming's stat panel is revealed. Bastier, Yeming. Stat panel. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Stamina. Level. Primary class. Secondary class: Gunsword Master. Active skills. Passive skills: Brawling Mastery I, Vehicle Expertise 3, Gunmanship Grandmaster I, Swordsmanship Grandmaster 2, Blade Mastery 2, Evasion Mastery I. Current rank D. Current status: Injured, Exhausted. HP 522, 880. He's still injured and fatigued. Ha! Hot red tea sauce stared stunned, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Heaven itself conspires in my favor. Yeming, where will you run this time? To flee from such a height, he'd have only one path, the stairwell behind him. And precisely there a horde of players waited. Smiling faintly, Hot red tea sauce declared, Yeming, you're cornered now. Yeming met his gaze impassively, mind racing. Though he'd anticipated players would arrive sooner or later, he hadn't expected them so swiftly. But how did they pinpoint my location? Could it be that earlier squad, the one I drove off, betrayed me? At peak condition, defeating them would pose no challenge whatsoever. Yet the truth remains, I am now grievously weakened. Facing seasoned players each sharper than a honed blade is nothing short of perilous. Unlike mindless aberrations, these players wield cunning intellect. Without overwhelming dominance, conventional tactics hold no sway over them. What then shall I do? At this moment, even Yeming, a top expert who had previously dominated the PvP arena, found himself trapped in an inescapable predicament. Facing a player group of at least 100 or even 1,000, Yeming's condition was at its worst. Without any state advantages, terrain, or escape routes, all paths had been effectively sealed off. It could be said that the entire building had been occupied by this group of players. Yeming was surrounded on all sides. At this moment, Cha Sauce also realized Yeming's dilemma and smugly advised, Morede Company is such a wonderful place, Yeming. Don't be ungrateful. If you dare to betray the company, death will be your only outcome. However, suddenly he changed his tone and said with a smile, as long as you are willing to return with us, we can actually persuade the company to spare your life. Persuade? It was simply an attempt to gain more rewards. After all, capturing Gu Yeming alive would double the reward. In response, Gu Yeming showed no reaction, slowly rising to his feet and looking indifferently into Ri Hongchasa's eyes. How could he be so calm? Looking into Gu Yeming's eyes, Ri Hongchasa's brows furrowed and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Even trapped in a death trap, why act like a big shot? Perhaps fearing that hesitation would lead to change, or perhaps driven by that ominous premonition, Ri Hongchasa had already abandoned any thoughts of capturing Gu Yeming alive. Forget it, if he dies, he dies. It's just a matter of receiving a little less reward. With that thought, Ri Hongchasa sighed helplessly and pointed directly at Gu Yeming, shouting, "Everyone attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of players behind him surged towards Gu Yeming like a flood. Seeing this, Ri Hongchasa was already confident. Faced with such a multitude of players attacking Gu Yeming, let's see how you handle this. Facing the flood of players rushing in, Gu Yeming's expression showed no change. He looked at the players as if he were gazing at corpses. Let's do it this way. Suddenly Gu Yeming muttered to himself. In the next moment, 2 timed grenades appeared in the palms of his hands. What? Ri Hongchasa's eyes widened as he saw this scene. His expression froze as if he had thought of something, and he urgently shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him use those grenades!" However, not far away, Gu Yeming's lips curled into a slight smile and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, he threw the 2 grenades directly into the air. Time seemed to slow down significantly as Ri Hongchasa stared at the 2 grenades about to explode, his heart racing to the extreme. Boom! The 2 timed grenades exploded with a deafening roar. The flames shot up, engulfing the entire floor and nearly reaching the stairwell. The powerful shockwave from the explosion obliterated the nearby players, leaving them in bloody shreds. But it wasn't over. With the sound of the explosion, the entire building trembled. Due to years of disrepair, signs of collapse began to emerge throughout the structure. Rumbling. In just a few seconds, the entire building began to sway and the wall on the 24th floor completely shattered, revealing the scenery outside. Roar. At that moment it seemed something was disturbed as a deafening roar echoed from the top floor. It was the king of ghostly souls. Crack, crack. Suddenly a cracking sound came from the ceiling, and in the next second a bizarre creature completely transparent and black, surrounded by purple ghostly flames, fell through. As the king of ghostly souls landed, he immediately noticed the players pouring in endlessly. Roar. The king of ghostly souls was enraged, letting out a thunderous roar, and the ghostly flames around him surged madly towards the players. Warning! Malevolent level, the king of ghostly souls has activated the skill Ghost Flame Ashes. The ghostly flames slammed into the players, and in an instant their bodies turned to ashes. Damn, where the hell did this monster come from? Ri Hongchasa, watching the rampaging king of ghostly souls, continuously shouted commands at the now chaotic players. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and hurriedly looked in Gu Yeming's direction. He saw Gu Yeming standing at the edge of the broken wall, the fierce wind from the outside rushing in, making his clothes billow. Emotionless, he gazed this way, his dark eyes deep as a mysterious abyss. Seeing this, Ri Hongchasa's pupils suddenly shrank and an unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. It couldn't be. Could he be thinking? It seemed to confirm his suspicion as Gu Yeming summoned the Tooth of the Corpse Demon and leaped outward. He actually jumped from such a high floor. Damn! Upon witnessing this, Ri Hongchasa's eyes nearly bulged. He never expected Gu Yeming to be so reckless, daring to jump straight down from such a high floor. Could it be? Could it be? The ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger, and he hurriedly ran to Gu Yeming's original position, peering down. He saw Gu Yeming continuously descending vertically in the air, just as Ri Hongchasa thought he was about to crash. Gu Yeming actually drove the Tooth of the Corpse Demon sharply into the wall of the building, drawing a long line across the entire structure in just a few seconds. In the end, Gu Yeming landed safely. This is the mastery of movement. Damn! Ri Hongchasa's eyes were bloodshot. He could see that his face was visibly flushed, not from excitement but from sheer rage. He slammed his fists down on the floor, his expression twisted in fury. In a situation where everything was against Gu Yeming, he still managed to find a path to survival. Gu Yeming? He roared internally, feeling an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! At that moment a wave of ghostly flames surged from behind, completely incinerating him. Indirect kill judgment successful. You have killed player I am the Thunder, gaining 133 experience points. You have killed player the Poet, gaining 90 experience points. The incessant system notification sounds echoed in his mind, and Gu Yeming took a slight breath, feeling his stamina partially restored. Congratulations on successfully leveling up. Gained free attribute points 2. Spirit 2. Without a glance, Gu Yeming allocated the attribute points directly to the Spirit category. Subsequent enhancement equipment would inevitably carry some negative effects, so it was crucial to increase Spirit for now. Roar! At that moment a furious roar suddenly came from not far away, capturing Gu Yeming's attention. Is it the Soul Ghost King? Gu Yeming thought to himself as his mind slowly drifted. The tall building completely collapsed, likely inflicting some damage on the Soul Ghost King. Moreover, based on the information about the strange creature, the Soul Ghost King does not like light. Now that the building has collapsed, it has lost all cover and will continuously endure burning damage. Then, a glint of cold light flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes as he summoned the Devourer of Destruction in his hand and strode decisively toward the source of the sound. In just 1 minute he reached a cover only 10 meters away from the Soul Ghost King. At this moment the Soul Ghost King was frantically covering its head, the sizzling sound of burning emanating from its body clearly caught in the negative effect of burning. Seeing this, Gu Yeming cast his reconnaissance skill on the Soul Ghost King. Reconnaissance target malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King. Reconnaissance successful. The following is the attribute panel of malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King. Malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King. Level 40. Health 29553587. Strength 43. Agility 35. Spirit 40. Stamina 45. Active skills: Ghost Fire, Ashes, Evil Ghost, Rebirth, Supernatural Fright. Passive skills: immune to physical attacks, Devour, Recovery, 30 damage resistance. Current level D. Current status: Burning Frenzied. Assessment: Dangerous. Evaluation: it is currently very frenzied. Please do not disturb it unless necessary. As expected. Looking at the information on the system screen, Gu Yeming thought to himself. After the previous building collapse and the continuous burning damage, the Soul Ghost King's health had dropped by about 600 points. Malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King has fallen into the negative effect burning. Malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King is continuously burning, health 3. This system notification appeared every second, and Gu Yeming's gaze was fixed on the Soul Ghost King not far away, gripping the Devourer of Destruction tighter. With the right timing, even with low stamina, there was still a great chance to take it down. Moreover, Gu Yeming glanced around for a moment, seeing severed limbs of players scattered across the ground, with only a small number of surviving players still struggling in the rubble. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of light flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes as he devised a plan in his mind. The thought flickered in his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yeming raised the Devourer of Destruction, pointing it directly at the Soul Ghost King's head. You have released the skill Bullet Enchantment. Enchantment effect: Ghost type. Bullet enchantment can apply any attribute damage to bullets, particularly effective against all types of strange creatures. In an instant of skill release, the entire body of the Devourer of Destruction was covered with a layer of flickering purple light. The next second, boom! The roar of the Devourer of Destruction echoed, and the enchanted bullet shot straight towards the Soul Ghost King's head. The bullet struck the Soul Ghost King's head. Due to the 30 resistance, the attack was weakened. You have dealt 298 damage to Malevolent Yokai, Soul Ghost King. Ghost-type strange creatures are different from other monsters. When hit by bullets, they do not bleed, but instead their bodies gradually become transparent. The lower the health, the stronger the transparency will be. When the health reaches 0, the ghost-type creature will simply vanish. At this moment, after withstanding this attack, the Soul Ghost King's transparency had noticeably increased. Roar! The Soul Ghost King clutched its head in agony, its blood-red eyes fixated on Gu Yeming not far away. Upon spotting Gu Yeming, the ghost fire beside it charged straight towards him. Warning! Malevolent yokai, Soul Ghost King has released the skill Ghost Fire Ashes. Please take care to dodge. The moment the system notification sounded, Gu Yeming instantly vanished from his spot, swiftly moving towards the shattered cover around him. The speed of the ghost fire was not weak, it was about to catch up with Gu Yeming, who had 30 points of agility enhancement. Whoosh! However, Gu Yeming had already taken cover behind a large rock and the ghost fire charged straight into it. In an instant the rock melted away. Such temperature! Seeing this, Gu Yeming's eyelids twitched violently. He dared not slow his pace and continued rushing through the rubble. A large amount of rocks melted away, leaving Gu Yeming with very few covers left. Gu Yeming suddenly stopped, quickly grabbing a half-damaged player still struggling on the ground, and then forcefully threw him towards the approaching ghost fire. The player looked bewildered at the ghost fire about to hit his face, his pupils suddenly constricting. Gu Yeming? FCKU. Accompanied by a melodious exclamation, the player was instantly engulfed by the ghost fire, turning into blood in an instant. Boom! Seeing the ghost fire completely dissipate, Gu Yeming seized the opportunity, quickly raising the Devourer of Destruction, aiming directly at the Soul Ghost King without a look, and fired a shot. With a booming sound, the bullet hit the Soul Ghost King's head again, each shot exploding its skull. Due to the 30 resistance, the attack was weakened. You have dealt 311 damage to Malevolent Yokai, Soul Ghost King. Roar! The Soul Ghost King tightly clutched its head, its body becoming increasingly transparent. Seemingly realizing that this attack could no longer affect Gu Yeming, the Soul Ghost King glared with its furious blood-red eyes and roared loudly, charging towards Gu Yeming. Seeing this, Gu Yeming naturally retreated repeatedly, maintaining a safe distance, while the attribute panel showed a significant gap, was the optimal choice to continuously drain health. Boom! As he saw the Soul Ghost King closing the distance, Gu Yeming continued to retreat while his hands did not stop firing bullets at the Soul Ghost King amidst the booming sounds. However, the Soul Ghost King seemed to have learned its lesson as it dodged back and forth, managing to evade each bullet one by one. Gu Yeming quietly thought to himself that this was troublesome. The Shadayo level represents a watershed among all strange monsters, not only in terms of power enhancement but also a significant increase in intelligence. It cannot be treated as an ordinary strange monster. Moreover, my stamina cannot afford to be squandered any longer. A thought flashed through Gu Yeming's mind, and he suddenly came to a halt. In just 2 seconds, the Soul Ghost King had arrived in front of Gu Yeming. It let out an angry roar, and 2 giant claws separated from its body, swiftly reaching for Gu Yeming. Gu Yeming slightly leaned to the side, and the giant claws missed him, crashing down onto the ground. It was as if Gu Yeming had completely anticipated the Soul Ghost King's attack. No matter how the Soul Ghost King attacked, whether directly from the side or with a sweeping motion, Gu Yeming effortlessly dodged each one. The Soul Ghost King seemed a bit anxious as it raised its claws in a furious roar and then slammed them down towards Gu Yeming with great force. Boom! Gu Yeming quickly jumped up, evading the strike. The ground was instantly smashed into a deep gully, almost shattered. Stunned, Gu Yeming reacted quickly, seizing the moment of the Soul Ghost King's post-attack stiffness as he was about to land. He seized the opportunity, raised the Devouring Destroyer, and fired several shots directly at the Soul Ghost King's head. You have dealt 355 damage to the Shady level Soul Ghost King. You have dealt 321 damage to the Shady level Soul Ghost King. The Shady level Soul Ghost King's maximum health is down to 1241. The Shady level Soul Ghost King is now heavily injured. Roar! The Soul Ghost King frantically clutched its head, seemingly having completely fallen into a frenzy. The Shady level Soul Ghost King is now in a frenzy state. The Shady level Soul Ghost King has activated the skill Evil Spirit Reappearance. The Shady level Soul Ghost King has activated the skill Supernatural Fright. In the next second, several grinning little ghosts rapidly separated from the Soul Ghost King's body, all pouncing towards Gu Yeming. Just as Gu Yeming was about to dodge at that moment, Supernatural Fright skill Judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Insufficient mental capacity. Unable to resist this skill, several system prompts rang out and Gu Yeming's vision instantly changed. He felt as if he were trapped in an incredibly small room filled with ghosts radiating a strange aura, all of them staring at Gu Yeming with hollow eyes. You have fallen into a negative effect supernatural illusion, stay. Stay. Several murmurs echoed crazily in Gu Yeming's mind, causing his thoughts to stall. In reality, Gu Yeming's previously intended evasive action suddenly stiffened for a moment, and that moment was enough for him to make a fatal error. The little ghosts all grabbed Gu Yeming's body, screeching towards the Soul Ghost King. Seeing this, the Soul Ghost King naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip away. It let out a furious roar, clenched its giant claws, and accompanied by the sound of wind pressure swept towards Gu Yeming. Pfft! The giant claws struck Gu Yeming's body hard. The moment he was hit, Gu Yeming's vision instantly returned to normal, but that blow nearly knocked him out. He was sent flying through the air like a cannonball, tracing a long line in the sky before crashing down hard, creating a large pit in the ground not far away. The Shady level Soul Ghost King has dealt 190 damage to you. Warning: your health is down to 322. Warning: you have fallen into a heavily injured state. Cough cough. Gu Yeming suddenly coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. A ringing in his ears filled his mind and his vision blurred, taking several seconds to gradually clear up. Several of his ribs were broken. His organs vibrated continuously, but fortunately this was the best outcome. He propped himself up, one hand on his forehead, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on the triumphant Soul Ghost King not far away. It was merely a physical attack. Fortunately, it hadn't used the skill of Ghost Fire Ashes. Otherwise the Ghost Fire could have easily turned him to ashes. Phew. I must allocate more points to mental capacity in the future, otherwise falling into negative effects is truly too disadvantageous. Gu Yeming gritted his teeth against the pain and forced himself to stand up, exhaling deeply. Fortunately, I still have mobility. The supernatural fright skill was just used once, it can't be activated again in a short time. I must kill it within a short time. It's either it dies, or I perish. With this thought, the killing intent in Gu Yeming's eyes burst forth uncontrollably. The aura around him had already changed, becoming incredibly sharp. Seeing this, the Soul Ghost King let out a furious roar and charged towards Gu Yeming once again. The cold gleam in Gu Yeming's eyes transformed into a long straight line as he not only did not retreat but instead charged straight at the Soul Ghost King. In just a few seconds the two were already face to face. The Soul Ghost King roared and slammed down a giant claw. Gu Yeming swiftly dodged, and with the boost of 30 points in strength he jumped high and raised the devouring destroyer, firing several shots. You have dealt 330 damage to the Shady level Soul Ghost King. You have dealt 351 damage to the Shady level Soul Ghost King. The Shady level Soul Ghost King's maximum health is down to 421. This target is in a dying state. After being hit by 2 consecutive shots, the Soul Ghost King's earlier sense of luck was completely shattered, and the smug feeling after hitting Gu Yeming vanished. It was close to death. Seemingly realizing this, the Soul Ghost King rarely exhibited a look of fear, letting out a wail and trying to flee in the opposite direction. Gu Yeming naturally would not let it have its way. He quickly landed on the ground, not chasing it immediately but instead summoning a large-caliber sniper rifle from his system backpack. Gu Yeming took a half-crouched position and aimed the scope at the Soul Ghost King's head. With his mastery in firearms, no matter the distance as long as the weapon's range is sufficient. Then, in the next second, boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the area, accompanied by a piercing sound as the bullet struck the Soul Ghost King's head. Critical hit. You have dealt 421 damage to the Shady level Soul Ghost King. You have successfully killed this target. PS. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Experience points gained 7483. Acquired item quality level Crying Ghost. Acquired item quality level Soul Gloves. Acquired item Intermediate Life Recovery Potion X10. Acquired item Anti-Fatigue Potion X5. Truly it is a sinister creature of the Calamity level. The rewards it drops are incomparable to those of low-level monsters. Gu Yeming put away his sniper rifle, glancing at the drop notifications on the system screen, a hint of a smile emerging amidst his fatigue. Life recovery potions, anti-fatigue potions. Just what he needs in his dire situation. He took a life recovery potion from the system backpack. Without looking, he gulped it down. Peach flavor. Quite tasty. You have used Intermediate Life Recovery Potion X3, recovering 600 HP. You have fully restored your health. A green glow radiated from Gu Yeming, and in mere seconds his injuries were healed. Recovering from injuries isn't enough. His stamina urgently needed replenishing. With this thought, Gu Yeming took out the anti-fatigue potion and drank it again. In an instant, Gu Yeming felt as though many iron chains and shackles had been removed from his body, and he felt much lighter. You have recovered your stamina. Who? Gu Yeming sighed slowly, standing up, finally having the leisure to turn his attention to the 2 pieces of quality equipment that had just dropped. Among them naturally was the high-quality melee weapon he had been longing for. Quality level Crying Ghost. Quality Fine. Attack power 100,155. Additional effect comes with ghostly enchantment attributes. When attacking ghost-like creatures, it deals an extra 50 of attack damage. Remaining durability 100. Level restriction 20. Source dropped by defeating the Calamity level Phantom Ghost King. Evaluation: a sword specially designed for hunting spirits. The Crying Ghost is shaped like a slender sword, predominantly purple-black, with a purple enchantment aura flickering back and forth on the blade. Gu Yeming summoned the Crying Ghost, casually demonstrating a sword technique, nodding in approval. With the Crying Ghost, his shortcomings in close combat were finally compensated. It's a pity that no epic equipment dropped. The chance of obtaining it from defeating the Phantom Ghost King was indeed not in his favor. With this thought, Gu Yeming shook his head helplessly and sighed. Then he turned his gaze to another piece of equipment. Quality level Soul Gloves. Quality Fine. Health bonus 200. Additional effect: speed increased by 10, resistance increased by 10. Remaining durability 100. Level restriction 20. Source obtained by defeating the Calamity level Phantom Ghost King. Evaluation: a very rare buffing glove with no side effects. Upon seeing this, a hint of joy appeared in Gu Yeming's eyes. A buffing item with no side effects. Gu Yeming's earlier frustration over not obtaining epic equipment was instantly swept away. While gear can drop easily, the chance for buffs is significantly lower. Moreover, to have a buffing item with no side effects. Though the increases of 10 in speed and resistance seem small, in critical moments they will greatly enhance his chances of survival. The overall color of the soul gloves is pitch black, indistinguishable from regular black gloves. You have equipped quality level soul gloves. Maximum health 200. Overall speed increased by 10, resistance increased by 10. After equipping the soul gloves, Gu Yeming's maximum health has reached 1080. Breaking the 1,000 mark. Gu Yeming nodded, then turned his gaze to the items in the system backpack. The items in the system backpack covered almost the entire screen, with ordinary equipment numbering in the hundreds, excellent gear in the dozens, and countless monster drop materials. This raid was extremely rewarding. Just as Gu Yeming was quietly pleased, suddenly a sound of slicing through the air came from behind. Gu Yeming's pupils shrank suddenly. He reacted quickly, instantly bringing his sword to shield his back. Bang! A loud collision resonated from the sword. Gu Yeming focused, realizing it was a bullet. After being blocked by the sword, the bullet ricocheted off and landed on the ground not far away. Gu Yeming merely glanced at the ground, then turned to look behind him. Not far away, a large group of players who had respawned gathered, and at the forefront was the fully revived Red T-Sauce. At this moment, Red T-Sauce was holding a handgun, aiming directly at Gu Yeming with puffs of white smoke rising from the gun muzzle. It was evident that he was the one who had just fired. Seeing this scene, Gu Yeming felt no surprise. He had anticipated this moment. These players would not let it go easily. He just didn't expect them to come this quickly. Truly relentless. He maintained a stoic expression as he stared at the many players not far away, gripping the Crying Ghost tightly. Now, having replenished himself, he was in peak health and stamina, and there was no need to consider avoidance against these players. Not far away, Red T-Sauce looked at Gu Yeming's current status with a grave expression, a hint of confusion arising in his heart. This guy. Wasn't he injured and exhausted before? How did he recover to full state so quickly? Moreover, his maximum health has actually broken the 1,000 mark. Seeing this, Red T-Sauce tightened his grip on the handgun. This handgun was something he had acquired through his cash ability from other lucky players. He originally thought that the shot he just fired would severely injure Gu Yeming, but to his surprise Gu Yeming reacted so quickly, his speed astonishing, actually deflecting the bullet away. No matter, it's not important now. Red T-Sauce looked at the experience points he had lost from his recent death, feeling a pang of regret, his desire to kill Gu Yeming intensifying. Today he had to take him down. With this thought, Red T-Sauce shouted at Gu Yeming, "Charge!" As soon as he finished speaking, the players behind him rushed forward with various weapons, bearing down on Gu Yeming. Watching the players charging fiercely, Gu Yeming showed no signs of fear in his eyes. He casually executed a sword technique, slowly advancing forward. Bang! At that moment, gunfire erupted again, and Red T-Sauce fired another shot. Gu Yeming merely tilted his head slightly, and the bullet whizzed past his cheek. This. Red T-Sauce stared blankly at this scene, an absurd thought emerging in his mind. This guy can react to bullets? Just as Red T-Sauce was lost in thought, Gu Yeming had already dashed into the crowd of players. With swift movements, the crying ghost in his hand traced arcs through the air, sending severed arms and limbs flying. I got killed in an instant. How is the damage so high? It's insane. Follow up quickly. The players shouted loudly, recklessly charging toward Gu Yeming. With a low shout, Gu Yeming swiftly unleashed several sharp sword chi towards the front. Wherever the sword chi passed, not a single blade of grass could survive, and the obstructing players were all bisected. Ah! The remaining surviving players were all stunned at this sight. Sword chi? Is this for real? Is he cultivating immortality? However, Gu Yeming would not give them any time to think. He weaved through the crowd of players as if it were a deserted land, slaughtering them all. In just 3 minutes, the number of players had already been halved. You have killed a player. You are a one-man army, gaining 140 experience points. You have killed a player not eating cilantro, gaining 166 experience points. You have successfully leveled up. The dense system notification sounds echoed in his mind, yet Gu Yeming remained expressionless, swinging his weapon with mastery that showcased his prowess as a swordsmanship master. Damn! Red T-Sauce stood not far away, continuously shooting at Gu Yeming, but he evaded them all. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, clearly feeling overwhelmed. He had thought a handgun could threaten Gu Yeming, but he didn't even land a hit. Gu Yeming effortlessly blocked a player's strike, and with a mere kick, that player was sent flying into the air. Being relentlessly pursued and harassed by these enemy players, even Gu Yeming felt a flicker of anger. Come at me then. Watch me make you all lose levels. With that thought, Gu Yeming's killing intent surged, and his speed increased even further. He transformed into an afterimage, weaving through the players, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. Especially you. Gu Yeming expressionlessly gazed at Red T-Sauce not far away. After slaughtering the obstructing players, he charged straight toward Red T-Sauce. Seeing Gu Yeming constantly rushing toward him, Red T-Sauce couldn't help but step back repeatedly. No way am I about to lose experience again. Why is he coming straight for me? After eliminating all the players in front of him, Gu Yeming, drenched in blood, stood before Red T-Sauce's dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Even though he knew this was a game and that his death would have no real consequence, Red T-Sauce still felt a deep chill from Gu Yeming's gaze. Die! Red T-Sauce gritted his teeth and fired a shot at Gu Yeming. Gu Yeming slightly tilted his body and dodged the bullet. Damn, he could dodge even at this distance. Red T-Sauce felt his heart sink. Looking at the corpses of players scattered nearby, he sighed helplessly and said to Gu Yeming, "Just kill me already." Without needing much more, Gu Yeming grabbed his head and with a force amplified by 30 points of strength lifted Red T-Sauce slowly into the air. Gu Yeming cast a cold glance at him. The next second, pop! Red T-Sauce's head was crushed in his grip. Casually tossing the body aside, Gu Yeming turned back to see not a single player remaining alive. Gu Yeming total victory? As if sensing the pungent smell of blood wafting toward him, Gu Yeming frowned slightly and then opened the system panel. Thanks to the massive experience brought by the otherworldly Ghost King along with the experience dropped from killing these players, he leveled up again. At this moment he was already at level 26. Spirit 2 Gu Yeming unhesitatingly allocated the attribute points to the spirit category. After the encounter with the otherworldly Ghost King, the points in spirit had become particularly important. From now on he could no longer mindlessly allocate points to strength and agility. Gu Yeming wiped the blood from his face, exhaling slightly. He did not leave the scene immediately, instead he sat on a player's corpse quietly waiting. He wanted to see if these enemy players were really prepared to fight him to the bitter end. At this moment in Hot Red Tea Sauce's chat group, not eating cilantro, seriously, how do we fight this? He kills us the moment we poke our heads out. I don't even know if he has lost 0.5 of his health. You are a one-man army, damn. My gear dropped. Little Bear Biscuit, not coming back, I've died twice, I've lost a level. At this moment the chat group was in an uproar, with most players refusing to attempt to ambush Gu Yeming again. After their previous 2 deaths, some lucky ones among them not only gained experience but also dropped equipment. With the new player protection period gone, nearly all players were no longer reckless and thoughtless. Hot Red Tea Sauce had fully resurrected at the spawn point. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages in the chat group, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. Experience has dropped again. If I die once more I'll lose a level. But surely I didn't lose my equipment. He opened his system backpack, trying to find the handgun he had acquired not long ago. Looking at the empty backpack, Hot Red Tea Sauce was taken aback. Where's my handgun? The one that was so large. At this moment Hot Red Tea Sauce finally realized he had dropped his equipment. My handgun? After waiting for half an hour, aside from a few players who were already at the top, Gu Yeming did not see any players in the previous scale again. It seemed they wouldn't be coming back. Gu Yeming shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. He slowly stood up, stretched, returned the crying ghost to the system backpack and walked towards the numbered area. After such a long time of slaughter, he deserved a good rest. What Gu Yeming did not know was that at this moment he had once again stirred up a storm in the player forum. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts and support. The Crying Ghost weapon panel is provided for readers. Charming sound and rhythm of Su Hang. If anyone has ideas, feel free to discuss in the circle. Finally, can you all give some feedback? Please don't be too sensitive. Meanwhile, the Blades Reach squad, hunting isolated monsters in the wild, stood frozen in place, gazing toward a colossal plume of dust swirling high in the distant sky. Captain, the building collapsed. Could Gu Yeming really have been buried and killed? Xiao Tianxue stared blankly into the distance before turning to Blades Reach. Blades Reach frowned deeply, observing the scene intently, then shook his head. I'm not sure. Wait, no. Look at the player forum. Xiang Yao Wantang suddenly cried out. At her exclamation, everyone swiftly opened their system interfaces and navigated to the player forum. At that moment, the most trending topic on the BlueTech player forum was a blazing hot video centered prominently on the homepage. Its title boldly declared, Gu Yeming unleashes divine might, slaughtering players. Upon reading the headline, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Blades Reach scratched his head and murmured, could it be that other players sought out Gu Yeming's trouble the moment we left? He paused briefly, then dismissed further speculation and tapped to play the video. Its opening sequence naturally showed the tense standoff between Ri Hong Chajiang and Gu Yeming. Seeing this, Blades Reach raised an eyebrow, his thoughts drifting slowly. Gu Yeming appeared severely weakened. Logically, he should have been overwhelmed and slain by waves of players, so why the bold triumphant title? Yet just 1 minute later Gu Yeming hurled 2 grenades, and at that instant Blades Reach's pupils contracted sharply. He had begun to grasp Gu Yeming's intent. True to expectation, the footage then cut to the sudden intervention of the abyssal soul demon King. Gu Yeming leapt fearlessly outward into open air, while Ri Hong Chajiang's crimson-faced, enraged expression and flustered movements were captured in full. Wow! Qi Zichuang, watching beside him, gaped in utter disbelief. Wait, how dare Gu Yeming do that? Doesn't he fear a single misstep sending him plummeting to his death? He is a master of movement arts. Blade's Reach shook his head, eyes gleaming with sharp admiration. Precisely because he is such a master, he dared leap outward without hesitation. Even with every escape route sealed, he executed such a feat. Gu Yeming truly is an extraordinary figure. His expression softened into profound reverence, his voice growing wistful and reverent. The others exchanged silent, knowing glances, the same thought flashing simultaneously across their minds. It seems our captain is about to become Gu Yeming's devoted admirer. So far the video only shows Gu Yeming fleeing. This headline makes absolutely no sense. Xiao Tianxue stroked his chin, puzzled. Could it be revealed only in the latter half? As the words left his lips, the screen abruptly shifted to the next scene. The footage captured from a player's perspective revealed Gu Yeming striding forward, Chigue drawn face impassive, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppressive authority. He emerged unscathed. Blade's Reach silently affirmed what he'd anticipated, then his brow furrowed. But why has his condition so suddenly improved? Were these two segments filmed hours, or even days, apart? Before he could ponder further, Gu Yeming blurred into a streak of afterimage surging straight into the cluster of players, blood and flesh exploding in his wake. Within minutes the video ended abruptly. Clearly the recording player had been instantly slain by Gu Yeming's blade. A sword. Sword Qi? Qi Zichuang's pupils trembled violently as he stared at the now black screen. No one ever told me Gun's wordsmen could unleash sword Qi. Captain. Captain, look. Xiang Yao Wantang, overjoyed, nudged Blade's Reach eagerly. You were absolutely right to choose the Gun's wordsman class. Blade's Reach's gaze blazed brighter still. He clenched his fists, electrified with exhilaration. Choosing the Gun's wordsman class was indeed the correct decision. My future is boundless. Recalling Gu Yeming's ruthless slaughter, players falling like poultry beneath his blade, a faint quiet smile rose to Blade's Reach's lips. Ugh! Qi Zichuang raked his fingers through his hair, frustrated. If I'd known how formidable the Gun's wordsman class truly is, I'd have chosen it too. It's not the class alone, it's him. Still, this does reveal the class's upper limits quite vividly. There were earlier combat clips circulating about Gu Yeming. I recall him slaying those two rogue hunters. Seeing his comrades regret, Blade's Reach offered a gentle, knowing smile. I chose this path without hesitation the moment I saw it. You hesitated, and now you're left with regret. Then, Captain, should we go back and seek out Gu Yeming? Xiao Tianxue asked softly. Didn't you always wish to learn Gun's wordsman techniques from him? This is the perfect opportunity. Blade's Reach, however, shook his head. We've already crossed paths with Gu Yeming. He likely remembers us, but our affinity remains shallow. He won't freely impart such advanced techniques. Besides, he may well have already departed. He sighed faintly. We'll revisit the possibility later, if the chance arises. For now, let's focus on leveling steadily. Even the finest techniques mean nothing without raw power to sustain them. The group nodded in unison and resumed hunting scattered monsters. Sin Domain. Whoa, so this is the game Infinite Planar Realms? It's exactly as shown in online videos. A novice player named Jin Banan Zhuang had just spawned onto a foul-smelling narrow street, gazing around curiously. More of these freaks. A ferocious voice boomed behind him. Before he could turn, a massive hand seized his collar. The man gripping him was a bald, hulking brute, his face thick with coarse flesh. He glared at Jin Banan Zhuang with undisguised contempt. I've loathed your kind for ages, finally I've caught one. Wait, I haven't done anything. Jin Banan Zhuang blinked innocently, utterly baffled. Still refusing to back down? The bald man, hot-tempered and volatile, snarled, Today you'll learn exactly how formidable I truly am. Just as he clenched his fist, a hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. Hey, let go. At those words the bald man whirled around in fury, roaring, which damn, but his voice choked off mid-sentence. The moment he turned, he found himself face-to-face with a large crowd of players. At their forefront stood Leg Hair, flexible yet unbending. With eyes half-lidded and an expressionless face, he said coolly, Brother, bullying a newcomer right under my nose? That's hardly appropriate. No sooner had the words left his lips than the players behind him dragged the bald man aside, sharp cries of pain punctuating the air. Leghair glanced briefly in that direction then turned back with a faint smile toward Jingba Namswang, a newbie player I presume. Remember to set your sensory system to minimum, otherwise the upcoming experience will be excruciating. Yes, absolutely, Jingba Namswang stammered, hastily adjusting his settings. Great. Senior, is there anything I can do for you? He swallowed hard, staring up at Leghair, whose imposing presence evoked that of a triad boss. A subtle smirk curled Leghair's lips as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "Don't be so tense, I'm merely here to run a promotion." A promotion? Leghair burst into laughter, stepping aside to gesture toward two players behind him who bore a massive banner. Want to know how to play this game? Seeking walkthroughs? Desperate to cling tightly to Village Chief Gu's favor? Then join our IGU guild. Jingba Namswang blinked, stunned. IGU guild? Exactly. As if triggered by a keyword, Leghair rattled off fluently, join IGU and you'll never walk alone. Simply muster the nerve to stick close to Village Chief Gu, and the quest will surely drop. You'll no longer idle aimlessly, you'll dedicate yourself tirelessly to safeguarding Village Chief Gu's serene, harmonious life. With that he pulled a portrait of Gu Yeming from his pocket and handed it over. Jingba Namswang stared blankly at the portrait, his eyelids twitching violently. In it Gu Yeming appeared as though filtered through 10 layers of digital beautification, strikingly handsome. Yet unnervingly distorted, his jawline so razor-sharp it seemed capable of piercing flesh. Jingba Namswang's expression twisted, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. Overdone, isn't it? What do you think? Isn't our Village Chief Gu breathtakingly majestic, radiating overwhelming sovereign aura? I suppose so. Suppose. Give me a definitive answer, louder. Village Chief Gu is the handsomest. Village Chief Gu is the strongest. Excellent. Full of spirit. Just as Leghair continued his psychological barrage, a player behind him suddenly cried out, Guild Master. Quick, check the player forum. What now? What's happened? His brows lifted sharply, he paused the recruitment pitch and opened the forum. His eyes fell instantly upon the trending video centered on the homepage. Huh? A video? What's so fascinating about that? Leghair shook his head dismissively. Guild Master, look at the title. The title? Let me see. Whoa. At the sight of the 3 characters Gu Yeming, Leghair jolted as if struck at his very core. Coughing lightly before clicking eagerly into the video, then turning to Jingba Namswang with exhilaration, brother, hurry and watch. This is our Village Chief Gu. Okay. Over those few minutes Leghair's expressions shifted dramatically, elation at seeing Gu Yeming, disdain upon spotting hot red tea sauce, and finally thunderstruck awe at the climactic player annihilation. Once the video ended he chuckled dryly, fools without a shred of sense, now they've been utterly obliterated by Village Chief Gu. No, I must mock them mercilessly. Without delay he scrolled down and posted Leghair, flexible yet unbending, ho ho ho, who's this? How did you get utterly obliterated by our Village Chief Gu? Within seconds his arch-rival replied, hot red tea sauce, shut up. Watching his rival humiliated, Leghair roared with delight, then turned to Jingba Namswang, well. This is our Village Chief Gu. Cling to him firmly, and only then will you attain true prosperity. Join us. Ah, fine then. Jingba Namswang, having watched the entire video, nodded reluctantly, not only awestruck by Gu Yeming's overwhelming power but resigned to necessity. After all, as a complete novice unfamiliar with this world, he'd need guidance, even if these absurd fellows seemed deeply unreliable. Meanwhile, in the executive office of Morede Corporation's crime zone branch, young Qingli sat slumped on a plush leather sofa, idly twisting a slender branch of a potted plant. A sharp knock echoed from the door. Enter. In strode Nelson Carter, head of personnel and intelligence. Clutching a single image he approached Yang Qingli and announced, Director Yang Qingli, leads regarding Gu Yeming have been located. What? At the name Gu Yeming, Yang Qingli's drowsy lethargy vanished instantly. He seized Carter's shoulders, eyes wide, found him. Where is he? Tell me now. Here. Carter extended the image. Yang Qingli frowned faintly perplexed, but still fixed his gaze upon it. One glance nearly blinded him. It was unmistakably the same portrait leg hair and his guild used for recruitment, the exaggerated hyper-beautified likeness of Gu Yeming. This, is Gu Yeming? A colossal question mark seemed to hover above Yang Qingli's brow. His face darkened as silently he awaited Carter's explanation. Carter cleared his throat. The whereabouts of Gu Yeming remain unknown. However, we've identified a group of eccentric individuals within the crime zone who revere him fanatically. This portrait was recently acquired, through rather persuasive means, from them. The fourth cataclysm? Yes. Provide their coordinates. A glint flashed in Yang Qingli's eyes as he rose slowly, joints cracking like dry twigs. I shall go myself. 10 days later. In the Kongmang Empire Region 4 Hotel. Gu Yeming was leisurely lying on the bed gazing at the system screen suspended in midair. After these days of fermentation, the video of his explosive kills against players had become increasingly popular, even reaching the player forums of other worlds. This has its pros and cons. The advantage is that finally there are no more fools to disturb him. The frequency of disturbances is significantly lower than before. The downside is, without players actively attacking him, the sources of experience have decreased significantly. These days, hunting bizarre monsters outside the out-of-control zone yielded far less experience than when he combined forces with the Phantom King and players. He suddenly found himself missing the group of rival players led by Hot Red Tea Sauce. Although they were annoying, it must be said that they were excellent experience farms. And then, Gu Yeming clicked on a post in the player forum. The title glaringly read shocking. IGU Guild annihilated? Seeing this title, Gu Yeming finally understood. It seemed that those silly players had entered the Sin domain. I wonder how they fared with the tasks assigned to them. Opening the comments section, naturally he was greeted by the remarks of Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch. Leg Hair Can Bend and Stretch, who posted this? Delete it quickly, it's too embarrassing. Janvana Men's Clothing, President, it's not embarrassing to be defeated by a guy named Yang Qingli. The attribute gap is just too big. How good death laugh. At the top of the comments section were these two nemesis. Generally, whichever side makes a fool of itself, the other side rushes in to mock them. Upon seeing this, Gu Yeming raised an eyebrow. Yang Qingli? He hadn't expected that this guy was still alive and kicking. He had never forgotten the encounter in the Sin domain. One day he would definitely return to settle the score. He then closed the player forum and opened a new feature that appeared on the system screen: enhancement. This feature had appeared long ago when he reached level 26, but he had been too busy hunting bizarre monsters in the outside world to tinker with it. Upon opening the enhancement page, 3 slots came into view: equipment slot, fragment slot, blessing slot. The equipment slot, as the name suggests, is where equipment is placed. The fragment slot is for placing enhancement materials which can be obtained by dismantling dropped equipment. The higher the quality, the better the enhancement materials obtained. The higher the equipment quality, the higher the quality of enhancement materials required. The higher the enhancement level, the better the quality of enhancement materials needed. The blessing slot, of course, is to increase the probability of enhancement success. However, such items are generally very rare, only obtainable by completing high difficulty tasks or killing high-level bizarre monsters. In short, this feature is entirely based on luck. Gu Yeming suddenly sighed, recalling how he had suffered under this enhancement feature as a player. Forget it. Let's test the waters first. He shook his head, no longer pondering, and placed the Devourer into the equipment slot. You have placed equipment Devourer. Required for level 1 enhancement. Excellent. Enhancement material 1. Excellent. Gu Yeming thought for a moment, then dismantled the corpse demon tooth and cold iron blade from his system backpack. You have dismantled equipment corpse demon tooth, obtaining excellent enhancement material 8. You have dismantled equipment cold iron blade, obtaining excellent enhancement material 5. Although both Corpse Demon Tooth and Cold Iron Blade are of excellent quality, the Corpse Demon Tooth has an extra effect that the Cold Iron Blade does not, so naturally more enhancement materials are obtained. Come on, let's start enhancing. After placing the excellent enhancement material into the material slot, a prompt box suddenly appeared. Materials are ready. Do you want to enhance? Note this enhancement has a success rate of 100. The success rate for the first enhancement of equipment that has never been enhanced is generally 100, and Gu Yeming was well aware of this. So he clicked confirm. Enhancement successful. Devourer 1. Enhancement successful. Devourer 2. Enhancement failed. No change to Devourer. Damn it. Gu Yeming suddenly sat up, his eyes fixed on the screen. No way, the success rate for enhancing from 2 to 3 is 80 and you failed. It was hard to contain. Gu Yeming's face was filled with frustration as he once again experienced the ruthless nature of the enhancement feature. What a disgusting feature. He helplessly sighed and then clicked confirm for enhancement. Enhancement successful. Devourer 3. Note excellent enhancement materials are empty. You have dismantled equipment. Light Spirit Staff obtaining excellent enhancement material 6. Enhancement successful. Devourer 7. Huh. After enhancing the Devourer to 7, Gu Yeming slowly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only failed once. Taking the Devourer out of the equipment slot, the panel had completely transformed. Fine quality Devourer. Weapon type pistol. Enhancement level 7. Quality fine. Attack power 13830838. Remaining durability 100. Bullets 2525. Level limit 12. Source dropped from killing the Devourer with a small probability. Evaluation: a powerful handgun with attack power even higher than that of some lower quality large caliber sniper rifles. An increase of 38 points in attack power, not bad. Gu Yeming nodded, then placed the Weeping Demon into the equipment slot. There were plenty of useless equipment in his backpack and a large number of enhancement materials had been dismantled, so he was completely unbothered. 1 minute later. Fine quality, Weeping Demon. Weapon type long sword. Enhancement level 7. Quality fine. Attack power 14520045. Additional effect comes with ghost-like enchantment attributes, dealing an extra 50 damage when attacking ghost-type creatures. Remaining durability 100. Level limit 20. Source dropped from killing the Calamity level, Phantom King with a small probability. Evaluation: a sword specifically designed for hunting ghosts. All done. Looking at the additional 45 points in attack, Gu Yeming nodded in satisfaction. With this, the damage he could inflict had increased slightly. Moreover, coupled with the 200 damage increase from the Sword Master talent, if he encounters a monster with no defensive resistance, that damage would surely be exhilarating. Suddenly Gu Yeming seemed to recall something. After stowing both weapons into his backpack, he opened his occupational interface. Primary occupation aggregator. Secondary occupation gunblade warrior. Staring at these words, Gu Yeming felt a wave of confusion. How peculiar. Ever since his class advancement, the system had automatically assigned him this so-called aggregator occupation. Yet despite so many days having passed, the aggregator occupation remained utterly dormant. What exactly is this? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yeming tapped the words aggregator. Instantly a pop-up appeared on screen. Next occupation selection window unlocks in 4 levels. Oh! At once Gu Yeming grasped its meaning. Next occupation selection window. Could it truly be possible to acquire additional occupations? Only 4 levels remain, so he must reach level 30 before selecting again. If that's truly the case. A spark of exhilaration flickered across Gu Yeming's eyes. With Gunblade Warrior already securing his foundation, he could now pursue far more specialized, singularly focused occupations. Abandoning balance entirely, committing wholly and irrevocably to one path. Balance was already guaranteed by Gunblade Warrior, he needed no further balanced occupations. Once achieved, his power would surge dramatically. Yet, Though only 4 levels remained, the experience required would undoubtedly be immense. Where then could he possibly gather such vast quantities of experience? Gu Yeming's brow furrowed faintly as he rose from his bed and began pacing restlessly within the room. 9. Just as he pondered where to acquire experience, a notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. Version 1.0 is ending. Gu Yeming blinked in surprise, then immediately opened the player forum. The forum had erupted into chaos. Players were flooding the threads with furious complaints, most railing against the developers for failing to issue advance notice. Dude, we're still fighting mid-tier monsters. You force us offline now, what's supposed to happen to the boss? Dude, I'm a pure lifestyle player, I was this close to courting my neighbor's wife. And you drop a version update? She'll suffer terribly while I'm gone. Wait, bro, are you playing an eroge? Does this game even have cuckold mechanics? 10 seconds later, the torrent of frantic posts abruptly ceased. Version update in progress, estimated duration 3 days. All players disconnected. Staring at the desolate silent forum, Gu Yeming shook his head, suddenly struck by an unfamiliar sense of disorientation. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp rapping echoed from the door. Gu Yeming snapped back to awareness, his brows knitting tightly as he fixed his gaze upon it. Someone's knocking. Who could it be? Is it the landlord? No, that doesn't make sense. Checkout time hasn't arrived yet. Guided by his ingrained habit of assuming the worst, Gu Yeming grew increasingly alert with each successive knock. Could it be someone from the company? At that thought, he summoned Chigue and gripped it firmly, then slowly approached the door. He opened the door instinctively, stepping backward to maintain a safe distance, and froze. Standing outside was Krina, the woman he'd exchanged brief words with at the bakery over 10 days ago. Krina gazed at him expressionlessly and remarked coolly, "You're awfully slow, can't you hurry up?" Krina. At the sight of her, Gu Yeming stiffened, but kept his guard fully raised. Frowning slightly, he asked warily, "Krina, how did you find me here? Do you think I wanted to find you?" Krina replied with icy detachment. "My brother wants to speak with you. Let him tell you himself." The moment she finished speaking, Krina gently closed her eyes. Her skin rippled faintly, and seamlessly transformed into Chris. Chris flashed a grin lined with shark-like teeth, casually tossed back his slightly tousled hair and greeted Gu Yeming with infectious enthusiasm. "Hey buddy, I'm here for you." Chris. Seeing his ebullient demeanor, Gu Yeming instantly understood how his location had been uncovered. According to NPC intelligence, Chris possessed extraordinary pheromone tracking abilities. Likely he'd memorized Gu Yeming's unique signature during their earlier conversation at the bakery. Gu Yeming watched Chris intently, then asked cautiously, "What brings you to me?" "Oh buddy, you look so cold right now." "It breaks my heart." Chris leaned against the doorframe, feigning sorrow. Gu Yeming remained silent, observing him impassively. "Ah, fine, you really are no fun at all." Chris sighed, shaking his head. "Humor is the crown jewel of Kongmeng culture, and yet you fail to appreciate it. How utterly disappointing." "Chris, you know full well that those of us who endured corporate experimentation remain vigilant at all times." Besides, Gu Yeming added calmly, "Your sister didn't utter a word when she knocked, that alone demands caution." "Ahem. I did tell her to announce her purpose when knocking," Chris admitted sheepishly. "Perhaps she holds a grudge. She's probably avenging the time you pointed a gun at her in the bakery." Gu Yeming stared blankly, his expression utterly deadpan. "Ahem, let me clarify my purpose." Noting Gu Yeming's darkening expression, Chris quickly shifted gears, spreading his hands wide. "I verified the intelligence you provided, it's absolutely genuine." "Thank you, buddy. Thanks to your intel I got some serious payback, ha. Chris laughed heartily, clearly elated. "Your purpose," Gu Yeming interjected flatly. He knew better than to assume gratitude was the sole motive. "Oh right." Chris smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? I shared your story with our allies, they're deeply intrigued. How about meeting up sometime?" "Allies?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding. It seemed to be other test subjects. Well, since I'll have to deal with them later, it doesn't matter if I interact with them now. However, I should be a bit cautious when dealing with these guys. At the very least, we should choose to gather in a crowded place. If something happens, my safety will at least be guaranteed. Moreover, if one of these test subjects goes mad, the law enforcement of the Kongmeng Empire can arrive swiftly to prevent any chaos. Thinking of this, Gu Yiming nodded and replied, "Time. Of course, you can bring them over here." You agreed? Oh, that's wonderful, buddy. You'll bring them over tonight. Seeing Gu Yiming nod in agreement, Chris chuckled and said they also had quite a time thanks to your information, buddy. Don't refuse when they thank you tonight, you deserve it. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. See you tonight, buddy. Have a great day. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes, and with a series of skin twitches, Chris had transformed into Kleena. Goodbye, Kleena casually said before leaving. Gu Yiming nodded, watching the other person leave, his thoughts drifting. There was still some time before the evening gathering began. Recently, the frequency of hunting bizarre monsters from the outside world had increased. I might as well grab a bite to eat and relax. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Gu Yiming sat in a chair, closing his eyes to rest, quietly waiting. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks came from the door. They arrived. Gu Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The door is unlocked, to come in." Creak. After opening the door, Chris enthusiastically said to Gu Yiming, "Hey buddy, we're here." He didn't step into the room immediately. Instead, he scratched his head and hesitantly asked, "By the way, do we need to take off our shoes? I'm afraid of dirtying your floor." Clearly, Chris, this test subject, was quite normal when not going berserk and was very polite. To this, Gu Yiming had no objections. He replied mildly, "It's fine, come in." After all, he wouldn't be living in this place for long. Well, that puts me at ease. Seeing Gu Yiming nod, Chris confidently walked in and then introduced the three people behind him, saying, "Buddy, let me introduce you. This guy's name is Wang Dazhu. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance, he actually has a good heart." "Hello, I've heard about you from Chris, thank you for the information." Wang Dazhu, a robust man nearly 2.5 meters tall, expressed his gratitude to Gu Yiming. Boss level, brutal butcher Wang Daz's favorability 50, you have become friends. Hello. Gu Yiming nodded, being aware of the three test subjects behind Chris. Wang Dazhu, a red blood man, escaped from the Morede Company branch in the Red Blood Empire, having fused with several highly defensive bizarre monsters, making him a veritable blood cow. The other two are Fiona and Dizza. Fiona is a tall and beautiful woman dressed in white, exuding an air of elegance. However, Gu Yiming knew that this seemingly graceful woman had actually fused with the traits of several ghostly bizarre monsters. Once she goes mad, she would become like a ghost from a horror film. She smiled at Gu Yiming, appearing quite friendly. As for the last one, Dizza, Gu Yiming's gaze shifted to the side to the very self-deprecating young man. Noticing Gu Yiming's gaze on him, Dizza averted his eyes as if feeling very uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Compared to Chris' deadliness, Wang Daz's defense, and Fiona's eeriness, this guy named Dizza is actually the most dangerous among them. Despite his extreme self-doubt and frail appearance, his body is fused with various viruses. He is essentially a virus amalgam. Once he erupts, it would spell doom for all living beings. Thinking of this, Gu Yiming's brows slightly furrowed. Everyone, this is Gu Yiming. I've mentioned him to you. Like us, he is also a victim of those bastards in the company. Moreover, some of the information we hold was provided by him, and we must express our gratitude for that. Chris introduced Gu Yiming to the three behind him. So you must be Mr. Gu Yiming. Thank you very much for the information you've provided. Fiona's voice was melodious as she smiled and bowed slightly to Gu Yiming in gratitude. Boss level, ghostly Queen Fiona's favorability 50, you have become friends. Thank you. Thank you. Dizza, avoiding Gu Yiming's eyes, stammered as he spoke, seemingly very uncomfortable. Boss level, plague source Dizza's favorability 50, you have become friends. With these system notifications resonating, Gu Yiming's relationships with these test subjects had significantly improved. It's nothing. Gu Yiming shook his head, saying lightly, just a small effort. Boss level, Brutal Butcher Wang Daz's favorability 5 boss level, Ghostly Queen Fiona's favorability 5 boss level, Plague Source Diz's favorability 5 boss level, Sutured Human Chris favorability 5. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dazhu, who was before him, said in a low voice, "This is not just a small effort, Mr. Gu Yeming. You should know that each of us has fused with the traits of bizarre monsters. The habits of those monsters have seeped deeply into our bones. We can no longer accept normal food and lifestyles. To alleviate our brutal instincts, we can only hunt. Thanks to the information you provided, we significantly alleviated our violent instincts. It is precisely because of this that we have been able to maintain a period of calm. In short, we are very grateful to you, sir." After saying this, he lowered his head and solemnly thanked Gu Yeming. Gu Yeming nodded, and seeing this situation, did not refuse any longer. Alright, the gratitude segment ends here. Chris smiled and nodded, revealing a set of shark-like teeth as he said to Gu Yeming, "Buddy, to be honest, we came here to express our gratitude for one thing, and secondly, we wanted to ask you about some matters. The serious matter has come." Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming secretly thought to himself that he knew these experimental subjects before him were certainly not just here to express gratitude. So he asked, "Speak, what is it?" "It's like this." At this moment, Wang Dazhu, who was beside him, spoke in a muffled voice, "From now on, if you have the intention to cause trouble for the company, feel free to come to us. We can also contribute a bit of strength." Successfully won them over. Gu Yeming thought to himself. With the help of these experimental subjects, the success rate of long-term tasks would undoubtedly increase significantly. But Gu Yeming knew this was just one of the promises. They still had more to say. So he continued asking, "What else is there? You shouldn't have sought me out just for these matters, right?" The four exchanged glances, and ultimately it was Chris who explained. He cleared his throat and said, "A few days ago, when we went to the out-of-control zone to forage, we discovered a secret passage." "Oh, a secret passage?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming let out a soft ha, as if he already knew what this secret passage was. "Moreover, it seems that someone is living inside this secret passage. We hid in the shadows and noticed several people in white coats coming in and out. So we came to ask you, or the organization behind you, what exactly is that secret passage?" "Sure enough." Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming nodded and said to the four before him, "If I'm not mistaken, you may have hit the jackpot." "Could it be?" Fiona opened her mouth, seeming to guess something. "Exactly." Gu Yeming lowered his eyelids. "The monster research facility of Morede Company." Upon hearing this, the four were taken aback, and they exchanged glances, each able to see a hint of excitement in the other's eyes. Morede Company's contracted businesses are incredibly vast, otherwise it couldn't be called a power on par with nations. Human experiments might be conducted at the branches of various countries, while this so-called monster research facility is naturally a site where Morede Company secretly manufactures killing machines in the out-of-control zone. Capturing various bizarre monsters in the out-of-control zone, bringing them to the research facility for continuous hybridization, fusion, and even evolution, ultimately resulting in a killing machine that obeys only the company. Goodness. Chris' expression gradually became ferocious, his shark teeth suddenly exposed to the air shining coldly as he said ominously, "I didn't expect that just going out to forage would lead to such great fortune." The other three's expressions turned very grim, their eyes filled with hatred towards the company. Unlike the four exuding a dangerous aura, Gu Yeming was deep in thought. Morede Company's monster research facilities are scattered in out-of-control zones around the world, located in very secretive places, and generally people wouldn't dare to seek death in such dangerous places, so the chance of being discovered is extremely low. As for the out-of-control zone these experimental subjects visited, it should be the unnumbered region of the Kongmeng Empire. According to the information in his mind, there should be several monster research facilities located in the unnumbered regions, and the numerous monsters in the facilities have been fused with each other, making them stronger than ordinary bizarre monsters. The experience they yield is undoubtedly quite considerable, and the research facilities are stocked with various precious tools or equipment, making them a veritable gold mine. Don't ask him how he knows, you just know that he participated in the player campaign against the research facility back then. He was worried about not having enough experience to grind. Unexpectedly, it has come at this moment. Based on his understanding of the 4 experimental subjects before him, they would definitely pay a visit there. It seems I must find a time to take a trip there. Fiona narrowed her eyes, her face flickering in and out of visibility. The taciturn Dizzer did not speak, but the hatred in his eyes was already apparent. You have triggered the mission. Destroy the research facility. Mission details: the monster research facility of Morede Company conducts numerous unknown experiments, and the experimental subjects are about to embark on a destructive mission. Mission objective: collaborate with the experimental subjects to destroy research facility No. 3 located in the unnumbered region of the Kongmang Empire. Mission reward: 10 free attribute points and a random epic equipment. Mission difficulty: hard. Mission deadline: none. Do you accept? Triggered a mission. Looking at the suddenly popping up mission window, Gu Yeming did not feel surprised. Given his current acceptance of tasks related to the company, it was natural for relevant side missions to pop up. Moreover, the rewards are quite generous. Not only can it quickly enhance his strength with attribute points, but there's even a random epic equipment. It seems that now he has no choice but to go. You have accepted the mission. After accepting the mission, Gu Yeming asked the 4, do you plan to go destroy that research facility afterward? Of course. Seeing Gu Yeming's inquiry, Chris' expression became somewhat better and he said, we won't let go of anything related to the company. Take me with you. Alright. What? Upon hearing this, Chris was taken aback and quickly advised Gu Yeming, it's very dangerous there, buddy. You should stay here while go. However, just as he finished speaking, Chris' pupils constricted. In his perception, Gu Yeming's aura suddenly became incredibly sharp, even vaguely giving him a sense of threat. Though very faint, it still shocked him. How is this possible? Chris was immensely puzzled. Just a dozen days ago, in his perception, Gu Yeming posed no threat to him at all. How could such a drastic change occur in just over 10 days? What happened? The other 3 seemed to sense this as well. That they all looked intently at Gu Yeming, then shifted their gaze back to Chris as if to say, didn't you say before that he wasn't strong? How do you explain this? Chris felt helpless as he noticed the gazes upon him. At this moment he wanted to shout, I don't know either. P.S. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the gifts. Mwah 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 mwah. The next day in the morning, in the unnumbered area of the Kongmang Empire at the ruins near the secret passage of Research Institute No. 3. Looking at the closed iron door covered in dust on the ground, Gu Yeming nodded and affirmed to the 4 experimental subjects beside him, this is indeed the Research Institute. You are in for a stroke of luck. What are we waiting for? Upon hearing the confirmation, Chris said impatiently, let me lift this iron door and take out that bunch of scoundrels inside. After that he stepped forward to try to lift the iron door, but at that moment Gu Yeming stopped him. Gu Yeming shook his head, hold on, if I'm not mistaken, if you directly lift the iron door it might trigger the alarm inside, alerting them. Then what should we do? Wang Dazhu asked from the side, are we just going to wait here? Of course not. Gu Yeming responded, from my understanding of the company's research institutes, there is an alarm device behind every iron door, and even if the iron door is wide open for us to enter, it will still trigger the alarm directly. So we will wait in the dark for a while to see if any internal personnel come out. Once they do, we will capture them alive. The 4 exchanged glances and ultimately agreed to this plan. After all, compared to them, Gu Yeming had a lot of internal information about the company, so they could only follow his lead. After a few minutes, bang, the iron door slowly opened and a researcher dressed in a white lab coat stepped out. He first stretched lazily, then took a deep breath of air, mumbling relaxingly, I've spent too much time underground. I still need to breathe fresh air outside occasionally. However, at that moment, whoosh, Chris suddenly appeared behind him. With a swift chop to the back of the researcher's neck, Chris knocked him out. Ugh, the next second the researcher collapsed to the ground, eyes blank. What should we do next? Chris asked Gu Yeming, who was slowly approaching. Take him and go straight in. Glancing at the unconscious researcher on the ground, Gu Yeming pointed at the secret passage. With him here, the identification system inside will automatically grant us access. Also, once we go in, we need to be quick. Although the identification system will let us through, there are still many cameras in the passage and it's only a matter of time before we are discovered. So let's catch them off guard while we haven't been noticed yet. Upon hearing these words, Chris nodded and said, "Got it." After saying that, he grabbed the researcher's neck, stood at the iron door and exchanged glances with his companions. "Are you ready?" Everyone nodded. "Then let's go." Suddenly Chris transformed into a shadow, dashing into the secret passage with the others following closely behind. Yeming followed behind the others, constantly glancing at the cameras above. Indeed, there were a lot of cameras. Yeming frowned, ultimately deciding not to destroy the cameras. If he did, it would likely trigger the alarm immediately. At least there was still some buffer time. In the monitoring room of Research Institute No. 3. "Can I have a cigarette?" "Sure." Two security personnel sat in their chairs surrounded by smoke. At that moment, several shadows flashed across the monitoring screen in front of them. One of the security personnel was taken aback. He rubbed his eyes and stared closely at the screen. However, there was nothing on the screen. "Did I see things?" The security personnel frowned, momentarily lost in thought. "What's wrong?" asked his companion, noticing, and inquired with a smile, "Is there something going on?" "I'm not sure." The security personnel shook his head, puzzled, and said, "Just now I accidentally saw several shadows flash across the screen. Could it be that someone has come in?" "Shadows?" The companion was taken aback, murmuring, "Could it be some strange creature? Or something else? Something's not right." The security personnel increasingly felt something was off. He looked at the alarm button on the table, momentarily hesitating. If there is indeed an intruder, that's fine, but if there isn't, then he would be blamed for a false alarm and surely face a series of punishments. Just as he was hesitating, a penetrating sound suddenly came from beside him. Upon hearing this sound, the security personnel was stunned, then quickly reacted. He hurriedly tried to press the button, but his movements seemed to freeze in an instant, rendering him completely unable to move. "What's happening?" The security personnel's pupils nearly shrank to the size of a pinhead. He wanted to turn his head to see what was happening, but he couldn't move at all. If he shifted his gaze backward, he would find Yeming and the others. "Buddy, you actually know that the monitoring room of the Research Institute is here?" After Chris crushed the heads of the security personnel and the researcher, he smiled at Yeming. Yeming nodded. After all, he had participated in a player raid on the Research Institute before, so he naturally remembered the internal structure very well. "Should we get rid of this person?" On the other side, Fiona had become completely transparent. Her face was extremely pale and her pupils were nearly covered by darkness. The surviving security personnel was naturally controlled by a little ghost she released. "He still has some use." Yeming glanced at the surviving security personnel and said, "I'll point out a location for you and you try not to raise any alarms. Get there quickly. After that you can handle it yourselves." Upon hearing this, the four quickly nodded. "Chris, take this." At this moment, Yeming summoned the crying ghost from his system backpack and tossed it to Chris. "You have bound the weapon. Excellent grade, Crying Ghost 7. This weapon has been picked up by the boss level, sewing man Chris." Chris hurriedly caught the weapon and then inexplicably asked Yeming, "A weapon? Are you giving this to me to use?" "Of course." Yeming said expressionlessly, "I need to control the alarm here. Chris, take my share." "All right, buddy." Chris laughed heartily, clearly excited, and said, "As I said, I'll take your share and go take out those company scoundrels." Yeming nodded and then took a card from the security personnel. "You have obtained a normal grade, monitoring room access card. Take them to this place." Yeming pointed to the area he just identified and coldly said to the security personnel, "Otherwise be prepared for 1,000 cuts." Upon hearing this, the security personnel showed a terrified expression and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll take them. Go on." Yeming said lightly to the four experimental subjects behind him. The four nodded in response and then took the security personnel away. After watching them leave, Yeming turned his gaze to the table in front of him. After inserting the access card, all functions in the monitoring room could now be used normally. Huh. Gu Yeming took a deep breath, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let's begin. After saying that, he unhesitatingly pressed the alarm button. Woo, woo. The entire research facility was suddenly engulfed in a sea of red light, the continuous sound of alarms echoing throughout the area. That sound is the training room. Something's happened in the training room. Hurry to provide support. All personnel were momentarily stunned by the alarm, then hurried towards the training room. In the office, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, wrinkled face, and clad in a white coat glanced at the flashing red alarm above, letting out a soft gasp. Has the research failed? Or has someone invaded the research facility? Director. At this moment, a young man in a black suit wielding a jet black longsword slowly walked into the office, his brow furrowed as he said, "Hide quickly, the alarm has sounded. I suspect something has gone wrong." Xiaoshi. The director's voice was calm as he slowly said, "Don't worry, I'll stay right here. I won't go anywhere." The young man named Xiaoshi shook his head helplessly upon hearing this, saying, "I will protect your safety here. As for the situation outside, let others check it out first." Xiaoshi, with your strength you could easily serve as an executor at any branch, yet you remain in this dark and oppressive research facility. I truly feel sorry for you. The director sighed softly, feeling a bit guilty. Director, the young man said calmly, from the moment you took me in, I determined that wherever you are, I will be there as well. Rest assured, no matter who wants to kill you, they all have to pass through me first. Research facility No. 3, training room. A large number of personnel rushed into the training room wielding various weapons and firearms, scanning their surroundings. At this moment there was no light in the training room and everyone had entered almost blindly. It's so dark. The people in the monitoring room haven't turned on the lights in the training room. What happened? Why is it so quiet? Everyone muttered to themselves, completely unaware of the lurking danger in the shadows. Chris lingered in the darkness, his pupils having turned slit-like. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, he could sense the presence of numerous individuals nearby. Ha! Chris held the crying ghost, the excitement in his eyes swelling. You truly are something, Gu Yeming. Now we can truly enjoy ourselves. In the monitoring room, Gu Yeming sat in his chair calmly watching the chaotic training room, his expression betraying no emotion. You have killed a normal level security personnel, gaining 225 experience points. You have killed an elite level combat officer, gaining 2,518 experience points. The kill notifications echoed continuously in his mind, yet Gu Yeming showed no signs of joy. Instead, his gaze remained clear. For he understood that this was merely the basics, if the bulk of experience lay in those hybrid bizarre monsters. This was just the first stage. Once someone discovered that the training room harbored entities they could not contend with, exposing the research facility to the risk of annihilation, they would release the imprisoned bizarre monsters, commencing the second phase. However, Gu Yeming knew that this was not the full extent of the research facility's power. Each research facility almost always concealed a deadly weapon tightly constrained, which would only be released when the facility faced true life and death peril. This was the final stage, the third phase. Of course, the onset of the third phase indicated that the research facility had burned its boats. With this thought, Gu Yeming felt more at ease. With 4 clever experimental subjects assisting, the destruction of this research facility was almost a foregone conclusion. As for that killing weapon, Gu Yeming's brow furrowed slightly as he couldn't help but recall the images of those monsters in his mind. I hope it's not those. Otherwise it would surely be a fierce battle. Ha 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 ha. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Chris was filled with excitement, blood splattering on his face, his eyes wide open, his expression becoming incredibly ferocious as he grinned while weaving through the personnel, leaving a trail of severed heads in his wake. The other 3 experimental subjects displayed their abilities, killing all personnel in the vicinity. Run. There's something wrong here. Damn it, does that bastard in the monitoring room have a screw loose? The training room's doors are locked. What? An insider, there must be an insider. Hurry and report to the higher-ups. Everyone shouted angrily, bullets from their firearms mercilessly pouring out, but due to the dark environment it was impossible to see clearly, yet some of these bullets even struck their own comrades. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Some individuals were on the verge of a mental breakdown, throwing down their weapons and hiding in corners, trembling uncontrollably. "You bastards from the company, you also have a day of fear." Chris kept venting his murderous intent, laughing loudly. "I've already reported to the higher-ups. Hang in there, brothers." At this moment an angry shout suddenly rang out from not far away. The next second, bang! The lights in the entire training room were turned on, allowing all personnel to finally see the scene before them. The ground was littered with corpses, blood splattered on the walls. The entire training room had seemingly turned into a hell on earth. "The lights are on." After smashing the person beside him into a pulp with a punch, Wang Dazhu was momentarily stunned, somewhat confused. In the monitoring room, Gu Yeming slowly stood up, summoning the Devourer of Destruction from his system backpack. He exhaled slowly and adjusted to his optimal state before walking towards the door of the monitoring room. The lights in the training room were not turned on by him but were forcibly activated by a higher authority. And this also meant the second phase has begun. PS Mwah, thank you for the gift evaluation. Drooling. Woo, woo. Attention, all personnel contained anomalous entities have been released for facility-wide clearance. Seek immediate shelter. This broadcast echoed throughout the research institute, instantly plunging the atmosphere into palpable dread. Anomalous entities? Chris murmured softly after cutting down a nearby combatant. Looks like they're finally getting serious. Wang Dazhu casually tore an arm from a corpse and began chewing on it. "Just need to find their leader," he said. "Once we capture him, everything falls into place." Gu Yeming should know." Dize timidly raised his hand from the shadows and whispered. Corpses around him were riddled with putrid necrotic wounds. The virus's lethality was unmistakable. "Xiaoze, keep that corpse beside you under control. I'd rather not bite into poisoned flesh." Chris glanced disdainfully at a nearby corpse. Fine. Clang. The heavy iron door slowly creaked open. The 4 test subjects instantly tensed, weapons drawn and stances locked. Standing beyond the doorway was Gu Yeming. Without flinching, he swept his gaze across the carnage strewn across the floor, then spoke calmly. "Finished? Oh pal, you're finally here." Chris relaxed his guard and grinned. "Shame, I wish I'd saved a few alive for you to enjoy." "Apologies, I didn't leave any for you." Fiona gave Gu Yeming a slight nod, her tone laced with quiet remorse. "I'm sorry." Dize approached slowly and bowed his head before Gu Yeming. Such trivialities hardly warranted Gu Yeming's concern. To him, killing was merely a means, an instrument of purpose, not an end in itself. Unlike these 4 test subjects, he bore no innate bloodlust. He killed only when necessity demanded it. He replied coolly, "It's fine, I don't need them. Besides, the Institute has entered Phase 2. Anomalous entities have just been released. They're likely already roaming every sector. Don't underestimate them. Hybridized anomalies are significantly more dangerous. Some possess abilities that defy conventional countermeasures." "Understood." At those words the group nodded in unison. "Hey pal, should I return this weapon to you?" Chris brandished the Chikue rifle. Gu Yeming glanced at Chris and said flatly, "Keep it, for now. You can return it after we exit." "Pal, do you actually worry about my safety? I could slaughter them all barehanded. What if I told you I'm using you? Would you believe me?" "Cut the act, pal, you handed me the weapon yourself. That's trust, isn't it? What else could you possibly use me for?" Chris chuckled. Gu Yeming only shook his head, just as he opened his mouth to speak. A sharp tearing sound sliced through the air behind him. "Watch out!" Chris's pupils contracted violently as he roared. Yet Gu Yeming merely tilted his head aside. A razor-sharp claw whistled past his shoulder and snapped into view. Gu Yeming reacted instantly. Judging by the claw's size, he deduced the creature behind him must be compact, so His eyes flashed cold and his left leg lashed backward in a sweeping arc across the floor. Thud. The anomalous entity was a grotesque humanoid, pale-faced, thickly furred in black bristles. Having missed its strike, it lunged again, only to be tripped mid-motion and sent crashing to the ground by Gu Yeming's precise sweep. In the next breath, Gu Yeming drove his boot hard onto its skull. With the Bowsher destroyer leveled point blank, he fired, crack after crack, until the creature's head exploded in crimson ruin. You have slain medium threat anomaly, paleface black beast hybrid. Gained 449 experience points. Nearly 100 points higher than standard medium threat variants, excellent. After eliminating the paleface black beast, Gu Yeming turned, and beheld a horrifying sight: corridors in every direction teemed with wildly divergent anomalous entities surging toward them with guttural shrieks, among them several slaughter-class anomalies. Pow, you're unharmed. Thank the heavens. Seeing Gu Yeming dispatch the creature with flawless precision, Chris exhaled deeply. Not yet over, Gu Yeming said quietly, his gaze fixed on the onrushing horde where a chilling predatory ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. A flood of experience points. Without hesitation, he raised the Bowsher destroyer and unleashed a relentless barrage into the advancing tide. Each bullet struck true, blasting skulls apart, felling the vanguard one after another. Level up achieved. Current free attribute points 2. As the system chime rang, Gu Yeming allocated both points to Spirit without pause. Spirit 2. Current Spirit 20. Spiritual Judgment initiated. Judgment successful, immune to debuffs inflicted by the Tears of Wrath. With Gu Yeming's first volley, the 4 test subjects surged forward, weapons bared, fury unleashed. Wang Dazhu charged like a crimson berserker, roaring as he shattered every anomalous entity in his path. Meanwhile, Chris's body began subtly warping, manifesting grotesque traits of various creatures. He darted between enemies at blinding speed, leaving trails of gore in his wake. You have slain medium threat anomaly, 3-headed laughing bear hybrid. Gained 423 experience points. You have slain high threat anomaly, gluttonous crusher hybrid. Gained 2993 experience points. System alerts chimed incessantly in his mind. Gu Yeming watched Chris's relentless slaughter, and gave a faint approving nod. This unpaid laborer was proving remarkably diligent. Even against a swarm anchored by multiple slaughter-class entities, the 4 Class C test subjects steadily whittled down their numbers. Thankfully, their assistance made this assault feasible. Alone, Gu Yeming would never have stood a chance against the Institute's full defenses. You have slain slaughter-class anomaly, anomalous octopus hybrid. Gained 8419 experience points. What? That alert jolted Gu Yeming. He whirled sharply toward Chris. There Chris stood grinning maniacally, hacking repeatedly at the already lifeless anomalous octopus with the Chigue, utterly lost to frenzy. Gu Yeming's eyelid twitched. He sighed, deeply resignedly. Reckless waste. Though the slaughter class kill granted massive experience, Gu Yeming's lack of direct damage contribution meant no loot, no materials, no artifacts, nothing but points. Still, even with these 4 test subjects present, his damage share would inevitably rank among the lowest, so meaningful drops were improbable regardless. Shaking his head, Gu Yeming tightened his grip on the Bowsher destroyer, and re-entered the fray. Meanwhile, in Office 3 of the Research Institute, the supervisor stared at the holographic screen before him, his brows furrowing to an extreme. The screen displayed the scene of Gu Yeming and others battling against a horde of strange monsters. Sigh. The supervisor let out a faint sigh, appearing even more haggard. Supervisor, the young man said, his brow slightly knitted as he gazed at the screen, and asked, who are these people? Do you know them? Yes, I do. The supervisor muttered to himself, the company's records have information on those 4 individuals. If I'm not mistaken, they are all experimental subjects who have been on the run for quite some time. As for the other one, I don't recognize him, I've never seen him before. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow even tighter, for he had witnessed the frenzied fighting of the experimental subjects on the screen. Their strength is formidable. He remained silent for a moment before saying, to be honest, I am no match for them, supervisor. Of course, the supervisor replied without any words of reproach, slowly saying, "These fellows are successful cases of monster limb transplants, and each one bears at least several characteristics of different monsters. Let alone just you, even several company operatives working together can only handle one of them." Upon hearing this, the young man fell silent, tightly gripping his dark sword, seemingly quite unwilling. The supervisor noticed and turned to the young man, saying, "Xiao Shi, it's all right. It's normal to be unable to defeat them. Sigh. Even releasing the strange monsters we have captured would not inflict any effective harm on them. It seems the only way to deal with monsters is to use monsters." Upon hearing this, the young man was startled, quickly looking at the supervisor sitting beside him, exclaiming, "Supervisor, you." "Exactly, Xiao Shi, I know what you want to say." The supervisor's expression was remarkably calm as he said, "The research institute has reached a point of life and death. Personnel at all levels are either dead or have escaped. To be honest, there is no longer any need for this research institute to exist." "No way, Supervisor." The young man quickly shook his head, persuading, "We can still seek help from headquarters, and we can also ask for assistance from other company branches and research institutes." However, the supervisor shook his head and said calmly, "Don't you understand? Xiao Shi, I had already reported the situation to headquarters when we discovered these fellows. Not just us, the branches of the company in various countries are merely pawns of the headquarters. They can discard us at will, saving their own people without any concern for us. Moreover, there are many research institutes like ours spread across the globe. Losing one of them is nothing to them. Our only remaining value is to relay the information about these invaders to headquarters or other branches." The young man fell silent. He knew what the destruction of the research institute would mean. That was the last resort lurking in the depths. Both of them fell silent, staring blankly at Gu Yeming and others, their hearts sinking to the bottom. "Xiao Shi, you should go." "Huh?" The young man was taken aback at the supervisor's words, looking at him. The supervisor continued with a calm expression, "I'm already old and don't have much time left. At this point, dying is of no consequence. But you are different. You are still young with a bright future ahead and strong abilities. You can definitely take on the role of an operative in another branch. Besides, you are still my adopted son. I cannot allow you to die here with this old, decrepit man." "But, Supervisor," the young man grew anxious, seeming to want to say something more, but was interrupted by the supervisor's words, "Do as I say, Ing Shixin." The supervisor stared intently into Ing Shixin's eyes, his tone leaving no room for refusal as he said, "Go." Ing Shixin's eyes gradually reddened as he gripped his dark sword tightly, his teeth clenched, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. "Are you really not going to listen to me?" Upon hearing these words, Ing Shixin seemed to have made a decision, his eyes red as he assured the supervisor, "Supervisor, I promise that if I get the chance I will surely make those people pay 1,000-fold. The supervisor smiled slightly and said, "Go." Ing Shixin nodded heavily and walked to the center of a device in the corner. This was a teleportation device capable of sending someone to another place, a true escape artifact. Of course, such a precious item could only be used once before it was completely rendered useless. The supervisor slowly placed his withered hand on the button, calmly watching Ing Shixin standing in the device. "Father, safe travels," Ing Shixin murmured to the supervisor. The next second, whoosh. With a whoosh accompanied by the activation of the teleportation device, Ing Shixin's figure instantly vanished from the spot. After the teleportation was complete, the entire device began to emit sparks and black smoke, having been completely rendered inoperative. At this moment, the tightly shut door was hit with a series of loud bangs, and the next second, boom! The door was completely smashed open, and standing outside were Gu Yeming and his 4 companions drenched in blood. Gu Yeming and the others looked vigilant, watching the supervisor who sat in the center, choosing not to step in immediately. "Don't worry. There are no traps, just me, this old man about to head to hell." The supervisor's gaze was surprisingly calm as he looked at the 5 before him. Gu Yeming stepped in expressionlessly and, confirming that there were no traps nearby, said to the supervisor, "Old man, the key to the equipment room should be with you, right?" "Equipment room?" Upon hearing this, the supervisor slowly shifted his gaze to Gu Yeming, making eye contact as he replied, "You came for the equipment." "Old man, we specifically came to send you to hell." Chris, drenched in blood, spoke with a murderous intent. "Indeed." The supervisor only smiled faintly upon hearing this, saying, "Given what we have done, we indeed deserve to go to hell. However, the prerequisite for going to hell is that you should also take the blame." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yeming reacted quickly, seemingly realizing something, and rushed forward to stop the old man's actions. "You know." The supervisor let out a soft sound of surprise, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Gu Yeming, smiling faintly, "Although I do not know how you found out. But stopping me from committing suicide is not that simple, my friends. We'll meet again in hell." Saying this, he smiled slowly, closed his eyes, and completely slumped back into his chair, breathless. He was dead. However, Gu Yeming's expression was quite grim as he stared at the deceased supervisor. After a few seconds, he let out a faint sigh and said, "He was quite a character." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire research institute suddenly trembled as if something incredible was about to awaken. "What's happening?" Khaleesi paced back and forth, glancing at the trembling walls. "What's happening? Is the research institute collapsing?" he asked, bewilderment edging his voice. Gu Yeming said nothing. Expressionless, he stared at the dead supervisor and let out a helpless sigh. The third stage was naturally tied to the now deceased supervisor. With the supervisor dead, the fetters restraining the killing apparatus would be completely released. Thinking this through, he hurriedly addressed the 4 test subjects behind him, "Be careful. If I am not mistaken, we are about to face a brutal battle." Wang Dazhu asked in puzzlement, "Why? From what I can see, the institute seems more likely to collapse right now." "It is not that simple," Gu Yeming said, shaking his head. "Head straight for the secret passage exit now. Outside, the terrain is more open, there you can fight or retreat. In a matter of minutes, the creature hiding in the deepest part of the institute will appear." At his words, the 4 exchanged glances and unanimously agreed to Gu Yeming's plan. From their past encounters, they knew his warnings were not idle alarms. What puzzled them was whether some formidable being could truly withstand the combined assault of all 4 of them. They stared at the secret passage choked with rubble, and the faces of Gu Yeming and the others darkened. "The passage is completely blocked," someone muttered. "It must have collapsed," Khaleesi said in a low voice. "Let me try." Wang Dazhu stepped forward, veins bulging. He clenched his fist and with a thunderous strike prepared to break the obstruction. With a resounding crack, his punch shattered the outer blockade. Yet beneath the toppled stones, the tunnel remained heaped with debris. "The entire passage is packed with rubble," Wang Dazhu said gruffly. "I can chip through it, but it will take time." "No time to waste, move quickly," Gu Yeming said, frowning. His eyelids twitched as a growing sense of dread settled within him. Wang Dazhu nodded and was about to begin when a gurgling sound rose from not far behind them. Gu Yeming froze for a moment and immediately turned to look. Not far behind, a gigantic orb of flesh with a long barbed tail and blood-red wings gaped its cavernous maw, ravenously devouring the corpses of the grotesque creatures strewn across the ground. Its surface was marred by streaks of crimson and purple. It had no facial features, only a single enormous spiral fang protruding from its maw. Gazing at the flesh sphere, Gu Yeming lowered his eyelids, a cold gleam ignited in his eyes. Anomaly class, Bloodflesh Monarch Hybrid. Level 72. Hit points 75-40. Strength 80. Agility 59. Spirit 66. Stamina 88. Active skills: Thunderous Roar, Tail Sting, Penetration, Flesh Separation, Flesh Tendrils, Flight, Pounce and Bite. Passive skills: Mental Contamination, Assimilation, Hypersensory Olfaction and Hearing, Devour to Recover, Evolution, Super Regeneration, 40 Damage Resistance. Current condition: Extremely Hungry. Current rank: B, soon to ascend to A. Assessment: Extremely Dangerous. Evaluation: A consummate killing weapon forged from the fusion of various grotesque monster tissues with a human brain. Capable of rudimentary thought, the creature was the pinnacle creation of Research Institute No. 3. Reading the panel, Gu Yeming's eyelids spasmed violently. As if summoned by his fear, the very thing he dreaded had appeared. What kind of monster is that? Khaleesi stared blankly at the devouring bloodflesh monarch. His senses urged him to flee. The other 3 test subjects felt it too. All of them fixed their gaze on the nearby beast, motionless with apprehension. Apparently oblivious to their presence, the bloodflesh monarch continued to consume the corpses at its feet. Yeming snapped back to attention and said to the 4, "We must stop it from feeding. If it eats again it will evolve and grow stronger." At his command, the 4 finally recovered and pushed their states to the utmost. "Wang Daju Fei Aona, keep chiseling through the tunnel so we have a chance to escape. Remember, hurry." Yeming spoke solemnly as he turned to Wang Daju and Fei Aona. Hearing this, both of them paused in surprise. "Hold it in place." Yeming's brow tightened as he stared unblinkingly at the bloodflesh monarch. "That thing is a chimera of grotesque monster tissues fused with a human brain. The brain is naturally its weak point. Be careful not to be touched by it or your body may be assimilated. The brain lies within its flesh. We must find a way to destroy it." In truth, Yeming could have hidden at the side and let the 4 test subjects confront the bloodflesh monarch. But with the Institute at risk of imminent collapse and with the generous rewards embedded in this anomaly class creature, he volunteered to restrain it and contribute as much damage as possible. Moreover, with the aid of these test subjects, the chance of killing the bloodflesh monarch was considerably high. Cold sweat formed on Khaleesi's forehead. More than the others, he could viscerally sense the terror emanating from the nearby monster. It occupied a higher tier in the food chain. "So how do you plan to destroy its brain?" Fei Aona frowned and asked, "I can sense that even my special ability cannot simply bypass the outer layers of its flesh." "He can." Yeming suddenly turned his gaze to Dize and said, "Dize, right now only your ability can contend with it." "Me?" Dize stammered, "Can I really do it?" "You can, trust me," Yeming said solemnly, locking eyes with him. BOS class, source of plate Dize. Level 60. Maximum HP 9000 plate body. Strength 25. Agility 22. Spirit 90. Stamina 110. Active skills: corrosion, life leech, viral invasion, plague assimilation. Passive skills: plague body, ignores virus type negative effects, 80 immunity to spirit type negative effects, plague regeneration. Current rank B. Current condition: healthy. Assessment: extremely dangerous. Evaluation: a highly specialized infection type NPC, avoid provoking it unless necessary. If engaged, be prepared with means sufficient to eradicate all viruses to prevent rapid regeneration. Reading Dize's panel, a faint glint crossed Yeming's eyes. He had not lied. Given Dize's attributes, he might indeed be able to stand against the bloodflesh monarch. "Alright. Fine, you'll give it a try." Seeing everyone looking at him, Dize nodded heavily and slowly walked towards the bloodflesh monarch not far away. Warning. Boss level source of plague Dize has released multiple skills: corrosion, life drain, virus invasion, plague assimilation. Notice boss level source of plague Dize has turned the hostile target into an abnormal level bloodflesh monarch. It has begun. Yeming stood still, his eyes fixed on Dize, who was slowly approaching the bloodflesh monarch. Dize seemed completely unchanged, walking beside the bloodflesh monarch like an ordinary person, gazing blankly at the constantly feeding creature. Gulp. The bloodflesh monarch seemed to sense something unusual, and it curiously called out, turning its huge mouth towards Dize. Roar. The bloodflesh monarch roared fiercely at Dize as if to open its massive maw and swallow him whole. But it did not. The bloodflesh monarch seemed to notice Dize's peculiar nature, slowly retreating, seemingly uninterested in the plague-ridden flesh before it showing a hint of fear. Sizzle. Sizzle. At that moment its body seemed to undergo some change as the flesh all over began to show signs of decay. Roar. The bloodflesh monarch let out an angry roar, raising its tail spike and violently slamming Dize against the wall. With a loud bang, Dize was embedded in the wall, debris slowly falling around him. As he broke free from the wall, it was clear that his wounds were not the usual blood red but a dense green plague. Boom. At this moment Wang Daju and Fiona had already begun clearing away the large amounts of debris in front of them. Seemingly hearing the loud noise, the blood-flesh monarch aimed its massive mouth at Gu Yeming and the other's murderous intent suddenly enveloping them. Sword. Sensing this overwhelming killing intent, Gu Yeming reached out to Chris beside him and said calmly. Chris was startled, then immediately reacted, handing the crying ghost back to Gu Yeming. Huff. Gu Yeming took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its best before saying lightly, Chris, are you daring enough to play a big game? Chris was taken aback, seeing a hint of madness in Gu Yeming's eyes. Haha. Chris grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth, and sneered, what is there to fear? As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to undergo some transformation, rapidly shifting towards an unknown direction. Warning. Boss level Stitchman Chris has released the skill Monster Liberation. Warning. Boss level Stitchman Chris 4-dimensional attributes 15 has entered a state of brutality. Warning. Boss level Stitchman Chris current rank has risen to B. Notice boss level Stitchman Chris has turned the hostile target into an abnormal level blood-flesh monarch. Chris' appearance had drastically changed, filled with monstrous features. At this moment he was no longer human but a true humanoid grotesque monster. Hiss. Chris let out a white breath, his entire body covered in black scales. A pitch-black tail suddenly grew from behind, swaying in the air with shark-like teeth slowly lengthening, sharp as ever, and a pair of claws emitting a chilling light. In his green vertical pupils an intense killing intent surged. Buddy. What should we do next? His voice became extremely hoarse and his long tongue constantly licked his cheek. Peel off all the flesh on the surface of the meatball and expose its brain. Gu Yeming held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, tugging at the dome cap on his head, his eyes glinting with cold light, and a fierce aura slowly circulated around him. Understood. Chris let out a sinister laugh, and the next second, with a loud bang, he instantly transformed into a blur, rushing towards the blood-flesh monarch not far away. Damage increase. Bullet enchantment. Enchantment type penetration. Gu Yeming quickly followed, raising the gluttonous destroyer gleaming with green light, and without hesitation fired fiercely at the blood-flesh monarch. With the sound of bullets piercing the air, they struck the blood-flesh monarch. Due to 40 resistance, the attack was weakened. You have dealt 188 points of damage to the abnormal level blood-flesh monarch. You have dealt 201 points of damage to the abnormal level blood-flesh monarch. This guy's physical immunity is too high. Gu Yeming continued to evade the incoming tentacle attacks, his thoughts slowly drifting. Currently the only one capable of dealing high damage was Chris in his monstrous form. They must take it down quickly or the entire research facility will collapse. Chris naturally understood this as he charged directly to the top of the blood-flesh monarch. Letting out a sinister laugh, he raised his claws and began to frantically slash at the flesh beneath him. Swish, swish, swish. Flesh splattered. Roar. The blood-flesh monarch cried out in pain, raising its tail spike and suddenly stabbing towards Chris above. Hearing the sound of air being sliced from behind, Chris quickly dodged and the tail spike missed completely. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment the blood-flesh monarch's flesh emitted a series of sizzling sounds, clearly indicating that Disease virus was taking effect. Disease slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the blood-flesh monarch. At this moment he seemed like a different person. Chris. Disease shouted loudly at the dodging Chris, throw me into its mouth. What? Chris was taken aback. Although he didn't understand Disease's intention, he still nodded firmly. He became a blur, instantly appearing behind Disease, grabbing the clothing on his back and suddenly throwing him towards the blood-flesh monarch's massive mouth. Disease plunged into the blood-flesh monarch's mouth like a cannonball. The blood-flesh monarch was startled and tried to spit him out, but Disease continued to crawl deeper inside. Roar. The blood-flesh monarch shook its body, trying to throw Disease out from within. Now. You can't run away. Disease lay within the flesh, smiling slightly, his entire body gradually turning liquid, flowing throughout the blood-flesh monarch's interior. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Gu Yeming's eyes gleamed with intensity. Disease virus was continuously clashing with the blood-flesh monarch. The opportunity has come. P.S. The inspiration for the blood-flesh monarch comes from the reader Saint Mother Rewards and Arthur Morgan Blackerick. Thank you for the gift evaluation. The blood-flesh monarch seemed to be in great pain after swallowing the DZ, shaking its body incessantly while letting out a hoarse roar as its flesh continued to rot away. Warning. Abnormal level, the blood-flesh monarch has automatically triggered multiple skills: super regeneration, assimilation, mental pollution. In the next moment, the rate of decay on the blood-flesh monarch slowed significantly as if it were struggling against the virus. Mental pollution skill judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Required mental points to resist this skill 45. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Gu Yeming's mind, causing his vision to undergo a drastic change. His vision became unsteady and distorted, filled with frenzied whispers echoing in his mind. Due to mental pollution, speed reduced by 30, bleeding and dizziness are in effect. A warm stream began to flow down from his facial features. Realizing this, Gu Yeming quickly shook his head, trying to regain his clarity. Damn it! Upon realizing that conventional methods were ineffective, a fierce light flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes, and the next moment, he hesitated not to slice his palm deeply with the crying ghost. Splash! Blood splattered from his palm and the intense pain surged into his mind, helping him regain some awareness. Hey! Buddy, are you alright? Chris shouted loudly upon seeing Gu Yeming in such a state. With his hazy consciousness, Gu Yeming continuously dodged the attacking tentacles, lowering his eyelids and saying loudly, "Quickly scrape off the flesh on its surface. If this continues, not only will DZ be assimilated by it, but we will also inevitably be assimilated." At this point he hurriedly looked back, seeing Wang Dazhu and Fiona constantly shattering the rubble in front of them, apparently having reached halfway. Understood. Chris shouted angrily, turning into a black shadow that tore through the obstructing tentacles before leaping high onto the blood-flesh monarch's head. At this moment the blood-flesh monarch's head had a large pit, evidently due to Chris' earlier frenzied claw attacks. Because of DZ's interference, this flesh pit had fallen into a stalemate, with its recovery speed greatly slowed. Die for me? Chris roared with a ghastly expression, his arms suddenly unleashing several shadows in the air, accompanied by splattering sounds as flesh flew through the air. Roar! The blood-flesh monarch, feeling the intense pain from above, let out a thunderous roar and began to shake violently. Damage amplification. Gu Yeming moved around the blood-flesh monarch, relentlessly pouring bullets from the gluttony destroyer onto it, attempting to attract its attention. Due to 40 damage resistance, damage reduced. You have dealt 221 damage to the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. You have dealt 201 damage to the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. Roar! The blood-flesh monarch seemed to have completely gone berserk, its roar echoing throughout the entire research facility. Warning! Abnormal level, the blood-flesh monarch has unleashed the skill Mighty Roar. Warning! You have entered a brief state of dizziness. In the next moment Gu Yeming's movements became sluggish and he felt his vision sway. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound of air being split, a blood-flesh tentacle suddenly lunged at Gu Yeming. Watch out! Chris' pupils dilated as he shouted loudly. Boom! At that moment a massive stone suddenly flew past Gu Yeming, smashing the incoming blood-flesh tentacle forcefully against the wall. It was Wang Dazhu. At this moment Wang Dazhu was drenched in blood, his veins bulging across his body, covered in numerous silver spikes resembling armor, glinting coldly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and his expression sinister as he slowly approached. Warning! Boss level, Brutal Butcher. Wang Dazhu has unleashed the skill Butcher's form. Boss level, Brutal Butcher. Wang Dazhu's current level has been upgraded to B. Tip boss level, Brutal Butcher. Wang Dazhu has changed the target to abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. Chris! Cover me! Wang Dazhu shouted at Chris, his arm muscles swelling as if charging up. Understood. Seeing Gu Yeming safe and sound, Chris nodded and swiftly jumped down from the blood-flesh monarch's head, tearing apart all the blood-flesh tentacles that attempted to ensnare Wang Dazhu. Seemingly fully charged, Wang Dazhu let out a loud roar, leaping high into the air, his hands coming together, crashing down like a human missile onto the blood-flesh monarch's head. Splash! Wang Dazhu's strength was immense, forcefully smashing the blood-flesh monarch's head into a pulp. Roar! The blood-flesh monarch struggled incessantly as if in excruciating pain, letting out a roar and detaching a massive arm from its body, slamming it down on Wang Dazhu. Cough. Wang Dazhu crashed hard into the ground, creating a large pit, spitting blood as he exclaimed, "Just a little more. Just a little closer to its brain." Just as Chris was about to attack, he was blocked by a multitude of blood-flesh tentacles, and with a grim expression he struggled to tear through them, unable to reach in time. However, at this moment, a dark figure leaped high into the air, and upon closer inspection it was Gu Yeming. He swiftly landed in the blood-flesh pit, raising the crying ghost, his eyes radiating an unimaginable cold light. Damage amplification. Sword slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of sword shadows appeared out of thin air, Gu Yeming's movements almost turning into afterimages, dazzling the eyes as slashes mixed with sword chi continuously struck the blood-flesh beneath him. Roar. As if sensing its weakness about to be exposed, the blood-flesh monarch let out a roar, attempting to draw back the blood-flesh tentacles that were blocking Chris. However, Chris would not allow it to have its way, swiftly weaving through the tentacles, wrapping all of them tightly around his arms, grinning as he said, "There's no way I'm letting you disturb him." Roar. The blood-flesh monarch roared in anger, frantically pulling back the blood-flesh tentacles. Ugh! Its strength was astonishing, and for a moment Chris was dragged along with it. Ha! Wang Dazhu rushed in, grabbing hold of the blood-flesh tentacle and forcefully slamming it to the ground. With Wang Daz's assistance, Chris found it much easier. Tip. Abnormal level, the blood-flesh monarch has revealed its weakness. Please swiftly crush it. Watching the gradually exposed white brain, Gu Yeming narrowed his eyes, raising the gluttony destroyer and unhesitatingly firing at the brain. Bang bang bang. Critical hit. You have dealt 23-21 damage to the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. You have dealt 25-12 damage to the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. Warning. Abnormal level, the blood-flesh monarch is now in a near-death state. You have dealt 213 damage to the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. You have successfully killed the abnormal level, blood-flesh monarch. Your damage contribution to the abnormal level flesh monarch is 58. 6. Epic level monarch's gaze. You have gained 22195 experience points. You have received 10 high-level life recovery potions. You have received 20 intermediate life recovery potions. You have received 10 anti-fatigue potions. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up by 2 levels. Current free attribute points 6. The system prompts continuously echoed in his mind as Gu Yeming took a deep breath and slowly crawled out from the head of the already deceased flesh monarch. Are you alright, buddy? Chris stepped forward, expressing concern for Gu Yeming. I'm fine, Gu Yeming wiped the blood from his face and said with a faint smile. What a jackpot. No wonder it is an abnormal level monster. The loot is incredibly rich. If it weren't for Chris and the others being nearby, he might have laughed out loud at this moment. Gurgle. Hearing that familiar sound, Gu Yeming was taken aback. Could it be that the flesh monarch isn't dead yet? It can't be. He quickly turned to look, only to see a large mouth of the flesh monarch gathering a large amount of green plague. A minute later, the human-shaped dizzer slowly crawled out from within, weakly asking Gu Yeming and the others, is it over? Has it ended? Reminder: BOS level source of plague dizzer has 4399 HP remaining. BOS level source of plague dizzer is slowly recovering. Great. Little Zay, you're not dead after all. Chris quickly walked over, putting his arm around Dizzer's shoulder and said with a grin, thanks to you, or else we wouldn't know how to deal with this monster. I didn't do anything, Dizzer said, shyly smiling. I was just lying inside. That monster didn't do much. Just as the two were conversing, boom. Gu Yeming quickly looked around as a large amount of debris began to fall from above. If the research facility was about to collapse. His pupils suddenly constricted and he shouted, quick! To the secret passage. Chris, Wang Dazhu and the others quickly nodded and rushed toward the secret passage. Outside the secret passage in the ruins. Listening to the constant rumbling coming from the secret passage, Gu Yeming slowly exhaled. Fortunately his reaction was quick enough. If he had been a few seconds slower he would have been buried inside. You have completed the task. Destroy the research facility. You have gained 10 free attribute points and received a random epic equipment epic level shadow. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Gu Yeming was taken aback. He almost forgot about this. Phew. Guys, that was really dangerous. I almost thought I'd be buried inside. Chris brushed his messy hair, grinning, and said, we really smashed the research facility. That felt great. You all should head back first. Wang Dazhu muttered after using so much strength just now. I'm a bit hungry. You'll stay here to forage for a while. Me too, Dizzer said weakly, raising his hand. The virus reserves in my body have decreased a lot. I need to replenish some outside. Oh. It seems we all need to stay here for a while, Fiona nodded. What about you, buddy? Chris turned his gaze towards Gu Yeming and asked. I need to go back for a bit, Gu Yeming said expressionlessly. This time his gains were incredibly substantial. He needed to return early to count them up. Then we part ways here, Chris nodded and said with a grin, buddy, feel free to contact us if anything comes up. If it weren't for you we might have struggled to take down this research facility. The other three nodded towards Gu Yeming. Seeing that the favorability of the four had increased, Gu Yeming lightly nodded and said, I will. After saying this he turned and slowly left. Watching Gu Yeming's departing figure, the four experimental subjects nodded at each other and then went off to forage outside. A few hours later. In the hotel room of Area 4 in the Misty Empire. After casually taking a shower to wash away all the blood, Gu Yeming sat down on a chair, opened the system screen and began to tally up his current gains. Phew. Gu Yeming slightly closed his eyes, gradually relaxing his tense nerves, shook his head and looked at the system screen. First is the allocation of points. Current level 30. Current free attribute points 16. Spirit 10. Stamina 6. After experiencing the negative effects from the Flesh Monarch several times, the improvement of spirit became increasingly urgent. If it weren't for Wang Daz's assistance that time, he might have been severely injured or worse from the Flesh's tentacle attacks. Attribute panel: Strength 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30, Stamina 30. Current level D. Current status: Healthy. HP 12001200. After a series of point allocations, all his four-dimensional attributes were balanced. His level also rose from D to D. After finishing the allocations, next up was the epic equipment. With that in mind, Gu Yeming opened the system backpack. Epic level Shadow. Weapon type: Sniper Rifle. Quality Epic. Attack power 300,520. Ammo unlimited, auto replenish. Additional effect: the user gains an extra 20 speed effect and 10 damage increase while in shadows. Level restriction 30. Source obtained from random epic equipment. Evaluation: a favorite tool of the crafty, especially for ambushing in dark corners. If those who have used it say it's great. Shadow is a large caliber sniper rifle entirely in purple-black color, and at this moment it quietly lay in the system backpack. His long-range attack method had greatly improved. Looking at the shadow in his backpack, Gu Yeming nodded in satisfaction and then turned his attention to another piece of epic equipment that dropped from the Flesh Monarch's gaze. P.S. The equipment panel for epic level Shadow was provided by the reader Sleepy Orange. Thank you for the gift. The Gaze of the Monarch. Equipment type: Ring. Quality Epic. Enhancement of Spiritual Attribute 10. Additional effects: Malice Perception. Monarch's gaze immune to 20 of negative effects related to mental control. Malice Perception, able to detect malice emanating from enemies and perceive their location. Monarch's gaze: when a target stares at the holder for more than 5 seconds, there is a 100 chance of triggering an illusion of the Flesh Monarch lasting for 10 seconds. Curse: when the holder's mental points are less than 25, they are unable to benefit from this equipment's effects and continuously suffer from dizziness. Remaining durability 100. Level restriction 30. Source dropped by the abnormal level Flesh Monarch with a low probability upon defeat. Evaluation: even without sight, the Flesh Monarch can still sense the malice brought by enemies and react accordingly. Looking at the equipment panel before him, Gu Yeming's face gradually revealed a hint of a smile. I've hit the jackpot. Although there are negative effects with his current 30 mental points, he can completely ignore them. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming summoned the monarch's gaze, which appeared as a ring entirely composed of flesh with a blood-red eye staring intently at Gu Yeming. Once he put on the monarch's gaze, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. You have equipped the epic monarch's gaze. Mental point assessment in progress. Assessment successful. You will enjoy the attribute enhancement provided by this equipment. Mental 10, immune to 20 of negative effects related to mental control. After equipping this item, Gu Yeming's mental points jumped to 40. Now he can be immune to most negative effects. Looking at the prompts on the system screen, Gu Yeming gradually sighed in relief. He had stumbled several times due to negative effects before, but now he had finally compensated for that shortcoming. Since he had finished checking the stat points and equipment, the next step was the main event. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming slowly opened the profession panel and clicked on the aggregator profession. Level retrieval in progress. Current level 30. Conditions met. The second profession has been unlocked for you. Accompanied by a series of system notifications, the previous profession selection panel reappeared before Gu Yeming. As expected, looking at the selection panel before him, a glint flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes. The aggregator can indeed choose a second profession. Gazing at the densely packed profession names, Gu Yeming slowly fell into contemplation. Since I already have the Sword Master for balance, I can completely choose an extreme profession. For combat, the Sword Master is more than enough, especially since the current difficulty of obtaining high-level equipment is too great. To acquire high-level gear, one must hunt those high-level aberrant monsters. Perhaps I can choose a functional profession. Thinking of this, several profession ideas immediately sprang to Gu Yeming's mind. Alchemist, equipment smith, enchanter, chantcaster. After a moment of thought, Gu Yeming ultimately decided that his second profession would be equipment smith. By choosing this profession, he can utilize monster materials that are usually useless to forge equipment. He can win over those profit-driven players. Moreover, based on his previous experience as a player, the equipment smith profession is highly sought after in any era. This profession has no combat skills and can only be selected by life players, making the leveling difficulty significantly higher than that of other professions. But this doesn't affect him at all. After all, his first profession is Sword Master, allowing him to completely disregard this limitation. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming nodded, then decisively chose equipment smith. As per usual, he thoroughly read through the profession introduction and skills, confirming that there were no errors before pressing the confirm button. You have chosen the profession equipment smith. Transferring. Transfer successful. Equipment smith has become a secondary profession. Next profession selection, level 60. Oh. Looking at the final piece of text, a glimmer flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes. So there will be options for professions later. Then subsequent professions can be some beneficial ones to enhance his defense or maximize his output. But now there's still some distance to level 60. I'll see about that later. Gu Yeming shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, and opened the skill panel for equipment smith. It seems that levels are interconnected with professions. No need to start from scratch. Looking at the series of skills available for learning, Gu Yeming nodded. You have learned the skill basic forging. You have learned the skill excellent forging. You have learned the skill equipment nurturing. You have learned the passive skill beginner equipment smithing. Basic forging and excellent forging, as the names imply, qualify him to forge ordinary and excellent quality equipment. The equipment nurturing skill significantly increases the speed of durability recovery, perfectly matching with the Sword Master's talent. As for the passive skill, equipment smithing naturally involves success and failure, and the success rate is closely related to this passive skill. Some master blacksmiths even possess a remarkably high success rate, with chances of adding additional high-level effects to the equipment. And that is why equipment smiths and other functional professions are so favored among players. They not only possess durability repair skills that ordinary people lack, but also the noble forging functions. Looking at the newly appeared skills on the panel, Gu Yeming nodded. If finally the various materials in the system backpack would have a use. Now that the transfer is complete, he still needs to check the latest skills available for the gun Sword Master. Thinking of this, Gu Yeming opened the skill panel for gun Sword Master. Upon reaching level 30, new skills could be learned. You have learned the passive skill Calm Mind. Calm Mind reduces 10 of negative effects related to mental control. You have learned the skill Vengeful Resolve. Vengeful Resolve designate a target unit for the skill, causing an additional 20 damage to that unit. You have learned the skill Blade Enchantment. Blade Enchantment enchant blades with any magical properties. After completing the skill learning, Gu Yeming looked at the completely refreshed attribute panel with satisfaction. After a series of assessments, his overall strength had once again achieved a qualitative leap. His originally weak mental attribute had leaped to become the highest among all 4 attributes. Coupled with the Monarch's Gaze equipment and the Calm Mind skill, which offered a 30 reduction in negative effects related to mental control, he could completely disregard the mental attribute for a while. With the ranged attack from Shadowy Strike along with the damage increase and the newly learned Vengeful Resolve skill, he could unleash devastating damage. As for Blade Enchantment, it is essentially a skill similar to Bullet Enchantment, just providing him with another means of attack. Overall, this trip to the Research Institute has been immensely rewarding. Gu Yeming nodded, then opened the crafting function. Looking at the cluttered equipment information panel, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. In the short term, he wouldn't have to hunt aberrant monsters in the outside world. First, he should raise the passive skill for equipment forging, and also try to create as much equipment as possible to facilitate winning over some currently neutral players. As thoughts fleetingly crossed his mind, Gu Yeming manifested the forging table before him and began the forging process. In the Sin domain at the headquarters of the Morede Company in the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat oppressive as everyone sat in their respective seats, their faces dark and glancing at the holographic screen at the front. The image on the screen was none other than Gu Yeming and 4 other experimental subjects battling against bizarre mixed monsters. Seeing Gu Yeming, who had significantly improved in strength, Yang Qingli clenched his fists tightly, his expression dark to the extreme. In less than a month, how had Gu Yeming, whom he had previously regarded as an ant, grown to this level? Moreover, how did he end up mixed in with those experimental subjects? Mo Wunsen stood in front of the screen, paused for a moment in silence and said, "What are your thoughts upon seeing this scene?" Everyone looked at each other in silence. This is the intelligence image transmitted to all branches and research institutes by Research Institute No. 3 before its destruction. Mo Wunsen lowered his eyelids and said calmly, "As you can see, the experimental subject No. 1145, Gu Yeming, who previously escaped from us, has not only greatly enhanced his strength but has also mingled with those long-escaped experimental subjects. I must say, everyone, that Gu Yeming is no longer someone we can easily control. With those experimental subjects backing him, he has enough capital to stand against us." Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere becoming almost unbearably heavy. Seeing the silent crowd, Mo Wunsen furrowed his brows and said calmly, "This intelligence has also been received by the branches of other countries, and not long ago they contacted me wanting us to provide an explanation." Explanation? At this moment Yang Qingli sneered coldly and said, "In terms of charges, they are far more severe than ours. The strength of those experimental subjects goes without saying. I think they need to provide a reasonable explanation. Other branches have made more or less significant mistakes while we have remained relatively normal. Now that such an incident has occurred, they must be eager to drag us down." Xiaoyinghe pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said expressionlessly, "The headquarters requires us to resolve this ourselves." Mo Wunsen remained silent for a while before continuing, "Although losing a research institute is not a big deal, such incidents occur worldwide. However, the intruders are not from other countries but these experimental subjects, and the headquarters sees this as a provocation." Hearing this, Yang Qingli raised his brows and said, "In that case, shouldn't the headquarters take direct action? Given the strength of the headquarters, dealing with these experimental subjects should be very easy." "Are you questioning the decisions of the headquarters, Yang Qingli?" Upon hearing this, Mo Wunsen turned his gaze to Yang Qingli and said, "Do you think it's that simple?" Why do we have to conduct population trading secretly? If the headquarters could act without risk, they would have done so long ago and wouldn't need to observe the actions of other forces. Other forces are watching. If something truly happens or is exposed, the headquarters will face unimaginable pressure. At that time our branch will also suffer. So what do you suggest we do? Yang Qingli frowned and coldly said, you must understand that these guys have already destroyed a research institute, not to mention that the one called Gu Yeming has grown to this point in less than a month. What will happen if he is given a few more months or even years? Therefore, Mo Wunsen glanced at him and said calmly, I plan to collaborate with the intelligence departments of other country branches to jointly capture these experimental subjects that have escaped. You are indeed correct. Gu Yeming's growth speed is astonishingly fast. As he said this, he seemed to agree with Yang Qingli's statement, pondering aloud, however it is very strange. According to various data tests, Gu Yeming is fundamentally a worthless pawn with zero probability of becoming an ability user. Why has his strength been able to grow to this level in less than a month? I can't figure it out. It's really baffling. Mo Wunsen shook his head and then said to Carter, Carter, you will coordinate with the intelligence departments of other company branches to ensure you find the locations of Gu Yeming and those experimental subjects. Once found, report immediately. At that time we will unite with other branches to capture or even eliminate those experimental subjects. They have been at large for too long. It's time to let them witness our true strength. Yes, Carter nodded eagerly. Humph. Yang Qingli crossed his arms, glancing disdainfully at Carter. They had not found any trace of those experimental subjects for so many days, let alone what would happen afterward. Clearly he was increasingly distrustful of Carter's abilities. Also, Mo Wunsen turned his gaze to Xiaoyinghe and asked, how is the brainwashing procedure for the fourth catastrophe coming along? Very well, Xiaoyinghe nodded and reported, we have captured a large number of fourth catastrophe subjects for research and brainwashing, and the results are quite promising. However, strangely they all suddenly disappeared yesterday, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Hearing this, Mo Wunsen frowned slightly and said, have you found out the reason? No, Xiaoyinghe shook his head, feeling quite helpless, and said, I don't know the reason at all. If there's no way to investigate. Once you discover their whereabouts, report immediately. After giving the last order, Mo Wunsen said to everyone, the relevant tasks have been handed over to you. Next, each of you must do your job well if the headquarters is watching. Everyone nodded in agreement. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. Finally, the update is here. Many readers also hope to have their names included in the book as player cameos, and I will occasionally draw from the readers. Also, can the stinky tomato give more? It's really too little. Annoyed. 2 days later. In the Kongmang Empire in District 4 at a hotel. Huff. It should be about time. Gu Yeming wiped the sweat from his face and paused his actions. He opened the system backpack, and what came into view were the various equipment he had forged over the past 2 days almost without rest. Among them the common grade items numbered in the hundreds, while the excellent grade ones were nearing 100. Looking at the results before him, Gu Yeming nodded in satisfaction and then opened the system panel. NPC template name Gu Yeming, age 21, gender male, level 30, race human, main profession aggregator, secondary profession gun, Sword Master, equipment blacksmith, active skills bullet enchantment, sword / damage amplification, vengeful resolve, sword enchantment, passive skills, equipment blacksmith, equipment manufacturing, proficiency level 3. Gunsword Master, Combat Mastery level 1, Vehicle Expert level 3, Firearms Master level 1, Sword Master level 2, Blade Master level 2, Movement Master level 1, Calm Mind. Talent Gunsword Master activated. Attribute panel, Strength 30, Agility 30, Spirit 40, Stamina 30, Current free attribute points 0, Current level D, Current status healthy, Fatigued health points 1200. Overall evaluation, you are getting closer to the mid-tier strength level. After 2 days of continuous forging, the equipment manufacturing passive skill finally reached proficiency level 3, just a step away from entering the expert stage. Looking at the refreshed panel before him, Gu Yeming nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. If he guessed correctly, 3 days have passed. The version 1 should have been released, right? Game has been updated. Version 1. 1 has been released. Version 1. 1 PV has been uploaded to the player forum. Blue Technology Dimension Version 1. 1 update event. The Fall of Research Institute. No. 3 So it is. Gu Yeming nodded and then opened the player forum. The 3-day wait seemed very long for the players. As soon as the game opened, they rushed in frantically and the previously quiet player forum instantly became bustling. She said, "I'm an angel, damn you. You finally decided to open the server. A buy can only accompany food. I have a craving for the game Infinite Dimension. Big smart tomato, big shots. Which profession is better? Leg hair can bend and stretch. Awesome." With the game now open, a large number of new players flooded in, surpassing even the number in version 1.0. It seems I need to prepare my layout in advance. Gu Yeming gently stroked his chin, a subtle light flashing in his eyes. A few minutes later, wearing a pair of sunglasses, Gu Yeming walked slowly down the street, his gaze constantly scanning the surrounding pedestrians. Most of them were local NPCs. Why were the players who usually filled the area so hard to find? Village Chief. At this moment a voice suddenly came from the side. Gu Yeming raised an eyebrow and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a player standing not far away watching Gu Yeming with a look of surprise. As for his game name, wants to become Village Chief Gu Star Fury. Looking at this player's game name, Gu Yeming opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. But he quickly reacted, suppressing the inner turmoil, and replied expressionlessly, "Is there something you need?" Star Fury looked at Gu Yeming with excitement, and above Gu Yeming's head was a prominent exclamation mark that only players could see. Quest. Star Fury's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly approached Gu Yeming, saying, "Village Chief, do you need any help?" Hearing this, Gu Yeming slowly nodded, trying his best not to look at this player's game name, and expressionlessly said, "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, a quest window appeared before Star Fury. Material acquisition quest details. NPC Gu Yeming needs a large quantity of clothing materials. Regardless of the means, bring them to him. Quest objective: clothing materials. Quest difficulty: simple. Quest deadline: none. Quest rewards: depending on the quantity of clothing materials provided, either a common quality weapon or an excellent quality weapon. Accept quest. Accept. Star Fury accepted the quest without hesitation, solely because he saw the excellent quality weapon as a reward. To get an excellent quality weapon just by doing this type of thing, isn't that pure charity? Truly worthy of Village Chief Gu. After accepting the quest, he hurriedly said to Gu Yeming, "Village Chief, don't worry, I'm going to the clothing store to grab clothes for you right now." Gu Yeming had a black line on his face, speechless. He simply waved his hand at Star Fury, expressing a sense of dismissal. After watching Star Fury leave, Gu Yeming wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Some players' names are simply too outrageous. I can only say they truly live up to their reputation. As for the reason for issuing this quest, it was naturally because the Sword Grandmaster outfit he was wearing was no longer keeping up with his pace. He still had some monster materials left in his backpack, enough to craft a new set of high-quality clothing. However, he didn't have a single piece of clothing material, and it wasn't convenient for him to obtain them directly through various channels, so he could only acquire them indirectly from players. A few minutes later, more and more players discovered Gu Yeming, one after another accepting the quest, while simultaneously posting Gu Yeming's location on the player forum. This naturally caused a huge stir. Gu Yeming, this NPC, was like a protagonist in the player forum of the Blue Technology Dimension, leaving a certain impression in the eyes of each player. Thus a large number of players rushed from all directions, their purpose being to meet this rumored NPC. Of course, it would be even better if there were quests to accept. Doesn't eat cilantro, boss. The location of Gu Yeming has been revealed. Should we go to him? After casually defeating a monster, Yi Hongcha glanced at the chat group and then sent a message. "Yi Hongcha, let's level up first. Going there would be a waste. Gu Yeming is a tough nut to crack, and as for the quest, we're in a hostile relationship with him, so he won't give us any quests." After posting in the chat group, Yi Hongcha shook his head and focused on finding and killing wild monsters. After the previous encounter, he had already seen Gu Yeming's true strength. It was better to carefully level up first and see how things go later. Meanwhile in the Sin domain, light hair can bend and stretch gazed at the messages on the player forum and suddenly let out a wail murmuring, "Village chief, I really want to see you, but it's so easy to get in and so hard to get out of this cursed place." "President, stop acting crazy," said the nearby Jinba menswear with an expression of disbelief. "Shouldn't I be the one crying instead? I haven't taken any quests yet, you all dragged me into this. At least you still have the tasks given by the village chief." "That's right. Leg hair can bend and stretch," suddenly shouted, gripping Jinba menswear's shoulder with determination. "The task entrusted to us by the village chief must be completed. Let's go." Continue to explode the company branch over here? On the other side in a certain bar, the team known as Blade's Edge. "Captain, should we go to Gu Yeming's place?" Little Angel nudged Blade's Edge beside her and said with a grin, "I heard from the player forum that Gu Yeming seems to have released a quest with excellent quality equipment as a reward." "Yeah, Captain, haven't you always wanted to learn the techniques of a gunswordsman from him?" Wanting candy took a sip of juice and said, "We can head over now, maybe he is still there." Looking at the messages on the player forum, Blade's Edge's eyes sparkled as he slowly stood up, wanting to say something. Suddenly he frowned as if recalling something and addressed the other team members. "Wait, do you remember the last time we met Gu Yeming?" "I remember, what's up?" Eating my hemorrhoids asked while lying on a soft sofa. "After we left, those players led by hot red tea sauce went to trouble Gu Yeming." Blade's Edge furrowed his brow even tighter and said seriously, "Let's not mention who leaked Gu Yeming's location before. What we really need to clarify is whether Gu Yeming misunderstood that we leaked his location. After those previous encounters, according to the locals, he must know that there is a group of Fourth Calamity players who have been looking for trouble with him." Hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. "Damn!" Blade's Edge's eyes flashed with cold light as he crushed the glass in his hand. A surge of anger suddenly welled up. If Gu Yeming doesn't misunderstand, that's fine, but if he does, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him, even affecting his career prospects. Those damn bastards led by hot red tea sauce. Huh. So it's hot red tea sauce and their gang, huh? Blade's Edge murmured, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent, saying, "I must confront them whenever I get the chance." The others looked at each other and Little Angel coughed, asking Blade's Edge, "So Captain, based on what you said, Gu Yeming is very likely to misunderstand us. Should we still go find him?" "Of course we should go. Why not?" Blade's Edge let out a long breath and said nonchalantly, "However, the premise of finding him is to bring the heads of Hot Red Tea Sauce's group along. To avoid misunderstandings, we have to do this. Let's go." Blade's Edge suddenly stood up and said to everyone, "We will trouble Hot Red Tea Sauce first, then find Gu Yeming." Everyone nodded and stood up. At that moment the bartender slowly walked over, pointed to the broken shards on the table and said expressionlessly, "Excuse me, this guest please compensate for the cost of the glass." "Ah. I'm sorry." In the misty empire outdoors, Gu Yeming nodded as he looked at the increasing number of players around him. Fortunately, he arrived in the wild early. Otherwise, based on the number of players in front of him once they gathered on the street, it would certainly attract some law enforcement personnel. This is not what he wanted to see. The players around him were all staring at Gu Yeming with shining eyes, eagerly looking at this rumored figure. The tasks for clothing materials had been mostly distributed, and besides, he didn't need that many clothing materials. Let's distribute this next. In the next moment, a question mark reappeared above Gu Yeming's head in the sight of many players. Quest. Everyone became excited, shoving each other to grab the quest. Weaken the company quest details. The actions of Morede Company have angered both gods and men. As a righteous person, do you wish to take some just actions? Quest objective: go to the Sin domain and kill the personnel affiliated with the Sin domain company branch. Quest duration permanent. Quest reward based on the number of kills, including ordinary and excellent quality equipment. Note: accepting this quest will make you an enemy of Morede Company. This quest frame appeared before all the players present, and after seeing the note, some players hesitated while most accepted the quest without hesitation. only because they saw the excellent quality equipment that had been quite difficult for them to obtain in the past. This quest was naturally the one previously accepted by those IGU guild members, and now Gu Yeming was throwing it back to the currently neutral players. It was time to set up the layout in advance. Players accepting this quest would automatically stand on the opposing side of the company, attracting a large number of players to the Sin domain, laying the foundation for the subsequent branch company siege. At that time, the first war between player factions was about to begin. Thinking of this, a fleeting glimmer flashed in Gu Yeming's eyes. As for rewards, he had an abundance of monster materials in his backpack, enough to craft for several days. Ordinary or excellent quality equipment was already something he could easily obtain. Merely investing these resources to win over the players before him was undoubtedly very beneficial. Watching the continuous influx of players, Gu Yeming squinted his eyes, feeling increasingly confident about the impending siege. These players before him would become the main force bearing the greatest pressure in the future. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and the evaluations, Mwah. The long-term quest concerning the Sin Domain Company branch is finally about to unfold. There will be guest appearances in the future and everyone will have a chance. After issuing the task to the players, Gu Yeming swiftly returned to his hotel room while the players were distracted. At this moment, his system backpack was filled with various clothing materials contributed by the players. Of course, most of the clothing was snatched by the players. Opening both the system backpack and the crafting interface, Gu Yeming began sorting through the materials for making clothing equipment. There are quite a few monster materials in the backpack that are sufficient to make high-quality equipment, but unfortunately his level is currently not high enough and he can only make excellent quality. With that thought, he shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions before starting to craft the clothing equipment. After several hours looking at the newly crafted clothing equipment in his backpack, Gu Yeming wiped the sweat from his forehead and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Finally finished. Excellent level blood and flesh armor. Quality excellent ultimate. Defense boost 60,100. Gift of flesh additional effect strength 2, agility 2, spirit 2, stamina 2. Level requirement 22. Source crafted by NPC Gu Yeming. Evaluation and equipment that embodies the essence of excellence to the fullest. A pinnacle. Excellent level blood and flesh mask. Quality excellent ultimate. Defense boost 3060. Gift of flesh additional effect increases neural reaction speed by an additional 10. Level requirement 22. Source crafted by NPC Gu Yeming. Evaluation and equipment that embodies the essence of excellence to the fullest. A pinnacle. Note: a total of 5 pieces were made, including a helmet, mask, chest armor, pants, and boots, all rated excellent. I originally wanted to write them all out, but I was afraid it would be seen as padding, so I'll just summarize. Note: the chest armor has an additional effect of increasing damage resistance by 5, the pants increase defense by 10, and the boots increase speed by 10. Looking at the series of gear before him, Gu Yeming nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. The main reason is that he can currently only make excellent quality equipment, so he naturally wanted to maximize that quality. The monster materials he used were naturally those dropped by the Blood and Flesh Monarch, which allowed the equipment's quality to be maximized. With that in mind, he immediately donned the entire set of equipment. You have equipped excellent level blood and flesh armor. You have equipped excellent level blood and flesh mask. Congratulations! You have triggered the set effect Blood and Flesh King. The following are the effects of the Blood and Flesh King set. Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 8, Stamina 8. Additional increase of 800 maximum health. Can trigger 2 set effects Blood and Flesh King Gunblade Rebirth. At this moment, Gu Yeming was no longer dressed in the previous Gunblade Warrior outfit, but was now clad in a terrifying armor styled after the Blood and Flesh Monarch. Blood eyes opened from various parts of his armor, emitting an eerie red glow. It was a bit too conspicuous. Looking at the blood and flesh armor on him, Gu Yeming frowned slightly. Note: equipment can be transformed. Note: the transformed appearance will hide the attributes of the equipment, displaying only the appearance. As Gu Yeming felt troubled, the system kindly displayed 2 prompt boxes. That's quite nice. Gu Yeming nodded and then applied the previous gunblade outfit over it. Since it was a transformation function, the attributes of each piece of the gunblade set could not stack, they could only be used for appearance. However, this way, it was not so conspicuous when moving. Otherwise he wouldn't know how eye-catching he would be with all those eyes on him. Gu Yeming shook his head and then opened the attributes panel. After the set update, his attributes had undergone a significant enhancement. Attribute panel. Strength 40. Agility 40. Spirit 50. Stamina 40. Current free attribute points 0. Current level D about to promote to C level. Current status healthy. Maximum health 22002200. Looking at the panel that had almost undergone a qualitative change, a hint of a smile gradually appeared on Gu Yeming's face. Now even when facing C-level powerhouses or even abnormally powerful monsters, he could stand against them. His strength had increased so much that he felt like a completely different person from just a few seconds ago. It can only be said that the materials from the Blood and Flesh Monarch are indeed worthy, whether in terms of individual equipment attributes or set attributes. They have basically reached their zenith. Of course, it's not to say that every individual piece has a 100% chance of being crafted. After all, his equipment crafting passive level is only at level 3, which naturally does not have the high success rate of a master or grandmaster. To make this set of equipment, he had already used up all the materials dropped by the Blood and Flesh Monarch, and the clothing materials were also running low. Gu Yeming clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, and his mood couldn't help but soar to new heights. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment there came a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Gu Yeming walked up and opened the door, revealing Chris' sister, Clina. Clina was unusually aloof this time, simply saying hello, and with a twitch of her skin she transformed into Chris. As per usual, Chris habitually tousled his messy hair before greeting Gu Yeming, saying, "Hey, buddy, I'm here to find you again. Lately I've been quite bored. How about we go for a stroll outside the out-of-control zone?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chris seemed to sense something. He furrowed his brows tightly, staring intensely at the expressionless Gu Yeming. He sensed an overwhelming feeling of threat from Gu Yeming. This. Chris' pupils suddenly constricted and an unbelievable thought surged into his mind. The sense of threat from a few days ago was very weak, but after not seeing him for a few days it had skyrocketed to this extent. What on earth has happened to Gu Yeming? Chris, don't stare at me for too long. At this moment Gu Yeming calmly reminded him. Why? Chris began to inquire about something, but the next second. Boss level Stitcher Chris staring time exceeded 5 seconds. Successfully triggered epic level Monarch's Gaze equipment additional effect Monarch's Gaze. Gulp gulp. Hearing that familiar sound, Chris' head stiffened as he turned to the side, only to see the Blood and Flesh Monarch quietly floating beside him with its spiraled sharp teeth dripping with putrid drool. What? How did this guy end up here? Chris exclaimed in shock, his hair suddenly spiking up, clearly bristling. Roar! The Flesh Monarch let out an extremely fierce roar before charging wildly towards Chris. Don't! Damn! Chris' eyes widened in horror as he watched the Flesh Monarch about to collide with him. However, to his surprise, the Flesh Monarch's body appeared to be transparent and it passed straight through him. Huh? Chris was dumbfounded. He turned to look at the Flesh Monarch, who was still trying to attack him with a hint of confusion in his vertical pupils. I told you not to look at me for too long. At that moment Gu Yeming's voice sounded from the side, his expression blank as he stared at Chris as if he were looking at a fool. What is going on? Chris muttered, still shaken. You can understand it, as I have the ability to create illusions. Gu Yeming shrugged and said casually, anyone who stares at me for more than 5 seconds will see the illusion of the Flesh Monarch in their line of sight. However, unfortunately this illusion does not possess any attacking capability, it is merely for scaring people. Put your claws away, don't worry, it won't bite. Upon hearing these words, Chris awkwardly glanced at Gu Yeming. He had just made a fool of himself in front of his friend. Still looking? Can't you learn your lesson? Gu Yeming said expressionlessly. You said it yourself, it doesn't possess any attacking capability, it's just an illusion, so why should I be afraid? Chris huffed, crossing his arms, clearly wanting to regain his former dignity. Yeming looked at him with a hint of a smile as if saying, I see right through you. Ah. Alright buddy, I admit I was indeed scared just now. Chris wiped his face and said helplessly, who would have thought such a terrifying thing was just an illusion? Anyone would be scared, right? At this point Chris suddenly thought of something. He furrowed his brows and asked Yeming, buddy, what on earth happened to you? Why do you give me such a strong sense of threat now? Yeming opened his mouth about to say something but was interrupted by Chris. You haven't done anything shady, have you? Chris' brows furrowed even tighter as he solemnly said, pursuing power is certainly not wrong, but you must do it in moderation. You haven't conducted any experiments on yourself or injected any highly harmful substances, have you? Hearing this, Yeming slowly shook his head and said lightly, relax, I'm fine. With your keen senses you should be able to clearly perceive my physical condition, right? Upon hearing this, Chris examined Yeming up and down, ignoring the incessant harassment from the flesh monarch, and gradually relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. In his perception, Yeming's body was very healthy with no discomfort whatsoever. How strange. Chris stroked his chin, muttering to himself, then why do you give me such a strong sense of threat? Looking at Chris, who was lost in thought, Yeming seemed to have thought of something. A flicker of elusive light flashed in his eyes as he said lightly, since that's the case, Chris, how about we have a match? After a series of power enhancements, he was curious about what level his strength was currently at. Conveniently, Chris, this bizarre creature, was here to test it out. Huh? Upon hearing this, Chris immediately snapped back to reality and said, fight me. Are you sure? Buddy, my claws are quite sharp, I'm afraid of hurting you. Are you looking down on me, Chris? Yeming said expressionlessly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chris quickly shook his head, but just as he was about to say something, his expression froze. For in his perspective it seemed as if a faint sword was floating behind Yeming and a sharp pain was continuously stimulating his senses. Yeming slowly walked to his side, patted his shoulder and said lightly, let's change places if this isn't suitable. Alright. In the wilderness. Yeming and Chris stood about 10 meters apart, both observing each other closely. His strength indeed seemed to have increased significantly. Should I really go all out against him? Chris' face showed hesitation. Come at me, Chris. Yeming noticed his reluctance and said with an extremely indifferent expression, don't hold back. And don't show mercy. Whoosh, a gust of fierce wind blew, causing Yeming's clothing to flutter fiercely. He stared expressionlessly at Chris not far away, his right hand holding the chichi. Upon hearing this, Chris finally put aside his concerns. Alright buddy, if I really hurt you I won't take responsibility. Chris slowly revealed his shark-like teeth, his arms gradually sprouting sharp claws that gleamed coldly. The next second, bang! Accompanied by a sound of breaking air, Chris' figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A residual shadow appeared in front of Yeming as Chris grinned and raised his claws to fiercely swipe at him. Yeming slightly stepped back, yet this swipe missed entirely. If viewed from an enlarged perspective, it could be seen that Chris' claw was nearly a centimeter away from Yeming's clothing. The distance control? Chris' perception was extremely keen, he naturally noticed this scene. His pupils constricted slightly and he once again launched a fierce attack on Yeming. However, to his astonishment, it seemed Yeming knew all of his movements. No matter how he attacked, Yeming consistently maintained that slight distance to evade the attack. A cold light flashed in Yeming's eyes. After dodging a claw strike, he seized the opportunity during Chris' follow-throw and swung the chichi towards Chris' chest. Smack! Upon realizing his chest had been attacked, Chris' pupils constricted and he quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Yeming. He looked at his chest and found that there were no wounds. Yeming's strike was naturally with the sword body. He casually flicked a sword technique and said to the confused Chris in the distance, next time it won't be the sword body, Chris. I said. Come at me. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and the evaluations, mwah. Chris stood not far away, gazing at the expressionless Yeming, his face showing signs of astonishment. How is it possible that he seems to have seen through all my moves? Unconvinced, Chris charged forward again, raising his sharp claws to strike at Gu Yeming. However, just like before, Gu Yeming seemed to know every one of his actions, effortlessly dodging them. This won't work. Chris squinted his eyes, pushing his speed to the limit. This time his claws finally grazed Gu Yeming. Bang! However, this strike was firmly blocked by Gu Yeming's sword. Very good, just like that, Chris. Gu Yeming seemed to have finally found his interest, his eyes glinting as he swiftly kicked Chris in the stomach. Chris was sent back several meters, and just as he adjusted his stance and was about to retaliate, Gu Yeming had already arrived before him. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Gu Yeming unleashed a flurry of sword shadows that whistled towards Chris. Chris' pupils contracted sharply. After blocking the first wave of strikes, he retreated rapidly. However, Gu Yeming would not let him escape easily, constantly slashing at him. The dense shadows of swords flickered before Chris' eyes as he swung his arms back and forth to block, creating a series of collision sounds. Boss level, Fused Being Chris has unleashed the skill Resonating Scream. Seeming to realize he was at a disadvantage, Chris' eyes narrowed and an extremely piercing scream escaped his lips. Resonating Scream is being evaluated. Evaluation successful. Immunity required. Spirit points 30. You have become immune to this skill. To Chris' astonishment, Gu Yeming appeared completely unaffected, continuing to slash at him. What? Chris' expression turned to one of shock, his movements faltering. Seeing his chance, Gu Yeming's eyes flashed with intent as he swiftly slashed sideways, knocking Chris' claws aside, and then thrust his weapon directly at Chris' neck. Faced with the sound of slicing air approaching, Chris' pupils gradually narrowed to pinpoints, the weapon growing larger in his sight. Whoosh! However, the blade halted midair. A gust of wind swept past Chris' ear, and strands of hair on either side fell to the ground, clearly severed by a faint sword energy. Cold sweat trickled down Chris' cheek. He felt as though he had been frozen in place, watching in dread as the weapon was merely a centimeter from his neck, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Gu Yeming said lightly as he slowly withdrew the weapon and placed it into his system backpack. Ah, buddy. Chris wiped the cold sweat from his brow, seeming still in shock from what had just happened. He slowly said, I didn't expect you to have grown this much in strength. If it were a life or death battle, I might have lost my head just now. However, Gu Yeming shook his head in response to this, saying, you still have hidden cards. If you transform into your monster form, the outcome would be uncertain. He wasn't lying to Chris. Chris' monster form could directly provide a boost of 15 attribute points, a significant enhancement. In a true life or death struggle, Gu Yeming believed that it would still be quite difficult to contend with Chris after he transformed into his monster form. After all, Chris' level in monster form had already risen to B. Naturally, even in his monster form, Gu Yeming could still deal a heavy blow. With a base agility of 40 plus an overall speed boost of 40, he was already capable of keeping up with or reacting to Chris' speed. When the panel isn't sufficient, rely on technique. However, after this test, Gu Yeming had already realized what level his power truly lay at. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Gu Yeming's face. The past experiences of having to evade level powerhouses were now a thing of the past. I really didn't expect. In just a few days you have become this much stronger, buddy, Chris shook his head, saying helplessly. He did not inquire about the specific source of Gu Yeming's power increase. After all, everyone has their secrets, and he understood this well. If he casually asked, others might turn hostile on the spot. Looking at Chris' somewhat gloomy expression, Gu Yeming concealed a hint of joy and casually asked, by the way, why are you alone? What about Wang Daju and the others? Hearing this, Chris shrugged and replied, Fiona's outward identity is that of a flower shop owner. She should be tending to various flowers outside her shop. Little Zay likes to stay in the sewers. He says there are many viruses and bacteria there which suits his physical condition. As for Wang Daju, he should be with Little Zay. After all, with his tall stature it would be hard not to attract attention. Right now he is probably sleeping in the sewer. Hearing this, Gu Yeming nodded and said faintly, Chris, could you please inform them for me? We might soon need to confront the company. Oh. Chris raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, grinning, huh? Buddy, you don't need to say much. After all, you've helped us so much before. It's only right that we help you back. Even if you didn't ask, we would still take the initiative. We who were once persecuted by the company are natural allies, buddy. There's no need to be so polite. Hearing this, Yeming nodded and expressed his thanks. By the way, buddy, when exactly is this? Where are we preparing to cause trouble? Chris scratched his head and asked, could it be another research facility or something? No, Yeming replied calmly, it's the Sin Domain Company branch. The company branch? Chris asked in astonishment, buddy, are you sure? Research facilities and the like cannot compare to a company branch. There are powerful individuals there. If you really want to cause trouble at the company branch, at least bring more people. Are you scared? Scared of what? Chris swore, saying, don't mention the branch. I would dare to charge into the headquarters as well, just don't know where it is. Watching the eager Chris, Yeming slowly fell into thought. Chris was indeed right. A company branch or research facility is incomparable. A significant number of personnel would be needed to completely destroy a branch. As for personnel, there are plenty of players available. However, during the ensuing faction battles, the company would surely have players as well. Perhaps they could seek some high-end combat power. A glimmer of light flashed in Yeming's eyes as he already thought of candidates besides the 4 test subjects. The Kongmang Empire District 4 Bounty Hall. Clang! After opening the door, Yeming and Chris stepped inside, where they were greeted by a layout resembling a bar with a counter straight ahead and various bounty posters hanging on the walls. Many people sat in various seats holding glasses and chatting leisurely with their companions. Anyone here drinking and talking was undoubtedly a hunting enthusiast, making it one of their gathering places. The reason Yeming came here was of course to seek some high-end combat power to enhance the success rate of long-term tasks to come. As for money, he had sold most of the monster materials in his system backpack to merchants not long ago, enough to hire a clever powerhouse. A customer has arrived. What would you like? Sitting at the bar was an elderly man with white hair dressed in simple cloth who smiled and greeted Yeming and Chris. A glass of SKRYM, please. Yeming said lightly as he took a seat at the bar. He had visited this bounty hall before when he was still a player. The purpose was of course to take on the bounties posted on the wall to earn Kongmang coins. Okay, just a moment. The old man nodded, took out various materials from a drawer and began to mix. Would you like something, Chris? Buddy, I'm not interested in these drinks. It would be better if there were blood. Ha ha ha, young man, we don't sell blood here. The old man mixing drinks laughed heartily upon hearing Yeming and Chris' words. So? Chris shrugged, sitting beside Yeming with a helpless expression. Blood. At that moment, a figure wearing a cowboy hat, a worn yellow leather coat and black sunglasses sitting not far away suddenly spoke. If you're looking for blood, I just happen to have a bag for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a blood bag from his coat pocket, the murky blood swirling inside. The next moment he gently pushed the blood bag onto Chris' table. Oh! Chris raised an eyebrow, glancing at the blood bag on the table, momentarily not moving to touch it. Rest assured, it's not poisoned, and besides, fighting is not allowed in this place. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a face that had been hidden under the cowboy hat. He was young but appeared somewhat weathered, with a scar on the left side of his jaw suggesting he had been through a lot. Yeming calmly observed this man, and the next moment an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Boss level, hunting enthusiast, has gender male, race human, implanted with the heart of the bloodthirsty wolf king, age 29, level 51, strength 52, agility 61, spirit 43, stamina 58, active skills aiming, tracking, frenzied hunt. Passive skills pistol master level 2, movement master level 1, light as a swallow, unceasing, enhanced scent and vision, bullet burst. Current level C, current status healthy. Health 31433143, evaluation dangerous. As the protagonist's panel increases, the evaluation will change accordingly. Overall rating, a renowned revolver killer among hunting enthusiasts with a high bounty completion rate, implanted with the heart of the bloodthirsty wolf king by the Star Company branch, living longer than normal humans but at the cost of bloodlust. Is it him? Looking at the various information before him, Yeming's gaze flickered. Seeing Chris still not moving, Kayhez shook his head and said lightly, "If you don't dare to drink, just give it back to me. It would be best not to say such attention-seeking things afterward." It seemed he had been provoked. Chris frowned slightly, picked up the blood bag and using a claw ripped the corner open, gulping it down. The moment he drank it, Chris' eyes lit up as he greedily finished the blood, licking his lips in delight. "Oh." Seeing this scene, Kayhez raised an eyebrow and noticed the slight twitch of his nose, clearly sniffing something. Claws perceive blood as nourishment, and there are mixed scents of various monsters on you. It can't be wrong. Kayhez's eyes flickered slightly as he looked around, ensuring no one was watching them before he left his seat and slowly sat beside Gu Yeming and Chris, quietly asking, "Are you experimental subjects?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming turned his head and replied lightly, "It seems your sense of smell is quite sharp." "Of course." Kayhez chuckled, saying, "My sense of smell is indeed very keen, especially concerning this guy beside you who exudes the scent of monsters." "Is there more?" Chris inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Kayhez. "What was in that bag of blood? It tasted amazing." Hearing this, Kayhez smiled and said, "That bag of blood was extracted from a shadow giant mosquito. The quality of the blood is excellent. I initially thought you were just trying to draw attention, but it turns out you really enjoy blood. What a big gain." At this point he turned to the two and asked, "Did you come here seeking help? Did you just escape from the company branch?" Upon hearing this, Chris was startled and quickly asked, "You too?" "Of course." Kayhez nodded, saying, "Otherwise how could I become a bloodthirsty monster? How much does it cost?" At that moment Gu Yeming spoke calmly. "Cost?" Hearing this, Kayhez was taken aback and asked, "Are you looking to hire a hunting enthusiast? Who do you want to kill? Or what do you want?" "The Sin Domain Company branch." "What?" Upon hearing this, Kayhez's confusion deepened. "Are you looking to cause trouble for the Sin Domain Company branch? Are you out of your mind, buddy? How is that possible?" However, after seeing Gu Yeming and Chris' unyielding expressions, his demeanor became increasingly agitated. "You are truly a bunch of crazy guys. Both of you, to be honest, I admire you quite a bit." Kayhez adjusted his cowboy hat and said, "Typically experimental subjects who manage to escape would think of hiding, yet here you are wanting to counterattack instead." Gu Yeming showed no reaction and simply asked, "The price?" 400,000 Kongmeng coins, not a penny less. Kayhez shifted his tone and shrugged, saying, "You can ask others. Here my completion rate for bounties and my reputation are quite good. This price is already quite generous considering you are also experimental subjects." 90,000. Gu Yeming said calmly, pulling out a stack of cash from his system backpack and placing it on Kayhez's desk. Ignoring Kayhez's stunned expression, he continued, "The condition for giving you 90,000 is that you must go all out without holding back. I will give you 30,000 as a deposit and the remainder after the job is done." Looking at the stack of cash on the table, Kayhez slowly regained his composure and seemed greatly impacted as he opened his mouth to speak to Gu Yeming. "Buddy." "Oh no, I should say sir." Kayhez laughed heartily, standing up to address Gu Yeming. "I've never seen such a generous and straightforward gentleman like you. May I ask your name?" "Gu Yeming." "Ah, so it's Mr. Gu. Truly a pleasure. And this other gentleman?" "Chris." "Oh, ha ha ha, a pleasure indeed. To be honest, I've long been displeased with the company. You two have a keen eye for character." With that, Kayhez took off his hat, performed a gesture of respect towards Gu Yeming and smiled, "Since Mr. Gu is so generous, I shall give my all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Hunter of Madness, Kayhez. It's a pleasure to serve you." In the Sin Domain, the Morede Company branch in front of the gate. After tossing a player's corpse aside, Yang Qingli looked around at the bodies strewn about, frowning tightly. "It's strange. Why are there so many odd individuals attacking us recently? And their strength has improved, although still weak, it is evident. This continuous harassment from these strange beings is truly bothersome." Xiaoyinghe slowly walked out from the gate, standing beside Yang Qingli, who was observing the bodies, and asked, "Did this group of odd beings come to harass us again?" "Of course." Yang Qingli glanced at Xiaoyinghe's side and said, "I don't know what has gotten into them. They've been harassing us for days, acting like they've taken drugs. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyinghe pondered for a moment and suddenly said, we can ask the fourth calamity who has already been brainwashed. Since they are of the same tribe, I believe we can uncover some reasons. At that moment a player slowly walked out from the gate and immediately noticed the exclamation mark above Xiao Ying's head. Quest. The player joyfully ran to Xiao Ying's side and exclaimed, Lord Xiao, is there anything I can help with? Oh. Xiaoyinghe raised an eyebrow and then asked the player, since you are from the same tribe as them, you must know the reason behind their attacks on us, right? Of course. The player quickly nodded, saying, Lord Xiao, feel free to ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Alright. Xiaoyinghe nodded and asked casually, let me ask you, why did you all suddenly disappear during that time? Oh, that's too simple. The player grinned and said, what else could it be, huh? The player was taken aback. What? Xiaoyinghe furrowed his brow, asking, what were you just saying? I said it was. The player was completely dumbfounded. Wait, is there a filter for this? Warning, please do not disclose any information about this game. Any further violations will result in account suspension. What? What on earth? Looking at the two prompt boxes in front of him, the player was utterly stunned. Wait, can't I reveal anything at all? TSK. Xiaoyinghe looked at the somewhat dazed player, his patience completely worn thin, and said to a nearby cleaner, take him back. This person seems a bit daft, he needs to be brainwashed again, and it would be best to swap out his limbs. Wait, bro. Upon hearing this, the player shook his head frantically, saying, no, Lord Xiao. Then let me ask you, why do these odd beings keep harassing us? I know. You can see it they must have taken the quest. TSK. Xiao Ying's forehead veins bulged slightly as he sighed and coldly said, if you don't want to reveal even a bit of information, it seems the brainwashing wasn't thorough enough. Take him away. Yes. No, I really want to say something. I can't get the words out. Accompanied by a series of wails, the player struggled as he was dragged back into the laboratory. A lab rat is just a lab rat, even now they don't understand their predicament. Young Qingli, who had witnessed the entire process, naturally expressed disdain, saying, although there is this miraculous ability to revive, as long as we hold them firmly in our control, they will never be able to turn the tables. Sigh. Where exactly is the problem? Xiaoyinghe ignored young Qingli's words, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth, lost in thought. Seeing that Xiaoyinghe was not paying attention to him, young Qingli rolled his eyes in disdain, kicked aside a corpse in front of him, and leisurely returned to the interior of the gate. Having just finished exercising, it's time for a nap. In a certain alley, the recently revived player Leg Hair along with his companions leaned against the wall with expressions of utter despair. How many times has it been? Leg Hair mumbled. It should be the fourth time, replied a nearby muscular man. Village chief, I'm sorry. With just us few, we haven't even crossed the enemy's door, Leg Hair mumbled, feeling even more despondent. Moreover, some of our brothers have been captured. And after being brainwashed, they automatically joined the company. The muscular man scratched his head and said helplessly, we simply have too few people. Going to the company like this is like sending ourselves to death. Oh. Are you guys from the IGU guild? At that moment a voice from outside the alley sounded surprised. Leg Hair looked up and saw a player named Sauerkraut Fish Surplus gazing in amazement at them, saying, aren't you guys supposed to be attacking the company branch? Why are you still here? We already attacked. 4 times. Then it's just because you have too few people, the player laughed and said, why not come out and see what's outside? What? Hearing this, Leg Hair was taken aback and slowly walked out of the alley, only to be greeted by the sight of thousands, even tens of thousands of players. The entire street was nearly filled with these players, looking incredibly crowded. What is this? Leg Hair stared in shock at the spectacular scene before him, asking in a daze. The player chuckled and said, we also accepted the village chief's quest and we came here to support you. You guys too? Huh? Hearing this, Leg Hair was instantly shocked. He clutched the player's shoulders tightly, his mood shifting from despair to determination. With a look of excitement in his eyes he exclaimed, "Great! With so many people I refuse to believe we can't take down those guys from the company." Faction war conditions triggered. Gu Yeming's side versus Sin Domain Company branch. Time remaining until faction war starts 485959. This is a faction war. In front of all the players several prompt boxes appeared on the system screen. Leg Hair was no exception. Looking at the prompt boxes before him his expression grew even more excited. Could it be? Village Chief will also come. Meanwhile in the Kongmang Empire in the number 4 city district at a hotel. "Mr. Gu, would you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" "Go ahead." "Ha ha ha, alright sir, I was about to burst." At this moment Gu Yeming, the 4 test subjects and the hunt-crazed curs gathered together, evidently preparing to undertake something significant. Looking at the misty curs, Wang Daju and the others exchanged glances, then fixed their gaze on Chris, seemingly inquiring about his identity. "Let me introduce him to everyone." Chris naturally understood their gaze and suddenly stood up, pointing at curs and saying, "This is the hunt-crazed curs who, like us, also escaped from the company branch. Hello gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the hunt-crazed curs. I hope to receive your guidance." Curs slowly stood up, removed his hat and bowed to everyone, then smiled at Fiona and said, "And of course to you, beautiful lady." "Hee hee, Mr. Curs, your words are indeed sweet." Fiona covered her mouth and laughed. Upon hearing that curs shared a similar experience as them, Wang Daju and the others gradually relaxed their vigilant expressions and nodded to curs, introducing themselves. Wang Daju. Fiona. DZ. After everyone finished their introductions, Gu Yeming nodded and said expressionlessly, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of what we are about to do, right?" Everyone nodded in unison. "I hope each of you can give your all. That this operation is of utmost importance," Gu Yeming added. "Of course. Buddy, you don't need to say much. We will naturally give our all against those bastards from the company," Chris replied, flipping his hair with a grin. "Mr. Gu, from the moment I learned of your generosity I made up my mind." Curs smiled slightly and said, "I stake my credit and character on this. The bullets aimed at those bastards in the company will surely not be counterfeit. And we will give our all." The other 3 nodded in agreement, offering their assurances. "Very well." Gu Yeming nodded, and just as he was about to say something, faction war conditions triggered. Gu Yeming vs. Sin Domain Company branch. Time remaining until the faction war starts 485959. Please hurry to the scene. If you fail to arrive in time it will be automatically deemed a failure. Oh. Looking at the several system prompts before his eyes, Gu Yeming narrowed his eyes as a surge of immense battle intent slowly rose from within. The faction war had finally arrived. So next. With this thought he slowly stood up and addressed everyone, "There's no time to waste. We must head to the Sin Domain now." "Great." Curs quickly nodded and said, "Swift and decisive, just as expected of Mr. Gu. I happen to have a vehicle that can accommodate us. Follow me, gentlemen." However, upon hearing this Chris was taken aback and asked, "Buddy, is it just us? What about the organization behind you?" Upon hearing this Gu Yeming smiled faintly and mysteriously replied, "You'll know when you get to the scene." "No cilantro, oh my boss. The faction war, it's a faction war. And it's between Gu Yeming and the Sin Domain Company branch. You are one by one, alright. Just right, we can take this opportunity to take down Gu Yeming. Hot red tea sauce, excellent brothers in the chat group, let's go Sin Domain." Looking at the continuously refreshing chat group, Hot Red Tea Sauce was filled with excitement. The first faction war. Truly exhilarating. In the wilderness. Captain. Should we go to the Sin Domain? Little Angel excitedly looked at the player forum and said to Blade's arrival, "This is the first faction war since the game opened. The news has already spread to the game forum, and a large number of players are rushing over. Faction war?" Upon hearing this, Blade's arrival was taken aback and quickly asked, "Whose faction is it?" "Let me check." After observing for a moment, "Eat my hemorrhoids," exclaimed in delight, "Captain, it's Gu Yeming and the Sin Domain Company branch." Gu Yeming? Upon hearing this, Blade's arrival's body shook and an indescribable gleam burst forth in his eyes as he said, "Since it's a faction war, Gu Yeming will definitely be there." Perfect, we can directly stand on his side to clear up the previous misunderstandings. Such a rare and high-profile event, how could we miss it? And maybe those players led by hot red tea sauce will also rush over. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Blade's rival's eyes. Let's go. Sin domain. Alright. P.S. Thank you for the gift evaluation, lick lick lick. Also, I want to ask if you feel the pacing of this plot is fast or slow. It's somewhat hard for me to feel. Please let me know, thank you. Several hours later. In the Sin domain, the Red Blood office. Sir, I don't know why, but the Sin domain has been quite crowded lately. The driver who had previously taken Gu Yeming to the out-of-control zone now stood before Wei Jianxuan and said, recently there have been many more people and it seems that the company is also in quite a bit of trouble. I passed by their place earlier and there were corpses everywhere. Tisk tsk. The fourth calamity. Wei Jianxuan sat in a chair at the door, took a drink from the side and said, I've seen it several times before. I don't know how the company got on their bad side, if they've been quite restless these days. Those fourth calamities, while they possess the ability to resurrect, it would be extremely difficult to shake the company, this massive entity. Moreover, their overall strength is relatively weak. Although I support their actions, I must say it is undoubtedly a tough challenge. Sai Xiaoyang, I always feel like the Sin domain is about to undergo a change. I've been feeling a bit uneasy lately. At this point, Wei Jianxuan clicked his tongue and shook his head helplessly. The driver Xiaoyang shook his head and said, Sir, you should drink less of this carbonated drink, it's not good for your health. Based on your body type, I think you'd be better off drinking machine oil. What's wrong with trying a different flavor if I drink too much? At this, the image of Gu Yeming slowly surfaced in Wei Jianxuan's mind and he murmured, sigh. I remember you mentioned that the wanted criminal entered the out-of-control zone. I wonder how he's doing now. Just as Wei Jianxuan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out not far away, Sir Wei, long time no see. Hearing this, Wei Jianxuan looked up and to his surprise he saw Gu Yeming and others who had just arrived at the Sin domain. Seeing Gu Yeming, Wei Jianxuan was taken aback and murmured, It's you. You're back. As he said this, he seemed to remember something, quickly standing up and calling out to Gu Yeming, who was not far away, Come here. Hurry over. Just hide here with me for now. The company still hasn't revoked your bounty, and if they discover you, it's over. Upon hearing this, Gu Yeming made no response. He slowly walked forward, smiled faintly and said, Sir Wei, rest assured I return this time with a vengeful intent. Vengeance. Upon hearing this, Wei Jianxuan was even more taken aback. His brows furrowed as he said somewhat incredulously, Vengeance? What are you joking about? You want to take revenge on the company? Don't be. However, in the next moment he seemed to sense something and suddenly found himself speechless, as if the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Gu Yeming and others gradually exuded a terrifying aura that even made him tremble. Among them, Gu Yeming's presence was the most pronounced, as if he had transformed into an invisible sword, continually piercing his senses. You. After sensing this, Wei Jianxuan opened his mouth, his eyes bursting with unimaginable brilliance. You have become so much stronger. Otherwise I wouldn't have returned, Sir Wei. Gu Yeming nodded and said calmly, This time I returned with many helpers, all of whom are at least level or higher in strength. You should be able to sense that, right? Indeed. Wei Jianxuan looked up and down at Chris and the others behind Gu Yeming and nodded, saying, It seems. You are no longer that easily manipulated test subject. By the way. At this point, Wei Jianxuan suddenly thought of something and he quickly asked, How did you get into the Sin domain? Although entering the Sin domain is much simpler than exiting it, it isn't something one can just waltz into, right? If we are going to deal with the company, why bother with so much? At this time, Chris behind Gu Yeming chuckled and said, Of course we barged in. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to call myself a hunter maniac. Hunter maniac? Wei Jianxuan looked at Chris with suspicion, his thoughts swirling. He never expected that there were actually hunter maniacs around. It seems. Their upcoming actions are even more complicated than I imagined. Gu Yeming nodded, agreeing with Chris' statement, and then said, Sir Wei, I came to find you this time to ask for a favor. Favor? At this, Wei Jianxuan raised an eyebrow slightly and said, You don't mean you want me to join you, do you? Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Gu Yeming's face as he said, That's just one part of it. Sir Wei, whether you want to become a member of the company hunt depends solely on your willingness. Secondly, I would like to ask you to inform your superiors to keep an eye on the movements of other company branches. If you can create some distractions, that would be even better. Oh. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Wei Jianken's eyes as he understood Gu Yeming's intention. Preventing the Sin Domain Company branch from seeking outside help. That's quite a bold statement. Do you really have the confidence to take a bite out of this branch? It's not about taking a bite, Sir Wei. Gu Yeming slowly shook his head. His eyes gleamed coldly as he corrected, expressionless, We intend to make the Sin Domain Company branch completely disappear. Upon hearing those words, even Wei Jianxuan momentarily froze in stunned silence. Eradicate the Crime Domain Corporation's branch. You are undoubtedly formidable, but your numbers are too few to accomplish such a feat. At this, Gu Yeming merely offered a faint enigmatic smile, offering no explanation. Instead, he said calmly, Commander Wei, if you wish to understand the source of my confidence, follow me. With that, he strode forward without hesitation, heading purposefully toward a distant point. The others fell into step behind him, equally eager to uncover the wellspring of Gu Yeming's unshakable composure. How, facing an imminent assault, could he remain so utterly serene? Watching Gu Yeming's retreating figure, Wei Jianxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned to Xiao Yang behind him and said, Xiao Yang, entrust the office to you and the others for now. I'll go take a look. Wait, sir. Xiao Yang blinked in surprise and quickly replied, Surely you don't actually intend to accompany them in confronting the corporation? Ha, ha, ha. Wei Jianxuan laughed heartily before reassuring him, Don't worry, I'm only observing. Nothing will happen to me. Yet one thought remained unspoken: if Gu Yeming truly possessed the power to obliterate the corporation. His fists clenched tightly, a sharp, resolute light flickered across his eyes. Then what harm would there be in joining the campaign, not as an official representative but as an individual? Hey partner, do you think he'll actually show up? Chris approached Gu Yeming's side and asked. If he hasn't yet witnessed what unfolds next, he may well hesitate. Gu Yeming responded with quiet certainty, enough concealment. It is time you saw the true foundation of my confidence. No sooner had the words left his lips than they rounded a street corner, and before them stretched a vast teeming multitude, tens of thousands of players. Time remaining until faction war begins 273321. With over a day still to go before the war's commencement, players had gathered early, thoroughly occupying the entire thoroughfare. Stalls lined both sides of the street, transforming it for the moment into a sprawling, vibrant bazaar. Step right up, take a look. The only exceptional quality weapon in this shop. You can't enter the faction war unarmed. Where would the faction war be without potions? Trade gear or raw materials for instant upgrades, come see for yourself. At the sight before them, everyone trailing behind Gu Yeming stood utterly transfixed. Who are those people? Wang Dazhu murmured, awestruck. As you see, they are the fourth cataclysm, Gu Yeming replied with a shrug, his tone calm and measured. In the coming assault they shall serve as our primary vanguard. So many people. Deserna's social anxiety flooded his expression as he stared at the overwhelming crowd, then slowly retreated behind Wang Dazhu, silently praying not to be seen. So many. Fiona gazed speechless at the spectacle before her. Ha! I can already picture the chaos that's about to unfold. Cares ever, the instigator burst into hearty laughter. Brilliant, Mr. Gu. To assemble such a force, you could wage a small-scale war with these numbers alone. Partner, will they join us in attacking the corporation? Chris asked, eyes alight with excitement. Naturally. I've already stated as much. Gu Yeming saw no need to deceive. His voice remained flat, uninflected. They will resurrect, making them the ideal inexhaustible frontline force. Though Chris had no idea how Gu Yeming had secured the loyalty of so many of the fourth cataclysm, he nodded earnestly, genuinely elated. Faction leader Gu Yeming has arrived. Faction boss Stitched Man Chris has arrived. Faction boss Frost Queen Fiona has arrived. Huh. As notification banners flashed into view before every player's stunned silence fell, only to shatter instantly beneath a deafening surging wave of noise. Where's the village chief? Village chief, I'm your biggest fan. Village chief, I adore you. Almost every player dropped whatever they were doing and frantically scanned the surroundings, until one cried out, there. I see him. A player named Kidney Stone Sufferer pointed ecstatically toward Gu Yeming, who stood quietly observing them from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that single instant, seeing Gu Yeming and his entourage, the entire crowd surged forward like a torrential flood, faces radiant with unrestrained joy. Ah, partner, aren't there just too many people? Chris instinctively stepped back, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, his eyelid twitching violently. Simple. Gu Yeming replied expressionless. Warning. Do not approach faction leader Gu Yeming too closely, doing so will lower your affinity and may result in automatic disqualification from this faction war. Huh. That alert appeared simultaneously before every player. All froze mid-stride, those behind colliding headlong into the halted front line, triggering minor stampedes. Hey, don't fucking trample me. Shit, I'm stuck. Chris stared mouth agape, watching the crowd halt as if struck by divine command. Partner, did you just order them to stop on the spot? More or less. With that, Gu Yeming turned and began walking steadily toward the mass of players. The others exchanged glances, then followed in his wake. The village chief is here. Hey, stop shoving. From the throng emerged a player named Leg Hair That Bends and Extends, who instantly dropped into a practiced slide kneel beside Gu Yeming's left leg, clutching it tightly and shouting, Village chief. You're finally here. The IGU fan corps has awaited your arrival with utmost devotion. He then gestured urgently toward a massive banner behind him, emblazoned boldly with the words, IGU Guild. And Village chief, wait. As if recalling something vital, he hastily pulled a printed portrait from his pocket and thrust it toward Gu Yeming. This was painstakingly crafted by our brothers night after night, your exclusive likeness. Take a look, does it capture your majesty? Gu Yeming accepted the image, and immediately beheld a version of himself airbrushed to near divine perfection, glowing with 10 levels of digital enhancement. A colossal question mark seemed to hover above his brow. Village chief, don't you think you look absolutely magnificent? Ah, here, take it back. With a deadpan expression, Gu Yeming handed the portrait back, and subtly coiled his left leg. Boom. A thunderous impact launched Leg Hair That Bends and Extends skyward in a perfect arc. Yet even more astonishing. Yes. The village chief kicked me. Gu Yeming raised a hand to his forehead in weary resignation. He'd never felt so mortified delivering a kick. I want the village chief's kick too. I'm jealous. Rather than recoiling in discomfort, the other players seemed to awaken some peculiar newfound predilection. Behind him, Chris and the others watched Gu Yeming with bewildered, incredulous stares, as if silently asking, what exactly have you done to them? Ahem. Feeling their gaze, Gu Yeming cleared his throat, then addressed the assembled players with flawless theatrical NPC cadence. Thank you all for gathering. The crimes committed by the crime domain corporations branch outrage heaven and earth. Soon we shall launch our righteous assault, and I call upon each of you to lend your strength. Faction leader Gu Yeming has delivered pre-battle proclamation. All faction members 10 maximum HP, defense, attack, power, movement speed, and damage resistance. All faction members 5 to all 4 core attributes. Yes. Rest assured, Village Chief Gu, we shall cleave the corporation down where it stands. Should they dare advance, we shall send them reeling home in utter defeat. Every player raised their weapons high, faces flushed with fervent exhilaration. For most, such grand-scale faction wars ignited the fiercest, most visceral thrill, the dream of commanding armies on the battlefield, a true general of legend. Wei Jinshuan arrived late. Just as he stepped behind Gu Yeming and his group, he froze, stunned by the roaring electrified energy radiating from the vast battle-ready host. These people are the fourth cataclysm.